Hey, welcome back to Metropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. I realize I don't even know what day of the week it is. It's September 24th, 2024. It is a Tuesday afternoon stream, and we're joined by a guest. This is Startup Week, and we're going to be getting to some startup gameplay definitely relatively soon. But this is something we've planned for a couple weeks now because there's some cool stuff to show off. Right above me, if you might not know, this is Russell. You might know online as Tolaasin. Russell, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for joining. For those, we're doing the video and the audio slightly differently than we normally do here, because the setup, Tolaasin, mind you, is in his workshop across the pond, so far distance away. So let me know with the video or the audio if there's anything we need to work on. But otherwise, can you introduce yourself for those who don't know? I think we've known each other for maybe like 4 or 5 years now. Sorry, Russell, 1 second. Okay, I think I fixed it. I think people couldn't hear you. Now they can hear you. If you want to kindly reintroduce yourself, that'd be great. This is how live streaming goes. I think I have it. Do you want to just say hi really quickly to see if we can get the audio through? Thank you, y'all.
Okay, testing 1 1 2 2 3 3. Is that coming live? Is that working?
We have
We've
to
got
wait.
nods in.
Good
I can't
now,
see the comments. So
says Lucas. Yeah, I think we're good now. Sorry, if you want to take a second just to introduce yourself again for those who don't know.
do that again. Okay, so hi, I'm Russell, also known as Tolaasin online. My pronouns are he and him. I've been playing Netrunner since 2016, and welcome to my personal workshop.
Hey, yeah, that was the suggestion for the title of the stream, and I said like I gotta make it more startup based. For those who don't know, Personal Workshop is an old Netrunner card, and it's pretty great. You've been busy. You've been doing some woodworking, specifically some Worlds 2024 woodworking. I know you've been doing woodworking for how long has it been? Because I've seen some of your projects over the last couple of years.
Yeah, so I started for real in COVID during the COVID pandemic.
Oh,
So I
cool.
needed some escape hatch. So I guess it's like 3 or 4 years doing it reasonably seriously, and yeah, just
It's
teaching myself.
yeah. I was just gonna ask if
It's
you're
a therapy,
self-taught.
right?
Yeah, yeah. How hard
Yeah.
is it to start
Well,
out?
well, you start off with the easy stuff, right? And I did a woodworking course with a guy who there's a TV show in the UK called Jay's Yorkshire Workshop, and they make things on a TV program. One of the like hosts on the or one of the specialists on the TV program has a woodworking shop near me.
Oh,
So I went
cool.
for a week's course and it made a coffee table, and that kind of got me going. But yeah, it's like learn new skills,
Yeah,
yeah, just make stuff that makes you happy.
pretty exciting.
It's all good.
So you've been working on stuff for World specifically. There's some deck boxes for the top. Is it top 8 or top 9? I think it's top 8, right, including the champion.
No,
Sorry,
yeah, it's the top eight.
top 8.
So
Yeah,
it's the top eight,
cool.
and yeah, they're under here. So when we're ready, we can draw the drapes back, and people can see what they're going to be competing for at Worlds. They're handmade. They're one off. Like I was just talking to Andre before the stream. They
Yeah,
start like this. They start the just unroughed lumber. That's walnut and some tulip wood, and over the course of about, I guess, probably about 40 or 50 hours of work, they
oof.
hopefully turn into something people will cherish and are looking forward to competing for.
When so this comes up a lot, right? Like people say this is the deck box made of this wood or that wood, and as the layperson, I don't know anything about woods. How does one pick the right wood for this sort of project? Like, well, what are the pros and cons of the decisions you made to get here?
Yeah, so it's all about grain, right? So if you I'll reach under here. I was just showing you this earlier, right? So this fairly ordinary piece of wood, it looks fairly kind of brown and nothingy, but
Yeah,
underneath inside that is this. I don't know whether that shows up, whether you can see the grain on that.
yeah, yeah. It looks quite
But
nice.
underneath, so it's picking wood that's got beautiful grain and is easy to work. So some wood splinters and is tougher to work. So you kind of get to know over time what works well and what doesn't work. So, and whether it's, if you're woodworking for outside, you need like tropical woods are better because they don't rot so fast when they're outside. But if you're, some wood moves more than others. So if you're making furniture for the house and you live in a humid climate, you're going to probably choose a different kind of wood than if you live in somewhere that's without the temperature swings and without humidity swings. So you learn as you go along. But most of it is about the beauty of the wood and picking wood that is going to bring joy to people when they feel it and touch it and hold it. And hopefully you'll see in a second. we've got some fun woods in these boxes. Some wood, one kind of wood I don't think people will have seen before, or unless you're a woodworker, and you probably have. But yeah.
Super cool. Now, the idea of getting the deck boxes, we saw that with last year Worlds, there were deck boxes for the top 8, if I'm not mistaken, but they weren't handmade. They weren't made by wood. This year, was that something that
Yeah.
you pitched to the NSG folks, or that's something they wanted a bit more of that personal touch?
So I made the prize for the 2023 Nats UK Nats
Okay.
Championship. So that was working with Paulie G. So Paul said, I pitched to him and I said, how would you like it if I made you one of these? And he said, sure. So I made one that Rotom Appliance won last year, Patrick.
Classic. Yeah.
It was, it's an interesting project, got lots of joy out of it. And actually, NSG reached out to me, I guess 6 months ago, to say, we like the deck box. Would you be willing to make 8 more? Which is
Was that a big
interesting
number?
because, well, the thing about woodworking is anything you can do in batches is more efficient. So if you're making
Right.
8 boxes, it doesn't take you 8 times as long. It takes you about 3 times as long because you still got to do all the processes for one that you have to do with 8, but you can set up your jigs and your saws and everything so that you can process. So, for these boxes, there are 16 sides and 16 ends and 16 tops and 16 bottoms, and then the inserts. So you can process 16 pieces of wood, and it takes you 3 or 4 times as long. So there's lots of efficiency associated with doing that.
Do you ever have to make like 9 and just say one of them's not going to be good? Or I don't know what the workflow is like.
The pieces that didn't work are all down here.
You can make 2 extra deck boxes.
Right, yeah, you can see it. So this one, I thought it was going to be okay, but it just kind of split down the middle.
Oh,
So
yeah. That just
yeah,
happens? Like, that's just bad luck? Or I'm not trying to call your
well,
skills out, but
I don't know. But when you've got a big chunk of wood and your the wood bite might be whatever 4 inches by 3 inches, and you're ripping it down, and then it looks good on the outside, but when you open up from the inside, you realize, oh, okay, there's a split there, or there's a knot there that you weren't expecting, or
right.
something else like that. So,
It's just an ambush. It comes up. It just happens.
yeah, and sometimes you just screw up, right? So
Yeah.
that does happen, right? And so yeah, so I made 20 sides and 20 ends on the expectation that something would go wrong with some of those, and it did. But fortunately, I had the spares to do that,
Yeah.
and
That's just how it is
it worked out
sometimes.
okay. It worked out okay in the end.
Very cool. Do you want to let's lift that blanket and see what we're looking at? Because if I'm not mistaken, there's technically 2 deck boxes. There's one that's special for the champ.
There are 2 kinds of boxes, yeah. So
Yeah.
this is a regular single deck box, right?
Yep.
So two. It's just well, it's a regular sized deck box that holds enough cards for 2 sets of Netrunner decks. So we'll do the big reveal. So
Ooh.
here's what we have. We have 7 boxes, which are for the top 7, and then one which is a little bit different for the whoever wins the prize. So this is what you're going to be competing for. So this is
Super nice.
there are 7 of these. These are made out of lacewood, which is also called London Plain. So the sides are made of lacewood. Let me just pick one. So maybe got a different grade. There we go. Let's pick that one. So yeah, so this one's made out of lacewood, also called London Plain. You can see, maybe can you just see the is that
Yeah,
right? You
you
can see
can.
the
That comes
grain
through.
just along here.
Yeah.
So it's almost like that the pattern is almost like it's supposed to be like actual, lace that people make with their hands. So, and then this is tulip wood, also known as poplar in North America. I think
Yeah.
it's probably called
I'm more
people call
familiar with that.
it
Yeah.
poplar. Laser engraved. So you got Nisei 2024 World Championship top 8. And if we open it up, you'll see. So we have this is walnut.
Cool.
So walnut sides, I've got a divider, so you can either put two decks in here and tokens in here, or if you're not sure what you're going to play, worlds, you can take 4 decks and
Yeah.
then do what I do, which is panic at the last minute.
Whatever you pull out.
And so it's a pressure fit, or we call a pressure fit or a friction fit, but we have there's a magnet here and a magnet here
Yeah.
just to pull it together. So it just fits together like that, clicks together. So we've got 7 of those.
Super cool. So Chenchling is
And
saying
then
in chat, those are inset corners. Those are the sort of like side, the extra color on the sides. Those are structural, or what do those do?
yeah, they're structural. So this is made without boring everybody with woodwork. And I don't know whether you're going to be able to see this. You can maybe see if I find one at the bottom, right? So if you can see, so on the corner here, can you see this corner?
Yeah.
It's not a straight line, right? So this is what's called a mitre lock. It's done with a router. So the
Okay.
corners are routed with this special shape. And that's pretty strong by itself, but these are called splines. And what we do with the splines is we use a router bit to cut through the edge, and then the splines just strengthen the corners. And it's also a little bit artistic, so
Yeah,
they add a
looks
little bit
nice.
of contrast to those. So yeah, so these are splines, and they're just basically tightening up on the corners, giving them a little bit more strength.
Super cool.
And then the World Championship. So this one is unique.
Yep.
There are 7 Ls. This is what we're going to give to the world champion. This is oak. This is actually 120-year-old oak from an old church pew, so it's recovered wood that I happen
Whoa.
to hang around. So it's not exactly an antique because it's been made from new. So it's an oak box. It's got walnut. Look at that grain. I
That's
love
quite
that grain.
nice. Yeah.
So that's walnut. Walnut splines, and again on the inside it's the same as the others, but because the top and the bottom um, are both walnut, so it doesn't have the contrast on the inside. But it's
It looks
yeah,
quite
so
nice
that's
still. Yeah.
oak and walnut, and the same exactly the same construction for all of them. So
Was
yeah,
for the
get you going
difference
to
in the
Worlds.
materials, was like one of them harder to make than the other? Between like the poplar
No, not
and
really.
the okay.
The walnuts are hardwood. Poplar is a bit softer, so you have to be a little bit more careful with the poplar, because you can if you drop it or drop something on it, it'll dent. Whereas the walnut's really hard and it won't do that. So you got to be a little bit more careful with that.
So you don't recommend
Um,
people just chucking this into their backpack on their way to their casuals?
uh, Uh, well, I guess that's what people are going to be doing.
I hope not.
They're pretty robust.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I know, but they're intended to be used,
Yeah,
right?
for
So
sure.
they're gonna develop a patina of their own. The wood will mellow with time, right? So wood's a living substance, and even when it's dead, it kind of lives. So you'll get a more of a patina, and some woods darken with age. The poplar will go a little bit darker over time. The lacewood will mellow up as well, and the walnut. So they're meant to be used, and I would say that what I wouldn't do is put them in your backpack with a bunch of keys
Yep.
on a key ring. 'Cause that'll rattle around and that'll dent it a bit.
That'll
So,
ruin
but
anything in
yeah,
there though.
treat
So
it with a bit of care.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is the design of the box an original design, or is that from somewhere? Like how did you come up with this construction?
So I just started with a regular deck box
Mhm.
and then made it twice as big. So, that kind of, you get the sizing from that, and
Yeah.
then you've got to work it out. So the design is my own, but
Cool.
there's only one way of making a, a deck box. But yeah, you make it your own. The one that the one that your friend showed, I
Yeah.
think you had about like a month ago on the stream you showed, and that was beautiful. That was lovely work. So yeah, and it's actually this deck box is very similar, very similar in design to that. And yeah, so I'm not a commercial woodworker. I'm an amateur woodworker. I guess if you are interested in having one made, I'd be happy to chat. It's not. And I don't charge in hourly, and if I charged at an hourly rate,
Nothing makes
it
sense.
would be
Yeah.
thousands of pounds not.
Yeah.
So that it's a labor of love, and nothing gives me more pleasure than having somebody who I know, and having something that I've made in their hands and taking it and getting pleasure out of that. So
I know
yeah.
that, yeah, there's a couple woodworking projects I'm familiar that you've made for other Netrunner players, and they've all looked absolutely so cool. So it's great to see you doing stuff like this. In terms of the laser engraving, that was done. I think we were talking about this off stream. That happens at a place that does that. I take that.
Yeah. Although I'm trying to convince my wife that I should be able to put back some of the money that I'm getting for these boxes into my own laser engraver. So
Yeah.
there's a laser engraver in Macclesfield, where I live near Manchester, and so NSG gave me the graphics files,
Cool.
and they worked with me, Laserly in Macclesfield. So if you want somewhere good and you live near Manchester and you want someone to do laser engraving, there's a plug for them. But they're really good, and Yakuza has given me tons of advice on
Oh yeah.
how to right, and making sure that you give the laser engraver test wood that they can practice on and stuff like that. So, and these will be, yeah, so these will be coming over the Atlantic in about a week's time, courtesy hopefully of Patrick. Patrick, Rotom Appliance, is going to put them in his suitcase and bring
Oh,
them over the Atlantic
is he?
to
Exciting.
San Francisco. So no pressure.
Yeah, I'd honestly be scared. I'd be so stressed. But Patrick, he's a calm fella. I think he can figure it out. I was gonna ask if you're making it to Worlds. I know it's a far way away. I guess that this year doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I have no vacation, and it's a long way to come.
Yeah,
So I'll be watching it on stream and enjoying it vicariously through streams
yeah, it's gonna be
and
hype.
through watching it running and I guess Aesop's tables to see who's doing. But yeah, I'll be staying very much connected with it and enjoying. Looking forward to seeing the handouts of the prizes and
Yeah.
people with these creations in their hands.
The prize support this year has been incredible. Obviously, these boxes included. I wonder if people are going to ask if there's anything on the woodworking side that you're sending out because they have this sort of like artist station that people can have their stuff sold throughout or through NSG. Is that something you're considering?
I don't think I've got the time before then to do some
Yeah,
more.
that's
I've
fair.
got the stock to make a few more boxes. I'm gonna be at UK Nats,
Cool.
and I'll probably bring some boxes down to that just in
Oh,
case people want to do that. There's a similar artist station there.
super exciting. Are you doing any
Uh,
official prize support for UK Nats or just having stuff there?
Not this year.
Okay.
Not this year. I couldn't commit to doing stuff for Nats and for doing the world's prizes. So this
Yeah.
has been probably about yeah, there's probably about 80 hours of work there
Wow.
in them from start to finish. So
Hey,
yeah. But that's it's given me as much pleasure to make them as hopefully it will to people to actually win them and put their decks in them and so on. The only thing I ask is send me photos. If you like it, send me a photo of you holding it.
I have no doubt you're going to get some nice photos for that for sure. That's really exciting. 80 hours. Yeah, that makes sense. My partner, we had an AMPC Montreal and she did all this crocheting to make all these like tokens and stuff. And like obviously it takes way more time than you think it does. Luckily, and obviously you can confirm this, that these sort of hobbies and these sort of like skills are the time passes pretty quickly. Like it is a fun thing to do, which is hopefully the best of both worlds. That's really, really cool. This has been Did you build this workspace now? This has been since the pandemic? Because you seem quite set up here. This looks like a
Uh,
great space.
yeah. So yeah, in pandemic, we our house is we had a double garage on the house that was kind of falling down, and the roof was leaking, and the cladding on the walls was all rotted through. So just after the pandemic, we gutted it, and it's a his and a hers. So this side of the workshop is the woodworking space, and then on the other side of the wall right here is my wife is a professional flower grower, cut flower grower, flower arranger. She does weddings and celebrations and stuff like that, and workshops. And so the other half of the wall is her flower workshop, Homestead Grown. So if you Google for Homestead Grown, you'll see her website. If you're looking for flowers for a wedding in Manchester, you could do worse than that. So,
I have
shameless plug.
I have not been to many weddings. I have been to a wedding in Manchester. I think there were flowers there. I'm not sure where they came from. That's
There
really
you go.
cool.
So yeah, it's good. I mean, it's yeah, it's a good space to be in. Like I say, it's my happy place where I come to escape from everything that's out there and
Yep.
just focus in on making things.
Yeah, I think a lot of people can appreciate that and are quite jealous of that sort of space too, which is great.
Yeah.
Cool. Great work. I'm excited to see the stuff. I think people are super stoked. Worlds is like less than 4 weeks away. I think it's like 3 weeks and a bit at this point, which is super, super exciting. All the prize supports coming in. I think you said there might be an article online on NSG at some point in the near future about these
Uh,
boxes or something like that.
there'll be some social media posting. So
Okay.
after we're done, I'm going to take photos. The photos and more information on photos will be posted to the world's Discord,
Mhm.
and to probably going to put them on UK Slack, maybe on GLC, just for people who weren't on the stream. So we'll be publicising it. I and Javi and Adua, the folk at NSG who are running the private support. So if they want to use the photos and publicise elsewhere, then they'll do that for sure. So and
Cool.
yeah. So say good luck, have fun, and win a deck box.
Hey, yeah, it's gonna be a hard year to win a deck box. I know a lot of people are gonna be fighting for this. That's for sure. Cool. We got some startup. How's just as a general opinion, obviously startups had some big changes as of last week and we're diving into startup week. Have you played startup? What's your startup thoughts? I think we were talking a bit about startup before the stream started.
Yeah, we do. So, I mean, I don't play much. I mean, I play startup in the sense of I think it is a good entry point to the game. I know there are strong opinions on, the format and how good an introduction is. But my son Tom is learning to play Netrunner at the moment. He's been aware of it. He was a big Keyforge player,
Oh, cool.
so he's got the concepts of card games, tempo, and managing your credit pool and those kinds of
Yeah,
things.
it's a skill set.
But his biggest issue in getting better at the game is the size of the card pool. And so we've been playing startup just because it's easier for him to remember all the things that the ice might be when you run on the other ice and your opponent's Jinteki.
Yeah.
So it's a simpler entry point, although he's actually been he played a 4-1-9 deck at Pub Runner last week, and it's a standard deck beat me with it, and I wasn't cutting him any slack. He
Nope.
just beat there was a playing a reg PD deck. So I think it's okay as a format. I think obviously I'm glad they're paying attention to balance, and they're not being hard and fast about NSG isn't being really hard and fast about we will never ban a card and we will never tweak things, because
Yeah.
I think that way it's best to recognize when things are kind of out of whack, and you don't want everybody to be playing the same deck just because it's OP.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a fascinating
but
format.
yeah, but I'll always play standard. But sure, if you give me play a couple of startup decks and you want to play a game, sure, I'll play startup with you if it helps you get going.
Cool. Yeah. We're trying to figure it out this week. I haven't played startup since Borealis Cycle, and I actually quite enjoyed Borealis Startup. Obviously, things are going to be pretty different as of technically Friday. Technically, actually, not until like next week because it takes a couple of weeks. But I'm assuming we're going to find some games out today with less 3-point agendas in them, and we're going to see what that looks like. That's generally something I'm happy about. So I'm excited.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
All right, so I'll let you get on with the rest of the stream. I'll gonna tidy up here and then crack on with the rest of my evening.
Thanks
And
for
thanks for
dropping
everything you do,
by.
Andre. Really always enjoy the stream.
Oh,
It's part of my
cheers.
week. My regular week is waking up and finding a new videos drop.
Oh,
So
glad you've been
it's good.
enjoying it. Thanks for dropping by. I'm excited that we could see the stuff on. I know you have like an exciting week coming up next week. Hopefully, all goes well and you have a great time. Eh?
Yeah. All right.
Take
Thanks,
care.
man.
Cheers.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, that was, mind you, at the top we introduced, that was Russell Tolaasin. You might know. Tolaasin is part of NSG. He said his whole title role. He's doing a lot of stuff. I've known him for years now. He's across in the UK and just like the nicest dude, doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. And want to drop by and show off those deck boxes, and they're quite nice. Obviously, there's 8 of them. They're gonna be hard to get, but I think people are gonna be quite happy with the stuff that they got. Whew. Luckily, see you second stream coming up. Axu, how's everyone doing? Thanks so much for dropping by. We're gonna get into that startup content I know that we promised this week, and I'm actually like really looking forward to diving into this stuff. Give me 1 second to write everything because windows have moved around and we're in a, bit disheveled, but we are now here. All right, I'm gonna catch my breath. How's everyone doing? Axu, you doing okay? I was up at 1 in the morning waiting for Axu's stream for New Zealand national stream, and it didn't come. 1:10, nothing there. 1:15 didn't come there. The next day I tune on. I go up on YouTube, it's gone. He's deleted the VOD. Hopefully everything is okay. I know that you did some streams of the AMT stuff, so hopefully things are good. I was looking forward for an Axu stream, but I even stayed up a bit late, but it's okay. Hey, Self-Blood just tuned in. Hey, gang. Dave, how's it going? At the top, too, I wanted to say there was a comment from Lucy. You might know Lucille as part of the startup curation team. And Lucille was actually on Bahram Woo's stream yesterday talking about some startup and playing some startup. Unfortunately, she can't join. Got to miss the startup week because I'm out on Netrunner Locals, but I hope you have a great time. And I'm looking forward to being here for Thursday and catching the VOD. Hey, hopefully you're doing well, enjoying that. Again, a whole article went up. Also, on top of that, I wasn't aware. Lucille put out an article talking about, like, was the title like The Joy of Startup or something? Oh, notice how I had to add Discord video. That's fine. We figured it out. What was the actual title of the website? A love letter to startup. So that was linked to the video. We put up a video on Friday. Shout out to the Null Signal team for hitting us up with articles ahead of time so we can pre-make videos, which is a pretty successful format if you ask me. So pretty happy about that. But you can find a link to this, and which is talking about the format, and it's like it's strange in some ways. It's not so much like why should startup exist, but basically more so what are favorite parts about startup. And it's an interesting read. I think we're actually going to come back to this at the end of this week. And I don't think in a whole week we're going to be experts on startup, but it's the sort of thing where like I understand what I think about startup. I'm excited to see what startup is going to show because I have no doubt we're going to be surprised. I have no doubt we're going to run into some problems, and I have no doubt that startup is one of the hardest formats to balance for reasons that I've talked about before in the video we put up on Friday, and we'll probably reiterate at some point multiple times over the week. But I'm pretty interested to see how this is. Just catch you on stream chat. Deluvian, how's it going? Happy startup week. Whiteblade, what is startup week? Okay. Whiteblade, try not to be curmudgeonly about startup. Challenge impossible. We'll get through there. Also, Cold Lava, congrats on your finish. You did great at what was it? It was the AMT. I saw your name up there in top 4, top cut. I think the startup balance team has stumbled on something here. Just ban all advanceable ice. You know, honestly, yeah, I'd actually be happy with banning all advanceable ice. I'll be honestly pretty okay with that. Yeah, actually saying I thought it was going to be just a 1-day event. So Top Cut was starting about the time I wake up. So idea was going to stream that, but 2-day event, and Sunday Top Cut started like 3 a.m. Oh, that makes a fair bit more sense. Sorry it didn't line up the way that you wanted it to, or the way I wanted it to. Just finish your what have I done with my K video for this stream. You have to make a cool K bro t-shirt as well. No, it's starting to show up too. Like if you're aware of the weird K, we recently put up a video on YouTube, which was the last game in NPC Montreal. The NPC games have been really, really fun. And this last game is notably very strange. If you haven't watched it because you saw Kit versus PD and you thought, I'm good, which like, I guess I kind of hear you. You need to watch this game. Because spoilers are very quickly, you'll find out that on the right, this is Terrence. Terrence mulligans into a hand of 11 agenda points and then has to play the rest of the game out. It's like, I'm not going to spoil the ending, but it is kind of exciting. It's a weird game, and we're a bit critical about the play on both sides. Maybe a bit too critical, honestly. You can give us that feedback. But it's a really interesting game because more so the focus of this game is trying to read what your opponent is trying to do and try to understand what they're doing. And when you have to kind of divert from your strict game plan to be like, whoa, this board state is weird, I need to change my game plan. It's a very, very interesting game. Now, why I bring this up is because you're starting to see this leak all over. The weird K is literally everywhere. Like, Frank, have you seen that K? Like, that just happens. It's just over the entire channel. Weird K has existed for about 8 years now, as old as the channel is, and nobody's noticed it. And now that I'm making it a thing, people can, anytime you see that K, you know what's going on. It's a weird K. It's just kind of broken because After Effects breaks the K for some reason. Hey, Vixby, looking forward to some startup games. Me too. Thank you. It was New Zealand Nats. I knew it was. Yeah. New Zealand Nats. I'm not sure what you were playing, but I saw this, the standings. Well done. Game was awesome. Can't believe it was so even. It's like a wild game, bro. It's very, very interesting. We're gonna have the final 2 rounds this weekend. Again, we're doing Saturday and Monday for NPC footage. Generally drops at like 10:15 in the morning, my East Coast Standard Time. These last 2 games were I recorded commentary with Eric from Neon Static, which is good fun. And I might not be able to like officially confirm this, but I will officially confirm it in the Patreon outro to this videos once it's locked down. But it's looking like there's a big chance that come this Monday, as long as things work out, Neon Static does their Monday live in-person paper streams, Netrunner stuff, every second Monday. And so they're due for a stream on the 30th, which is next week. We're going to be dropping by virtually. We have been there in person streaming, and it was a great time. Their studio is fantastic. They're really nice people as well, obviously. But we might be doing a coaching session where they pipe in Andre, his sweet, sweet dulcet tones, into a microphone and into their headphones. And then I'm going to be able to like do a coaching session with both Mr. Neon and Mr. Static. They're both going to Worlds, and they're competing, or at least actually Nick is competing. Eric is joining on the comms team, which is pretty exciting. It was another reason I messaged Eric. I'm like, hey, you want to get some commentary practice in for Worlds? Because he hasn't done commentary for any big event like Worlds. Not that many people do, because it's a huge event. There's not that many of them. And I'm pretty excited. I'm stoked for it. I honestly think there might be one Thursday stream or some odd time stream where I just message Eric and be like, hey, we're just going to get on a call and we're going to go into some JNet game. Obviously, we need consent for this. And we're just going to cast it like it's the World Championship just to get like practice, because I think as much practice as you can get casting before Worlds is probably a good thing. So we might do something like that. But very specifically, come Monday, I should be joining virtually on a Neon Static stream. So if you want to give a subscribe and notification bell, you'll know when that is. But it usually starts Monday around, I think, 7:15 to 8 Eastern Standard Time. So my time zone. They're only like a 4-hour drive away. Andre needs a weird K Husha card. Hey, JD. The weird K it's very, very strange. It's a strange K. Okay, wait. This is not scrolling. What's going on? The weird carry is Eldritch now. Humanity was not meant to know. You're playing Sakalat and 74 card Op. I'm starting to get scared about Big Op because Big Op is a deck that is really, really good. People are starting to play and test against it, and it's very good, besides the fact that you called it bad. And it is a deck that is beatable, but like the tech and the meta choices into the deck and against the deck are incredibly important. And whenever we get into a meta in which your deck choice, like if you don't have Maw or if you don't have X card or Y card, your matchup against a certain deck falls like 30%. Those are the sort of metas where I get very genuinely nervous, where I get apprehensive, understanding that many of my win rate based decisions don't actually happen during the game, but happen at home when I'm sleeving on my deck. I never like metas like that. I am by no means an expert on Venti Op, which is largely like a corporate op that, sorry, not corporate, a combo op that is putting all these upgrades and then doing a mutually assured destruction and making it pretty miserable for the runner. Mind you, in the standard format, there's no way to clear a massive amount of tags quickly, which is really what you need to do into mutually assured destruction. And so I don't know what to do about that. I honestly don't know what to do about it. But I think this deck is clearly a concern for top players who are worrying about worlds. I very much dislike oversized decks. I have enjoyed Alec. How's it going? Like Big Max and stuff like that, especially Goofy Max. Goofy Hoshiko sometimes was also fun. But corp decks like this, I specifically don't like big corp decks because it's really hard to make. When you're interacting with face down cards, it's kind of like playing against, you know, Ampere. It's very hard to feel like you're making a calculated decision when the fact that the upgrades are this huge pool and they don't know what they're drawing, let alone you don't. Like weird runners I'm okay with because they play most of the cards face up, but weird big face down corporations, those get me because it's much harder to make plays that feels good. Big runner way bigger than big corp, exactly. Yeah. No, I agree though. Big corp is kind of hits weird. Let me rephrase. I'm just like oversized corp decks. Yes, that's true. Hey, Man in the Moon, how's it going? Sounds fun. Love the idea of casting random JNet games. It could be really, really fun to do it. Shout out to Man in the Moon, too. This is Abraham, and Abraham is running a tournament. I have this tab open here. This is just this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. The 20th to 29th. Yeah, that's in a couple days. And if you're not familiar, Man in the Moon's been running really great online tournaments. These sort of Summer Showdown, the Winter Showdown, these have been all fantastic. Not only because they're very accessible online tournaments, but they have great, like, actual prize support. This is not meant to be like a burn at like AMTs. AMTs are also fantastic. There was an AMT this weekend. Shout out to, I believe, Tuno. That's a safe bet. Am I right? I'm pretty sure Tuno won it. But there's always great prize support, and Abraham does a lot to get the stuff out there, to send cool stuff to folks who participate, who win, all this sort of great stuff. I believe there is a ticket entry fee. It's usually like $15 if I'm not mistaken. But also two things. Firstly, this tournament is meant to be specifically very friendly if you have not played in an online or any tournament before. It's meant to be structured in a way that like this could easily be your first tournament, which I think is fantastic. If you've not played into anything, this is a nice way to dip your toes in and get some organized play, some practice before Worlds, whatever you want. But also very specifically, if you can't buy a ticket, if financially it doesn't make sense, you can always just message Abraham, message the team here, and they'll make it work. In short, if that is, you know, doesn't make sense, if that's keeping you from participating, the entry fee, that's totally cool. Just reach out and that entry fee won't be a problem anymore, if you know what I mean, which is great. I want my Man in the Moon alternative twinning. Yeah, how do you get those? Those are like intercontinentals, right? That's from winning ICC last year. It shows Abraham strapped into a chair. I think you probably have to get good players for real practice. Casting matches where people make hella mistakes is hard. I think it's hard actually, but you do actually learn something, right? Like casting Swiss rounds, you generally have to have a slightly different tone than casting the top cut. I think you're right that you probably want to cast players in which you can actually guess what they're doing, but it is a skill set of making it entertaining when players are making what I'm going to call charitably suboptimal lines or playing in ways that like, you know, aren't the thing that you'd cast. It's also hard sometimes to cast a deck where you can't expect what the cards to be, right? Like a lot of times if you listen to me casting, I'll predict what's on the table and what order and what are the risks that people are playing around. But again, like trying to cast against Ampere, it's like very hard because you have no idea what's going on. In fact, nobody does. But you're not wrong, but I do think there's some right to casting a game of any level just to learn something. I think the top half of cons was that Man in the Moon twinning. Oh, it was at Continentals. Okay. They were cons prizes. I do casting. Generally for casting stuff, you've hit up with like prize support stuff for like participating and volunteering. I don't know if I've received any cards this year for stuff. I don't know if they haven't come out yet. I also haven't received my prize pack like for Worlds. They had to send them out again because the card stock last year was not correct. And then I had to ask for again. I still don't have it. I probably should bother Null Signal Games, but I have not gotten physical cards for online events in a long time. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing or not. Hey, what random JNet games are we casting? Eric, I have probably should have pitched this to you sooner than saying it on stream. But I think another cool thing that we could possibly do is if you want to get more practice casting before Worlds, is if you want to join on a Thursday night, probably realistically, is we can dive into like any game, like a JNet lobby, obviously with consent, and just practice casting it like it's Worlds. Like it's really genuinely a fun experience. JD says, I did the Summer Showdown. It was my first online tournament after getting back into Netrunner, and it was an absolutely wonderful. Even when there were technical issues, it was handled super smoothly, and the prize support is great. Man, the Moon is wonderful. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of folks, that they participated in these sort of tournaments. I've seen like a really weird prize support too. I'd be like, where did you get those to like locals? And be like, oh, I played in the Man in the Moon event. And you end up getting like a very like a large swath of possible prize support, like some really old stuff, some really new stuff that's hard to get. Like it is a very diverse prize pool. So if you want to look for very interesting cards, this is obviously a tournament that you can do. Yeah. Read all this, mind you. Link for this will definitely be in the description. Oh, that's good. This is a Brindle mold for sure. Is this exclusive to this event? I haven't read this yet, mind you. I want to be very clear. I'm gonna read this at some point. Yeah, that's really cool. Many cards with bass hats, goat pricing. Saw face-to-face of 2 of the named CBI mats last week. Ooh. Was this discussion apropos of me wanting to practice casting? Yes. If so, I'm not embarrassed about wanting practice. Yeah, we were talking about, so Eric, I was specifically talking about how we have the stuff coming up from NPC this weekend, and then how next Monday there might be a thing. But I said how like I messaged you to be like, you want to get some more practice for casting, and you're like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And I was thinking we could even do more because it is genuinely quite fun. Cool. Very cool. Anyways, link for this is in the description. This is just this weekend. Some really great prize support. Oh, the deep dives. These are from Prenix. I have a place out of these. Nick sent them over. They're great. And some of the Yakuza stuff too. Very, very cool stuff. Very, very quite nice. I don't know who makes this Hoshiko. I don't think that is Yakuza. This Hoshiko is cool as well. I'm not familiar. Maybe it is. Probably says somewhere. Probably should read it. Didn't read it. By Functor. Okay, cool. Read it. Where's the link for this? Taylor, it doesn't exist anywhere. You can find it on Always Be Running, but if you wait 2 seconds, it's now in chat. Normally I link things straight into the description on YouTube if you hit the more button. But yeah, I should just put it in there. Why not? Got the Hoshiko from commentating to the last one. Love it to bits. The wooden Hoshiko? Or like the flip Hoshiko? Very, very, very cool. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people playing. A lot of people either preparing for Worlds or using this as like a very nice entry point for organized play. I like this stuff. I'm a big fan of like grassroots tournament stuff, and Abraham's been doing a great job. Wouldn't. Cool. Generally love the idea of casting random games like it's Worlds. One of my favorite spectating experiences watching someone who was just learning Rocket League. It was incredible. Yeah, it can be really fun. And again, you need to get their consent if you want to stream it, I think. It was worth it doing it 15 hours in a row. Axu, is that the stream that is my favorite Netrunner stream? The lost footage? Was that the Man in the Moon? Was that the like the 3 Brawn egg infusion matchup? Because it was generally you and Koga. It was I think my favorite Netrunner commentating. It was so funny. It was so funny. Unfortunately, apparently YouTube VODs only sell 12 hours, so we lost the last 3 hours of the absolute descent into delirium. Can't wait to get back into Netrunner after 10-year hiatus. Got 6 energy packs on the way. Yo, Super Diamond! Enjoy them! Energy packs have been great. If you've been gone for 10, it's hard to be gone for 10 years. Actually, you can be gone for 10 years, yet that does line up. I think you're gonna have a great time. Welcome back. Actually says yes. I'm so sad that it got lost. Me too. It was genuinely like, I'm at least great that there, in some ways I'm happy that there is lost footage. Like the lost media and being very, very valuable to me is great. That's one of the best streams lost of time. It's such a bummer. It was such a funny stream. I don't even know how that game ended, I'll be honest. But I don't think that was the point, unfortunately, for the players. Had to be there. It was like still really late. I was just checking in. I'm like, wow, it's like 10 o'clock. How's this stream going on? Oh my God, Axie, it must be like 5 in the morning for him. It was pretty bad. It's pretty rough. Hey, Diogen, I know you saw hi earlier. Are you coming? We have GNK this evening. Diogen, I'm going to remember to bring your tokens, which I have from the NPC because I haven't seen you in a while, but I'll bring those if you're coming. If you're not coming, I won't bring them, obviously. Secondly, somebody in a comment messaged when I don't know how, Diogen, how you say, you'll be there. Okay, I'll bring him. How do you pronounce your name? The comment was like, I think you're saying it wrong if the name is Diogenes. And I think I used to say Diogene a bit different. But now I have to say it the French way, which I think is the way that Diogène says Diogène, which is Diogène. The bronze one. Super excited for Dawn, so I can easier play standard as well. Yeah, getting into standard is gonna be a lot easier next year. I do think FFG cards is keeping a whole bunch of players out of, as much as proxying is obviously possible, it is a bit of a headache, is keeping people out of standard. So next year. All right, let's talk about standard. Timestamp here. First, let me try that again. Let's talk about startup. Timestamp here for startup. So startup had some big changes. There was a ban list that came up on Friday. It's technically not legal yet, but we're going to give it a shot to see what startup looks like right now. Startup, mind you, the ban list has 4 points, 3 of them interesting, one of them even more interesting. Firstly, 3 cards banned, Tributary and Startup is now banned. That makes a lot of sense. It's banned in Standard. Why not Startup? And then 2 more bans. Pharaohs is a banned card. This, mind you, is the big ice from System Gateway that can get up to 10 strength, and 10 strength is just really hard to deal with. I'd honestly be fine if Pharaohs was banned in every single format. I do not like big ice. I do not like scaling advanceable ice. I think it makes the game pretty slow and pretty boring. Now, it's probably Glacier should exist in the meta to some extent like this. I honestly don't know. Just sitting there advancing your ice is not my favorite style. I think Lucas was joking earlier in chat, ban all advanceable ice. Honestly, kind of would be fine with it, but it is what it is. I'm not a big fan of it. Ban infinitely scaling ice in standard, all of it, please. I kind of agree with that. As much as, of course, in standard, we have more ways to make big ice not that great for the runner or for the corporation. In startup, it's a lot harder. I think there's a bit of D-res, that's for sure. Is there ice destruction in startup? I guess we'll find out together, but it can be pretty difficult. Also, mind you, in the fact that we have in standard and startup that we have, you know, in theory, the pressure valve is meant to be the actual pressure valve of pressure spike. I don't honestly believe that is a great solution to this. I think the fact that this card is threat 4 is incredibly cursed, because most of the decks that are playing incredibly Glacier, in which you want to do 2 for 9 strength to break the 1 Pharaohs, they play 3-pointers. So threat 4 is nearly useless, like nearly useless, which is just so painful. If this was threat 3, I feel like we actually have a way to beat things like Big Pharaohs. Modernly, I don't think we do. Do I think Big Pharaohs is a possibility to worry about this for Worlds this year? Yeah, honestly, maybe. Big Pharaohs won Worlds last year. It was a bit of a surprise deck. Just Mad Dash? Yeah, it's not the easiest, but Mad Dash definitely works. But I think there is some concern if you like, I don't know in standard how you build a deck that's really good into Big Pharaohs. Playing Hush is one thing. Honestly, you're at the point where playing 2 turbines is maybe a thing. But I just don't see what deck plays 2 turbines in the modern meta and doesn't feel good. So we're maybe at that fork where you have to decide to build a deck that's good for what you think standard is and what you think standard could be, which is hard. I was talking to some locals and they wanted to ban Brown and Turbine as a pair in standard, and I kind of like the idea. I don't think you can ban Turbine. I think Turbine is, if you ban Turbine, we're going to end further and further into this sort of spot where like you do need cards that make ice heavy strategies not the best thing possible to do. Because if it turns out the best thing to do is put down your Pharaohs and advance it, or like heaven forbid play Architects of Tomorrow, I think the game is even worse. Like, I do think there needs to be a threat in the meta, as much as I don't love Turbine, that big ice shouldn't be an optimal solution, because big ice is incredibly boring to play against, and to cast. I think it can be a strategy, but I don't think it should be the best strategy. And I'm worried if we crush out all the ways to deal with big ice, it could be a very good strategy, and that's not great. Banning out Brawn, I honestly think the bigger problem with Brawn is that maybe it's 1 more 2 strength too high, or more importantly, it's probably 1 influence too little. I think we're at the point where you could, maybe with Boto around, Jinteki would be okay, but it's just one of the best ice in the game right now, and has been for many, many years. I don't know if it's incredibly problematic, but I think if you just ban out Brawn and ban out Turbine, you're just going to run into other issues where like, oh, suddenly everything is big, 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 big. I don't know, Soccer's World's winning list here is pretty fun. Ren, you don't think so, do you? How's it going, by the way? That's just a solution for most problematic ice. It is, but like, it's also not that easy to play. Like, you can't play this in Criminal in any easy way. A lot of the Shaper decks can consider playing this, and they should, but that deck can. Like, 1 Hush doesn't do enough. If you're playing like Kit, you can't play it because you're playing Spark of Inspiration. Of course you can't. Obviously Hush is good, but Hush doesn't fix the matchup. It far from fixes the matchup. I don't know. What do you think about the NBN Advanceable Ice? Is it a good design? Mess and Chesto specifically? How's it going, by the way? I like Mess and Chesto more because it's an advanceable ice that doesn't scale infinitely. Like, we were talking about Built to Last when it came out, then Built to Last needs a card like this that is, you know, a card that wants to be advanced and then removes a token every once in a while. I think Mesa Chesto is a very good card in the meta right now. I think there's a lot of meta decks that struggle to deal with code gates very quickly, right? Like if the lat deck pulls out a Unity to break a Mesa Chesto on turn 2, it's really bad for them. Obviously, advancing it is a bit expensive, and it tells you what the ice is. If NBN advances one of their ice, you know it's this. And at the end of the day, it feels like a really strong ice until someone Fizarums it. And I feel like Fizarum is not as popular as it's been. But yeah, I don't mind this one. And that's because it doesn't scale infinitely. Like one of my biggest fears is somebody puts down, you know, a tree line, not a tree line. Well, technically a tree line, but I mean a log jam, and then just sits there and advances it every once in a while with like Providivos Consulting. Like it's so not exciting. I don't know. No Bron Bon and Cavs. Brancing tons of play. I remember when Heimdall was scoffed at. Yes. And do you know what's really wild, Joe, is I think in hindsight, sorry that we haven't gone to startup yet, is that like cards like Firewall seem to maybe have been underplayed. If Firewall was 4 to break with a paperclip, was that good enough in the paperclip meta? Yeah, maybe. Now, Heimdall was also goofy. Even like when we played 2014 World Championship list last week with Ba, it's like I rezzed the Wall of Thorns on R&D, and into a Crowder, it was like, yeah, it's actually not bad. Like break for 5, it's okay. Obviously, it's a bit goofy when Eli's break for 4 and costs less than half of this. But some of the bigger, like Hadrian's Wall would actually be kind of playable today. It's a 7 strength berry with 2 subroutines. The downside with 2 subroutines is things like Boomerang, that's for sure. But like 7 strength for 10, if you can afford it, like get effed, Cleaver. Like this is a good ice for the format if you can afford it. Firewall died to David. Yes, I think David was a really big one. This card was legal for a long while. It was pretty popular because it was good. People played it in Shaper. But the biggest thing is people played it as a support piece alongside the sort of AI breakers. So imagine playing David alongside something like Audrey or Amakua, where it's like you don't sweat the small stuff and all the big stuff you get through for free using your Goliath slaying pebbles. That's cool. It makes sense. We haven't seen a card like this. I think a card like this right now in the standard format would probably be a fair bit cracked. And that's because we have like 3 Muse, 3 Simulchip, as much as it would also be kind of interesting. And this was well influenced at 4 influence, as much as you did sometimes see it splashed. Big Ice will invite back Botulus. Kind of, maybe. Like Banhar is still really good into it. I think Botulus you can play around. I'm actually really interested to see where the meta ends up with how much Mavirus they play into the standard format. I think you should be playing some amount of Mavirus at Worlds this year. That it has a big impact on certain matchups to the point where, like, if Mavirus is competitive, and would I play 419 Amakua? Probably not. Would I play certain Anarch decks? Probably not. And understanding how much Mav it's going to be in the modern meta is really important. But Botulus is like, you can beat Botulus, I think. Tron Shaper would splash 1x David today, no question. Pawn Simon's amazing. Yeah, it'd be pretty good. I think Mavirus needs to make a comeback, yeah. And I think we saw a lot of decks like the Ag Infusion list that like Sokka is playing doesn't have a Mavirus in it because that deck loves all its slots. But I genuinely think you probably at World should put a Mavirus in the Ag deck is my guess. Brent's third sub is way better than a core damage versus Heimdall. Oh, that is true. But that was one of the downsides of Heimdall is that you just click through it and take a core damage because core damage does not matter in most of the formats in which Heimdall saw play. 4 to break with Paperclip is not good enough when you play a Sentry with the same stats and cost min 6. But actually, I think it is good enough because like 4 for like name a barrier in standard that costs Paperclip 4 to break. 5 was a deal, right? Like admittedly, it's not great, and then you would rather tax out things like Orchestra or MK Ultra. But at the end of the day, like having them pay 5 or 4 for the Firewall, advance at once 5 for the Firewall is like not that bad. It's honestly not that bad. Curtain Wall? Yeah, but like you really have to go out of your way to play Curtain Wall. Like you need to be doing something. Hey Kyle, D4 Pudma, beautiful cube jank. Oh yeah, charging Pudma into David would be great. Cost 5 to break Braun? Yep. Yeah, but there was a window in which like Firewall was playable and Braun isn't. That's a Braun moment, yeah. That is a Braun moment. Mav just hosted the deck it's good against, at least 1x. Yeah, and it poisons archives, which is important for those decks. Like, Mav is good. 100% Glacier's my fave. Mati 419 stand here. Decks like that are necessary when Turbine and Botu Boom Fizarum exists. Oh, Boomerang. I hear you. I just don't think a lot of people... Like, I think you have a take that is not particularly popular, which is why it should be cherished. But I think, like, even as someone who commentates a lot of games, it's hard to make those games exciting, for better or for worse. I don't know. It's hard. It's a really tricky line to make Glacier okay, but not, like, boring, and make interaction important, but not impossible. It's really hard. All right, startup, let's go. So, We didn't even finish this list. We just brought up Pharaoh, so we got sidetracked. That's what Pharaoh does. The last card that got banned is Creative Commissioned. And like, real talk, this is the lowest power level of a single card that has ever ended up on a ban list, full stop. I'm not saying that's not a reason to not ban Creative Commission. I'm not sure how many negatives we got in there. I'm hoping that we ended up on the negative still. But it is very notably strange. And I think notably strange is going to be a recurring theme when it comes to balancing startup in the future, because startup is a format which just is difficult to balance inherently, on the basis that, as I said in my video, I think it's hard when the card pool is so limited and is just a relatively arbitrary subsection of the standard card pool, is that you're going to end up in situations where certain factions just have more support than others. Certain playstyles have no response to them. Certain kill conditions have no ways to beat them. And you're just going to end up in really weird situations where you're going to have more holistic changes than sometimes just a ban list, let alone banning out cards that are just like very, very bannable. Sometimes you'll end up like this. I'll see what Creative Commission does. I honestly, from a distance, not playing startup, I still think Shaper is the only faction that has a really robust econ engine, because they're the only faction that has a robust econ engine in startup. That's my guess. So pulling them down a bit probably makes some sort of sense. That's my guess, but clearly one of the least powerful cards ever to be on a ban list, unless you really think the niche interactions of some of the other cards that end up on ban lists aren't worth it, like the weird DRes exposed stuff. Logjam Pravdivos is tilting his heck. Yeah, I don't like it. Pat, how you doing? Feeling better? One of these days, people will complain about Logjam like they do about Brawn. I honestly don't think people complain about Brawn. I think people understand that Brawn is like interesting and it is powerful. I think the only problem with Brawn is it's less influence than it should be. It probably should be 3, if you ask me. But at the end of the day, like, you can click through Brawn. Brawn is interesting to counterplay. It has a fun face check that matters. It does cost a lot for the HB deck. Like, I think Brawn's a cool card. Where like Logjam is either busted or unplayable. Like, it's one of the other two. Hey Ryan, what do you think about new startup? I was very interested to hear your take, considering I know you as an entrenched startup player. At least Pharos has a max cap. Yeah, at least. Yeah, we're taking startup. David, we have a whole week we're going to be playing startup and see how it goes. I have not played Liberation startup. Excited. Now, the final change here on the startup balance update, of course, is corps can only have 3 3-pointers in them. This is a balance change that, like, tentatively is something I wanted even in standard last year. Currently in the format, it doesn't seem like that big of a problem, but some of the most, like, classically over the history of Netrunner, the most quote unquote, not value neutral statement, problematic decks have been the decks that are playing as many 3-pointers as possible and just playing keep away. And they have no intention to score at their agendas. Now, some of this can be solved by NSG, and largely NSG has been printing agendas that corporations actually want to score out. The problem is we still have entire card suites, agenda suites of decks that just have no interest in scoring out their 5/3s and have alternate win conditions, and they'll just play keep away, which is kind of rough and not very fun, and very, very hard for runners to win the game. Specifically, of course, one of the big problems is math. Damn it, math, at it again. 44 card minimum decks can run 6 3-pointers. You see this in standard. Of course, you see this in startup with all the 40 cards being part of startup forever, that they can run 6 3-pointers. And you have to literally steal half the agendas in the deck. You have to steal 9 damn points to win. That just sucks. I don't know, y'all. What are we playing? We're playing startup. Do we play to 7 points? No, we play to 9 points. Like, what about if somebody told you that? You'd be like, well, startup is weird. And functionally in a lot of startup, from my understanding, you play to 9 points. And the corporation plays the lethal. So let me just ban some stuff real quick. But you know what I mean? It's just weird. It is definitely weird. So I'm glad there's that change. It's very notably, when I played startup in the last rotation, I know I enjoyed it a fair bit, and that's because the only 5/3 that was in startup in Borealis was send a message. And it showed up in some decks. Like, it did show up because it was a 5/3, so it's a good amount of cards per point slot. Often you'd see like 2 send a message, sometimes 3 send a message and 1 1-pointer, because you generally want to hit that even break points. If you actually play more points in your deck, it's generally not good for the corp deck. And it felt good. Like, single accesses on centrals felt good. There's always agendas on rotation. Corporations had to score out, and I like that a lot better. And now currently in startup, because there are 3-pointers printed across for every faction besides NBN in the last set, in what's it called? Rebellion Without Rehearsal and the Liberation Cycle, mostly Rebellion, unscientifically. Yeah, you can just do the full suite, which kind of sucks. Really don't like it. No, not math. Treeline and Ice Wall I'm kind of fine with, since all factions have a solution to it. Yeah, single subroutine I think is a lot more palatable. I'm a startup friend, but my partner just had a major surgery and I haven't played in Netrunner since Bandlist. Ah, it's Ryan. Hopefully everything is going okay. Yay, we're rooting for you and your partner, huh? Take all the time you need, of course. Should I swap Logjam for Brawn in my Thunderbolt Arms unnecessary Resonance deck? I think you should swap Logjams for Botus. Botus are AP. Why are you playing Logjam in Thunderbolt? You got Botu. That's your better Brawn. Feeling great. Wish I could go to the GN Kid tonight, but I messed up my own scheduling. Ah, I know how it is. I won't see you there. Admittedly, I'm a bit skeptical with no new cards added, like Hashima Virus Pinhole, but I haven't given it a try. Yeah, I think that's my biggest apprehension in startup is that it is a format that is often missing solutions to the problems that are still in the format. I don't understand how in startup, like how is Anoetic Managarm not a problem? I guess you just lose off centrals more, but like there's no card in the startup card pool that favorably works into Anoetic Managarm besides arguably Burgering HQ. I think most of the problems that I'm going to say in startup are solved by Shaper card pool still. So this is what I think going into it. But at the end of the day, there's no Pinhole, there's no Light the Fire. It's not that there's that many cards in standard, but having a bigger card pool gives you more feel like you can deal with the problems that are presented to you. And I'm worrying that in startup, there can be strong problems and the card pool just does not support solutions, which is why I actually think the ban list in startup or the curation in startup has to be a fair bit more holistic and interesting. D-Res Logjam? No. Yeah, no, I've done it before. I've considered doing it. Funny that Big Op has lower agenda density than 44 built to last. Yeah, it probably has the worst case flip, which I think if you do the math, the worst case is you play 59 because then you can run 24 points, which is 8 3-pointers. It is very notably cursed. It's not that much more cursed than 44-6, but it technically is the most defensible. Managar Manoetic Brawn is in system gateway, so clearly they don't consider that combo to be too much. No, they don't, but I'm like, I also don't know. And without sounding like this is going to sound really shitty. It's like, I don't know how startup is played or tested if people are pushing the envelope. There's a chance that Anoetic Managarm is just less consistent in playing BTL in the big ice, right? Like there doesn't seem like there's enough data points to know what's clearly like the best. Obviously we know it's very good. But honestly, maybe the chances like startup folks don't want to play Anoetic Managarm. Like, I don't know. It seems quite powerful. I don't see how it couldn't be. I've been told that PD loses off centrals. At what point do you maintain startup solutions with each release without overly flooding the sameness card into standard? That's why I don't think you can do it, Tyler. That is the big thesis in which that unless the fundamental card pool of startup, like something like Dawn, if it doesn't already have the sort of baked in inherently, like it always has a damage prevention card that's fun to play and accessible. It doesn't always have like a Pinhole equivalent. It doesn't always have a Hush equivalent. Is that you cannot as a format constantly be printing solutions to problems in every single cycle just so the startup has access to the solutions, because then it has obviously a pretty rough impact on standard. If standard contained 4 different pinholes, the game would be pretty messed up in a weird way. It's maybe possible, but probably not a great spot to be in. That's my guess from a distance. However, it could be possible. So my guess is that you can't just constantly be printing solutions and problems in every single set because you'll eventually oversaturate standard. It's a hard thing to do. That's for sure. From my understanding, like sets are tested for standard when there's, design and dev testing for things like Dawn. I don't know how much testing happens in startup. Maybe more testing will happen now that we have the curation team. But that's like why I think it's very exciting to see what Dawn looks like, because if Dawn irons out some of the base level issues that you could have with startup, then every single startup rotation will always have base level cards that answer some of the problems that might not exist within the narrower card pool selection of what startup set is in startup. For instance, like right now, I'm honestly convinced that criminal decks in startup can't exist because criminal has literally no economy. The only criminal economy card in startup is like Penny Shaver and Red Team. Citation needed. We're going to find out together. And so like having a fundamental economy card part of Dawn so your faction doesn't fall apart if the cycle's not good for criminal is probably something worth pursuing if you want to make every faction playable in startup, which I imagine you do. So like the idea that Aesop's Pawn Shop just exists in system update means that almost no matter what, Shaper has a fallback engine that doesn't require interaction, which is probably pretty valuable in startup, especially when startup is Glacier. So I don't know. I usually import liberated accounts into Crim. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you need a card like that in, that always exists in the card pool, and liberated accounts is a good example. That being said, if I'm playing Crim and importing liberated accounts, am I excited to play Criminal? Probably not. I probably want something a bit more holistic, a bit more naturally works well with the criminal card pool. But at the end of the day, if you're importing liberated accounts, yeah, I guess so. You do have a career fair, right? Red team not legal? Failed the first hurdle there? No, red team's in system gateway. It's legal. Bah, it's legal. What are you talking about? Don't scare me. Mercury in Startup is quite fine. I think Mercury in Startup might just be like Mercury in Standard, which is not a play pattern I like, which is not have your fundamentals down and just hope that centrals work for you. We're going to find out together, obviously, Dash, and I'm pretty dismissive of Mercury in general. That's obvious. Hey, Swide, Boss Stream mentioned that Lucy's group tested PD heavily with the ban list. Cool. Yeah, I didn't get to the beginning of Boss Stream. I'm excited to hear from not only Lucy, but also Swide, yourself as well, to see what the testing looks like. Because Lucy said that they did a fair bit of testing, the team did. It doesn't fit NSG business model and the size of the game, but in a perfect world, a startup complementary set of tech or something could work. Yeah, it's hard. Do you know what's like? I don't know. I'm excited to see how my thoughts change about startup going forward, because startup is really, really tricky. And I think in the article that Lucy wrote too, the idea of like startup not being limited was something that's hammered home. And when it comes to limited, and limited is a term that's used in a lot of other card games for formats that are of a smaller size. So for instance, in Flesh and Blood, the last set Rosetta just came out last weekend, and you can go play limited formats. And instead of playing with the whole card pool that you play in standard Flesh and Blood, it is just Rosetta. But the thing is, card pools, when they come out, it'll be a lower power level because obviously you're playing with a smaller card pool. But when I'm playing Rosetta Sealed or Rosetta Draft, it should be largely, and it's not perfectly, a balanced format. But that's because the format actually is generally designed to work as a limited format. The idea is that Rosetta is balanced so that draft could be played at the World Championship. The idea is that the problems that Rosetta produces, there's enough answers in Rosetta itself to answer those problems. And so like Rosetta Limited makes sense. The issue is like, I'm not convinced that if you just take Liberation on its own, is that a good limited format? It's probably not. A lot of design exists with standard as the framework. Like cards are balanced around standard when they come out because NSG knows when they'll be in standard. And then they have a couple of years before rotation happens to realize what problems rotation will arise and then fix those with the next step. They always have to be, you know, putting the train tracks in front of the train for better or for worse. But like the idea that startup is not limited is technically true, but actually limited formats are a bit more like it's a terrarium. The whole environment is in there and it's designed to all be in there. And I don't think it's always the case with startup. And that's the sort of like friction in which the ban list has to be a bit more, again, holistic. We're going to use that word a lot. Just reprint Councilman in the core set. Nobody really played that when it was legal because we had Paul up. I played Councilman a lot in the core set, and Councilman is a card that Null Signal Games, if you ask me, probably should never design a card like this ever. Because this is such a ridiculous trigger that fires on every single res. And I think it was exacerbated by, at the time, this thing could exist on a street peddler, or if you had any way to produce this at instant speed, which back in the day, there was actually a non-trivial amount of cards to do that, is that the corporation has to check on every single res whether you want to do something in response. That is a brutal trigger. That is a very annoying trigger that if there's a street peddler, I have to be like, can I res this? And not just like res spin doctor, draw 2 cards. Technically you would draw 2 cards, but you know what I mean? It's like I've seen so many games hit irreparable game states because I've chosen to put Councilman in my deck and put it on a street peddler. It's just a busted trigger. I don't like cards like this. The same way I don't like cards like not free lunch. Is it free lunch? Yeah, not no free lunch, it's free lunch. Which this is technically a paid ability that's relevant at every single paid ability window. That's just bad. That just slows the game down. Like people are upset about cards like false lead sometimes because it happens on like literally slows the game down. And then it's like, imagine an ability. Obviously it's not as impactful, but it exists on every single paid ability window. It's like, what are we doing? Just slot bravado. I mean, Carpe Diem Daily Cast. I don't even think you can play Daily Cast. It's an Ashes card. Career Fair Lib counts as an old classic. It is, yeah. Career Fair Lib seems like okay. I guess a really solid core experience as a foundation is probably the first big step for a starter. Do you know what I think Null Signal Games should do? Preconstructed decks. And I don't mean they should sell pre-constructed decks, but I think if Null Signal Games wants the game to be accessible, when you buy the Liberation Cycle, it should come with a deck list of like, we assume that you own System Gateway, maybe System Update, or definitely Dawn in the future. And this is a list that you can build a 45 card runner deck and a 50 card corp deck, 49 card corp deck, and just play it. Like, I think that's the big problem. And this comes up in the articles. Like, people don't know what to do. They're overwhelmed and people don't like net decking, which I think that's ridiculous. I want to learn how to ride a bicycle. I'm also going to build my own bicycle. It's like, probably don't do that, but people don't like to net deck. But if I want to get make the game as accessible as possible, I think it's up to Null Signal Games to be like, here's a product, here's some lists of pre-constructed decks that we advise you to pick up and play, because then that actually is a format where like people are excited to take the precon decks and play them against the other precon decks, and they assume that they're balanced to some extent. Like, I think if you want accessibility to a low card pool, having pre-constructed decks built into the product is the easiest way. I think there's a lot of possibility space there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't happen. I don't think they need to be new products, and because I don't think you want to have that many products as null signal games, but casual card gamers hate net decking. I know, I get it. Which is like, I don't know, the pre-constructed decks could help, but I honestly think like it is just so frustrating that players who want to get better at the game want to build their own decks. It's nearly impossible. And I obviously, maybe I'm cut from a different cloth, but when I come into a game, I just want to be like, give me a pre-constructed deck that's functional so I can learn how the game plays. And then once I understand how the game works structurally, I can have an idea how to build decks. Doing it the other way is so backwards to me, and I'm understanding the majority of people think that way because building decks is fun, building bad decks is fun, but like it's so hard in Netrunner to learn whether, and I get this all the time, is people come up and be like, hey, I'm playing System Gateway and I can't win as a corporation. And it's a hard thing to address because I can't tell if their corporation deck is unwinnable or obviously there's some fundamental rules understandings or play patterns that are probably not the best ways that they should be playing things. It's hard. Isn't there a pre-constructed System Gateway deck? There is, but why isn't there pre-constructed Liberation Cycle decks? System Gateway doesn't even give you pre-constructed decks for like the 4 factions. They just give you for like System Gateway and System Gateway Plus, which are great. And it honestly is why System Gateway is the best starter box we've ever had, because null signal games pre-con decks also, not null signals, the FFG's pre-con deck were kind of not great. Bod deep in this. I blame Lucy. Did Lucy tell you not to play red team? Uh-oh. Hey, Gregory, Mercury is my first love when I rejoined the game, and I'll get here as hate. No, you're not going to get any hate. It's just not my favorite playstyle. Welcome to the game. Welcome back. Andre's not a fan of abs. I like guys. The abs are good. I thought limited meant temporary, something you drafted. Generally when people say like limited format, from my understanding, my like language, if someone says that we're playing limited Flesh and Blood, it would mean like either we're playing sealed or we're playing draft. It means a limited card pool and not constructed. Generally, that's what I mean. It could change from card game to card game. I don't know what limited Magic is. I think like Magic Draft is limited format technically. Other card sets print so much filler for the limited products. Netrunner works differently. Yeah, they do print filler, but they also generally try to print an ecosystem in which the set is playable on its own merits. And I'd argue that if you just picked up Liberation and tried to play Criminal, it is probably unplayable. You have no econ cards in the whole set. In fact, Liberation is relatively noteworthy for being the set that has like probably the fewest fundamental economy cards. I'm guessing. Unscientific. But like, let's look at this. And I'm going to say Runner. Like, how many of these are econ cards that you can import into your deck? Right? Like, it just Netrunner doesn't make sense for limited play. And I'm not saying Startup is. In fact, that's the point. But like, how many of these are econ cards? Friendship of a Friend, technically? Coalescence, yeah. Trick Shot, the good Shaper cards are econ cards. But that's it. Like, how do you make an economy when a fair part of the card pool is not economy, right? Like, you need your Dawn to do the work or something like that. Part of me thinks if red team was bumped to 4 credits instead of, and was cost 4 probably see play. Bill, you could spend so much time talking about how to make red team more playable, and it's really, oh, it hurts because there's so many ways to make this card a really exciting foundational piece of standard. Why can't this run remote servers? Right? Like, this card could have been great on so many angles. I think it would be really cool for a card like this to be fundamentally part of the criminal card pool. Like, if this was a stable criminal card, I would like to play criminal even more. You can make it cost less. You can make it pay off less. You can make it run remote servers. There's so many other things. Window of Opportunity, it's not a straight econ card. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of ways to make red team better, and I think if red team was better, the whole format would probably be more interesting. Again, I'm not talking about startup. I just mean in general, criminal would be much more fun if this was like if this was the thing that criminal was forcing you to do. I think we'd be like, oh, criminal's kind of cool. The whole Mumba to red send cycle was nightmarish in terms of printing problems into answers. Def Happy Energy has done pretty well by this. Yeah, by the way, if I'm like being critical and I want to talk about this on a high level, I am stoked there's a startup curation team. I'm stoked they're doing such a great job. I'm stoked to jump into startup. Obviously, we're talking for a bit, and I think NSG has done a great job. There's pain points. Of course there is. But I just want to be very clear that like I'm very positive about this. I just sometimes take this sort of tone where I talk fast and it seems like I'm seriously scolding someone. I'm definitely not. Make fun of me if that is coming through like that. I think the issue is that LCGs don't want to be doing near prints because of their model, but that's what allows limited formats to work. So for Flesh and Blood, in the last set Rosetta, they actually do reprint cards that have existed before that are entirely the same art, same title, all of that sort of stuff. Because in context, their set needed a card like that, and players know what those cards are, so it makes the onboarding a bit easier. If I'm drafting or sealed, I'm like, oh, Meet and Greet, I've played that before. That's a really good Runeblade card. And also, there's not exactly a reason to print new Runeblade cards, in theory. It makes it a bummer if you're buying packs to try and open to build a collection, but generally I wouldn't recommend buying packs to build a collection. That's a pretty bad use of money. But yeah. Virus also falls in category of availability every pay to building window, right? Yes, but not actually. I think realistically, Mavirus, firstly, upgrade on the table. A lot of runners will check before they crack their fermenter. It honestly doesn't matter every pay to ability window. It matters when interacting with ice, but only happens on approach. Because you have to pre-res the thing. And then the only time it matters is like maybe during a run in which they have an Amakua, which you're in priority, or if before they crack a fermenter, they should always ask action. That's up to them. I think that is similar, but nowhere near as rough. I think that's the closest thing too. But it's like complaining about Spin Doctor. Like Spin Doctor is technically relevant at every paid ability window, but realistically, no. So I've created 7 pre-constructed decks using System Update 2021 System Gateway using the System Gateway IDs. I think that's a great board game. I think that's great. Part of the joy of the card game is some folks is the deck crafting. 100%. I think it's really fun to show up to an event with your deck that you've built and it wins a game. Like you feel great about that. Obviously, I don't want to take that away from people. That's really exciting. I just think that they're choosing to take the hardest possible path to get there. Another way that they could add more interest for this make is arch enemy format. Have 3 runners go against 1 corp. Build that format technically existed. I've never played it. It's called the NAPD format. FFG put out rules for it. I think the rules are technically casually fun, but competitively very broken because it's easy to make the game very, very bad. But there's a whole format called NAPD format Netrunner, which is 3 versus 1. I haven't heard anything great about it, but it does exist. I'd be excited for a decently balanced set of 4 decks. Me too, Ryan. I'm a big Precon fan. Shout out to Marvel Champions. Nightcrawler just came out on this weekend. I picked it up. We could talk about Nightcrawler for 20 minutes. I think that's outside the scope of Startup Week. But like the fact that there's a Precon product from Marvel Champions that I can just pick up and play is how a lot of people enjoy that game. It's great. Same with other card games like Ashes comes with Precon decks for better or for worse. And I probably wouldn't play Ashes if it wasn't. Doomtown. I don't actually play Ashes. Doomtown has Precon decks. Very, very interesting. A lot of people just play Precon as a format. That's cool. The Precon Liberation Runner deck would be Mercury. Yeah, you have no other option. And like, at least that deck would play all the Mercury cards you don't play in Standard. I also, I'm behind on chat. I love pre-constructed decks and absolutely feel like it would be more approachable for newer players if NSG published and endorsed some list that people could pick up and play for Startup. I agree. I totally agree. I think that is one of the more approachable ways to get people into a limited card pool or smaller card pool. Building decks is how I learned the game. Playing PE and Curse and Glen Station decks made me a better player. Trial by fire against typically good decks, I guess. Yeah, Ren. Hey, me too. Like, I want to be very clear. I'll cast the first stone. I did not net deck when I got into this game. Of course I didn't. But I do highly recommend if you want to get better at the game faster, that's the easiest thing to do. But I get it. Like, I'm building my decks and bring them to events and be like, this is a homebrew. And I don't honestly homebrew that much, which is probably not great. One challenge with Precon lists is the sets like Liberation not having staples like Spin Doctor. Hedge gambles are reprinting them with every set. I agree, and I imagine that the Precons would have to assume that you owned a System Gateway. It would have to be basically like the same card pool. We expect everyone who buys Liberation will also have a System Gateway and or Dawn. And or if there's 2 Precon decks like the Dawn version and non-Dawn version, that gets a bit clumsy, but 100% there needs to be overlap there. I don't know if you play any of the Plathead LCGs. I'm a big fan of their release model with basically all the products as pre-constructed decks, Asheners, Summoners Wars. Oh, I forgot Summoner Wars too. Yeah, I have Ashes, most of a collection of 1.5 right next to me. I don't much play it. My partner doesn't like it. And I have Summoner Wars. I have like maybe 2 or 3 things. Pat's a huge Summoner Wars fan. And it's a good model. It makes it very easy for me to pick up a product and play the game in a way that I feel like is sanctioned, right? To be like, this is a good enough deck of a balanced power level. So if I'm playing against my partner, I can give her a good enough pre-constructed deck of the same power level. So I feel like if we are winning or losing, it's not because the decks are one is more powerful than the other. We feel like we're on fair grounds. And that's hard to do unless you play the System Gateway Precon decks. That's a nice spot available for Metropole Grid stamped pre-constructed decks. I do think I made stamped pre-constructed decks when they did a revised core set in system in Fantasy Flight Games revised core set. I put out like, I don't think I published them, but maybe I did. I remember playing it with like Code Marvelous on stream, and I made like 6 or 7 decks. And I probably should do that for new sets to be like, this is a good deck. Yeah, that's probably a great idea, honestly. I don't know why we haven't done it. Liberation has Saucy. Yeah, Saucy is like the only criminal econ card in that whole set, I think. With Window, yeah. There's so many small changes the red team can use. Yes. Yeah. I want a modern bank job to make Crim feel more Crim. I agree. I think we'll see something like that in Dawn for sure. There's been so much feedback about Crim not feeling Crim. Just play it in Az. It's almost okay enough. Almost. JD, I've liked red team in Az. If there's any idea I'd play red team in soonest, it would be Az. Number 4, how's it going? No criminal econ statement ignores Saucy window of opportunity. It doesn't ignore it. I was looking at Rebellion Without Rehearsal, but like, you can't. I don't think I'm excited for the format when the entire criminal economy is Saucy window of opportunity. Right? Like doesn't seem great. Like it doesn't seem like, well, I got so many options of how to build criminal decks. And obviously maybe the options are going to be limited. It's a limited card pool and a smaller card pool. I should not say limited like that anymore. Behind on chat, he will catch up. There are many games where I'd be happy to have a red team as Crim, but not before security testing, bankroll, and leech. I agree. So red team kind of slots in as the 4th or 5th piece that wins the game off of open centrals. And it's also hard to commit to early game because it's very expensive. Where putting down like a leech or a bankroll or sec testing is incredibly cheap in the early game, where you're not sure how quickly they're going to ice up central servers. Like red team is a bit clumsy to play. What if started was to get a core set, kind of the opposite of a ban list. A list of cards from other sets that are illegal. Funny name. How's it going? I think that's mostly what Dawn is trying to be and System Gateway is trying to be. I think the problem is that if it's another product or requires you to purchase all the other products just to be able, like if you need to buy half of Borealis just to get the 2 cards that are in the system update card pool, unless it's sold as an extra product, the accessibility of the format suffers greatly, right? Like I think you have to be a bit careful around that. Melanomi has a cool 1v many format that is getting brewed or worked on. Oh, cool. I was meant to check out Melanomi's blog. Melanomi said that they did a write-up on a card game. Was it Lorcana? Yeah, I was meant to check that out. Arkham has starter decks, super fantastic releases. Yeah, they're such good. Oh man, the Arkham starter decks. Ren obviously knows. Arkham Horror starter decks. So this came out of nowhere. And it's actually one of the best things I think Arkham Horror has done, is that Arkham Horror has starter decks that they sold as individual products. And I'm aware that Netrunner doesn't want to do this because they have a release model that doesn't put out products that quickly. Oh, not these. But they put out 5 starter decks, 1 for each faction. And when you purchased it, you only got, they were monocolored. This is Nathaniel Cho, who's already a really cool identity. And it was a deck of, a legal deck of Nathaniel Cho. A lot of these are reprints of cards from the core set and other sets throughout time, which are important for every player to have if they haven't picked up the early cycles. But then also comes with a bunch of brand new cards that are honestly very, very good. Like these decks were of high to mid-high power level. Like they were just good power level decks in general. But then also because Arkham Horror has this idea that you upgrade your deck by making decisions, getting experience, and between scenarios upgrading your deck, it also came with this back catalog of experienced cards. And it didn't tell you how to upgrade your deck. It just said, here's a whole bunch of options. And obviously if you own more of Arkham, any option that you can put in the deck, you can put in the deck. And it was just a really good product because you could tell any newer player, oh, which of the 5 factions do you like? This is the best product to open that card pool. So like imagine you like criminal, you could buy a criminal pack that comes with a cool criminal ID, 25 criminal cards. So if you were at home and you enjoyed criminal, you could open up your criminal card pool in such an interesting way. And then of course have a sideboard of other cards that you could consider to add to the pre-constructed deck to be like, are you struggling against assets? There's also a Miss Bones in the side pool that you can add in instead. It's like not perfect for NSG's model, but this was such a good product for so many reasons. And it's maybe not that easy to find anymore, but it was just one of the nicest ways to get people into Netrunner, to be like, oh, you got the core set? Do you really like Seeker? Go out, pay $19 Canadian, and you improve your Seeker card pool by like 25, 50%, 70%. The number keeps going up. And it was just like a really, really good, solid, fundamental deck with some great upgrades. Besides the yellow one, I've never played Harvey because Harvey seems really difficult. All the other ones are so good, and they're good IDs too. I'm a huge fan. Ashes is great. Hey, H, my main LCG, but more people play Netrunner. At Lugs Ashes, I've played a bit of the solo Ashes. I just don't have the time for it. It's a cool game for sure. I've enjoyed every game of Ashes I played, especially with Pat, who knows what he's doing. Biggest problem I have with Team Netrunner formats is, one, I just play multiple 1v1 games. I think there's reasons where like The idea is that in NAPD, two players together can work to do a play that doesn't make sense in another format, right? Like somebody sets it up, the other person knocks it down. Generally, from my understanding, in NAPD, it was like someone apocalypses, the other person keyholes or something like that. Project Crow still exists? I think it does. I don't know much about Project Crow besides it changes the decks as they upgrade. I really appreciate Arkham's revised core starter decks, especially knowing when I opened the box, all the cards were packed away as characters I want to play as. Yeah, that too. When you open the revised core, they'd be like, this is the deck, it's pre-constructed, just shuffle it. And they would be like, they're pre-made, which is great. That's a really nice way to get people into the game as well. Yeah. Just 3 clicks of setup and 3 MU, you can do a single 17 credit net with the biggest window of opportunity imaginable. Best part is of what you could do, just buy a starter deck and play the night before if you've never played before. Yeah. Too bad we need players to buy 2 starter decks to really play Netrunner. Yes. Yeah, it's much harder. It is much harder for those reasons. Hey, Jeremiah, Netrunner strangely looking like Arkham. Small Arkham tangent. You ready to talk about startup? The Crim starter deck ID should be 419, completely on problem. All right. So with that all out of the way, we're an hour and a half in, not too bad. We're going to start playing some startup. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the startup card pool, and we're going to identify some important parts about the startup card pool. Going into the card pool, we always want to look at a couple things to understand what possibilities we have. One of the great things about startup is that when we open, say, let's do a new corp deck. Generally, I like to look at corp first because corp generally dictates the problems that runners have to solve, is we can see our identities. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through the entire card pool and break down 2 important things that I think we want to know going into startup. Firstly is, what are the win conditions? This is really important. Formats are kind of defined by the win conditions that people have access to. Inherently, as a corporation, you always have the win condition of scoring ice behind agendas. Agendas behind ice, the other way. That's obviously very important, but in some formats, that's near impossible. Some formats, that's easier than others. There's ways to kind of, enforce that. Things like defensive upgrades reinforce that. They make it a lot easier. But we want to look at all the possible win conditions we have in startup. I know inherently we have agendas, and we probably have clearinghouse and Urtica Cipher because those are always in system gateway. But we want to look at the options we have. On top of that, we want to look at economy and economy engines. We need to make a certain amount of credits to be able to win any game, depending on, the problems of the corporation. So we're going to look at the card pool and see what is possible on that front. IDs is pretty manageable. I think imagining PD and Thunderbolt are probably very playable in startup. These are my guesses, which we'll reevaluate in a couple days. PD seems just great. Thunderbolt probably is okay. Architects of Tomorrow, to me, is probably the hardest one because the card pool has to support Architects of Tomorrow. I don't think NSG has printed that many Biroids, so it's probably hard to have that many Biroids in a deck. A lot of the Biroids you end up playing, I'm imagining a fair bit of them. Actually, maybe not. What do you lose? Like just Ravana? What are the Biroids in standard right now? We're going to find that out. My guess is there's not a lot of Biroids in a small card pool. On the Ninteki side, PE is always pretty good. Restoring Humanity is always almost just about pretty good. And then Atea is the one that's hardest. I think these are the sort of things where limited card pool actually can actually close possibilities more than it opens possibilities. The idea is that with a lower power level, more cards are playable, but I'd honestly think sometimes a bigger card pool obviously makes more cards playable on the basis that like Atea needs certain card interactions to feel powerful, to feel interesting. If you don't have enough cards to put in remote servers or upgrades or any of the cool tricks, which don't exist in the format, like Vovo or Jinja or Flower Servant, or timely public release. Like these are all the cards that Atea likes, and they're inherently very, very card pool heavy. So you need tricks to make Atea work. It's my guess. Again, my guess. NBM. Shit, I forgot NEH was still legal, so Epiphany probably isn't it. As much as Holloman, Epiphany is pretty good. Reality Plus is probably still good. How much cards in the card pool still give tags? We still have the basics like Ping and Funhouse and Public Trail, and obviously Oppo Research is in the format. So Reality Plus is probably just a nightmare. If economies are weak, tags can matter. The thing is, how much tag punishment is there in the format? And I honestly guessing there's probably not that much. Off the top of my head, Retribution? Vovo's from Liberation? Oh, Vovo is from Liberation. Of course it is. Yeah, he's a sys off the moves. Okay, Vovo will be there, which is great. Oh, Kevin's piping in about Atea. I love it. Vovo and the other sys ups are all Liberation, so they're available for Atea. Okay, good. Yeah, so we have Vovo and we have Adrian. That's actually not that bad. Orbital Superiority, technically tag punishment. Psychographics, technically tag punishment. But like the big single tag punishment we have is like Retribution, and I don't know what else. Mindscaping? Ugh. Okay. Starlit Knight. Yeah, Starlit Knight's not that bad. Starlit Knight scales well, and there's no way to turn off Starlit Knight in the format. I don't think there's any icebreaker in the format that also breaks Starlit Knight incredibly well. Because Orca is not in the format, and I don't think there's anything that scales with Sentry Subroutines. Greasing the Palm, yeah, in theory, but it is like 3 influence. But that's a hard one. I'd argue the smaller card pool will mean the strongest ones get played more and we'll see more semi decks. I agree, Tyler. That is my apprehension with a smaller card pool, is it usually accentuates the more powerful cards because you lean on them more. Like at the end of the day, if we're agreeing that Criminal's economy is strictly just like window of opportunity saucy, which like that seems a bit cursed, we're just going to see more window of opportunity saucy. Not that we're going to see more Criminal cards in general. So we'll see how that is. But yeah, NBN seems fine. Wayland, obviously we know Built to Last is still really good. The agenda suite changes a bit. We might have to play a bit more rushy Wayland. I'm worried that rushy score behind a single ice or 2 ice Wayland might be a bit tricky because I'm imagining Arasana is good with Trojans. Building a Better World just should have rotated 7 years ago. It's a bit of a bummer, but this is just kind of system update has these ideas like this. Is it okay? It's probably not the worst thing you can do, but I imagine Built to Last is probably better on every single front. And then say something good about Newbeg. Challenge impossible. Let's just start with PD. Freedom of Information is another tag punishment. Freedom of Information, I'm pretty sure, is a Borealis card. Almost all the like really scary tag stuff is Borealis, right? Yeah, no good. Shipment from Vlad is also Borealis. Yeah, all the like really scary tag stuff was in Borealis, like End of the Line, Freedom of Information, Shipment from Vladisibirsk, Backroom Machinations, all that sort of stuff, right? It's all just Borealis, where NBN was like really controlling the message. Hey, Hexnet. Yo, Hexnet, how's it going? Aqua Sarah's crew good against Starlit Knight. Oh, yeah, that's actually really good against Starlit Knight. Yeah, 2 strength will just get deleted. Law, we printed all the scary tag punishment alongside Drago. Yeah, we're in for a ride. That's for sure. You should make sure to review list of cards banned in standard but playable in startup. That's true. I don't think it's that many. So firstly, always go to your collection, go to startup. Easy change. And so now our agenda suite gets pretty simple. Now we also want to go down here and you want to go to casual, if I'm not mistaken. You want to put on no ban list because there's a chance that it will still ban cards that are banned in standard but not in startup. So you want to be careful for that. Yo, how's it going? Are you going to Worlds? Is there any chance that your organized play excitement is going to make you travel across entire North America? Archive Memories is the only one. Yes, let's see if we have Archive Memories. That's a good check. Yeah, we have Archive Memories, so we're no longer banning cards. Check the drop down. Okay. It's directed here by Tolaasin. I believe we talked to him. Yeah, we had Russell earlier. Tom, how's it going? He joined for the first like 20-25 minutes to show off the deck boxes he's been working on, which are absolutely gorgeous. And now we're getting into some startup gameplay. But always, you'll be there. Oh, hell yeah. Excited to see. I honestly was guessing. I had no idea. That's sick. Really exciting. Okay. If you want to have a startup ban list on NRDB, we should have the startup ban list on NRDB if you want it enforced. Like, this was the question I had. If I build 3 salvo testing, 3 send a message, does it yell at me? It doesn't yell at me. Not yet. I've seen the deck boxes in person. They're spectacular. They look really great. I want to smell them. They probably smell good. I had a wooden deck box that we had for an NPC Montreal, and it smelled really nice. Gotta set the ban list. Okay. So it is in here. I can't click on this anymore because of that. Ah, very good, Netrunner DB team. Very, very cool. Okay, great. Very, very cool. Okay, so you have to choose it. Just choose it. It's going to be in there. So now we can't have more than 9 points of 3-pointer agendas. Totally fine. That's okay. Salvo testing is probably one of those cards that is entirely dead in the format. It's one of those cards that needs a bigger card pool, unfortunately. We probably don't see this C play. Okay, so let's start with our agenda suite. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to do the little test where we're going to open up assets and we're just going to go through every single card in the startup card pool. Actually, let's just do this outside of the deck builder. It'll be easier. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Z startup in a search term. The search is for the startup format. There's ways to do this through the actual drop downs. I just know the shorthand. And I'm going to do DC, which is side corp. Even with the bigger card pools, the vote doesn't see play. Yeah, but like you could imagine. And then we're going to go by, I don't know, faction. And we're going to go through and we're going to highlight specifically any card that we think is notable because it's either a win condition. We'll just start on the win condition, right? Because it's very important to understand what our win conditions are in the format to understand what we should be building towards. Firstly, as a win condition, scoring behind ice, fine. That's always going to be a win condition. And there are cards here that technically support it. Like honestly, Lightning Laboratory or, oh God, Stegodon's in this format. Great. We want to see our other win conditions. Warm Reception as a soft win condition. Wage Workers is actually a win condition to make you score a bit faster, but not exactly what we're looking for. And then a bunch of this is obviously ice. Oh, Ravana is in the format. Oh, you can play Architects tomorrow, I imagine. Yeah, Ravana is a system update card. I totally forgot about that. We're looking for win conditions. Biotic Labor is technically a win condition. I think you could play with no clot in the format. No, clot is in the format. It's a system update. Is that you could play Precision Design and Biotic Labor out 3-2. So honestly, is possibly a win condition. Your agenda suite is probably a bit rough, but Biotic Labor is technically a win condition. Managarm is a win condition, as is, in theory, Corporate Troubleshooter. This one has a bit more ways to play around it, but Managarm is a win condition. Scoring with Managarm Anoetic is going to be good. All right, HB doesn't have a lot of options so far. It is just Biotic Labor or Score behind ice. That is going to be a problem. It's not that different in Standard, mind you. We have only a couple more options in Standard, like MCA Austerity Policy in theory, but Seamless is not a win con. Nah, it's just an econ card. It's kind of like Wage Workers. It's good. It's really, really good, but I wouldn't say it's the exact win condition. It still requires your ice to be okay. Jinteki, you have PE, you have House of Knives. That's going to be a problem. You have Snare, you have See How They Run. So Jinteki damage seems untouched. The fact that Personal Evolution is probably the most popular Jinteki card in the standard startup format is like, okay, that's not going to be great. You have Fuji, you have Ronin, Snare, Urtica. Like, you have everything that you need to make a damage deck. A Cohort is technically a win condition for assets. That is a very powerful card. And then our ice is, mind you, Tributaries banned. Our ice is honestly not that bad. Phonotria is probably a total pain in the ass. A Teeny, I don't know how many people can break a Teeny really well. That might be playable. Botu's really playable. Cloud Eater is actually worth considering if you have the money to support it, because I don't know. I guess you Fazarum through this most of the time. I think Sisyphus is a win con. Sisyphus is a win con for sure, but only if you can build Jinteki Glacier in a way that makes sense. But yeah, that is a win con. That's worth shouting out for sure. Tantu is really good. Architect triggers on Eli, Rav, Onsel, Bran, and Wage Workers in the format. That's it? Oh yeah, well, I guess we don't have a Carl anymore. Neurospike is a win condition. We have Fuji, we have PE, so that does 6 damage. Mind you, damage prevention is really hard in the format. Install Advance, Seamless Launch out. Fuji is definitely a very strong win condition, I'm guessing, in the format. Anoetic Void is a win condition. I don't think Mindscaping is. Yeah, Trickle Aid maybe. Built to Last is a lot of influence. Biotic is one more, but this is cheaper in some ways. I don't think Mindscaping is a real win condition because I don't know how you get enough tags for this to matter. Is there enough advanceable ice? Yes, there is. There's in fact a lot of advanceable ice. We always have Ice Wall, we have Tree Line, we have Log Jam, Boredom. Yeah, we probably have enough. We just lost Pharaohs. I don't think there's any ice that sees play that is not playable in startup that is in standard, barring Mess to Chess, though. See How They Spike could be fun. Yeah, I think the deck is on Fuji and Neurospike. I'm not the quickest to like new format. Let's like sleeve up PE, but we complaining about startup? No, we're going through it, trying to figure out what the win conditions are. Adrian is a win condition. That's another good card on top of Anoetic. So Jinteki has 2 defensive upgrades that are pretty good. Daniela kind of works. NBN is going to be frightening because I think NBN is lacking a lot of win con, is my guess. Beal is technically a 5-3, which is super noteworthy because if you play the full 2-point suite, the runner actually needs to steal 8 points, which is kind of favorable for you. But if you do like Beal, Headline, Stoke, and King Making, maybe that makes sense. But with King Making, you probably want to play Superconducting or something like that. That's probably actually a reasonable deck to play in the format. Spin Doctors in the format, that's super important. There's not that many ways to deal with recursion, I'm guessing. Behold is technically a win con, but such as NBN tags. And the NBN Ice Suite is inconsistent. There's nothing really in the mid-range. Everything is really big or really small, I'm guessing. Can't wait for the part where Crim is covered. Yeah, actually, me neither. NBN, I think Epiphany probably doesn't even still see a lot of play, where NEH is probably strictly better like it is in most formats where they're both legal. I was hoping Epiphany, I forgot NEH was on the format. I thought we'd actually be excited to play Epiphany. I think Epiphany is kind of fun, and I'm enjoying Epiphany in standard more than I think it does, but it hinges on things like Restore, which is a problem. Sega Graphics is not a realistic win condition. This is just an old holdover card. Because giving the runner a lot of tags is actually quite hard. I don't think you can count on this, but this would technically be a win condition. What the heck is Seraph? Why haven't I ever seen that? Because generally NBN doesn't play Big Ice anymore, and it's obviously, well, it's often worse than Hydra. That's the reason why. Oppo is a win con technically, and Sansan is a win con technically as well. This one's a bit expensive, but it is a good card. Holloman is probably the strongest NBN win condition, and you can splash it in any format. This is the most noteworthy NBN card in the entire format. Wayland has the best agenda suite. Oh my god, the Wayland agenda suite is so good. Oaktown, Alice, Above the Law, Eminent, Hostile, Basalt is fine. Slash and Burn is fun too. This is just such a good agenda suite that it's hard not to want to play Rush Wayland. My guess is that Rush Wayland is terrible into like Arasana. It usually is, because giving bad publicity to Arasana is like the worst thing you can do. And I'm imagining Arasana is the shaper in the format, for better or for worse. So that seems like a rough meta to run into. Basalt is fine. It's just I'm not excited about Basalt. It's probably very, very good. It's better than Send a Message in most of the decks you're playing. I don't think Corporate Town is really out. Clearinghouse is a win condition. Very noteworthy win condition. Hearts and Minds is technically a win condition too. We have some ice. That's not bad. Wayland does not have a bad agenda. No, they don't have a bad agenda. Pharaohs is now banned. Hammer's probably really good in the format. There's no revolvers. It's hard to deal with Hammer. Logjam is Logjam. Tree Line's good. Valenchow is bad publicity is one of the sort of things that needs a bigger card pool to seem exciting, if you ask me. Punitive, really strong win condition, still is. Only with 5/3s, though, it might be nearly unplayable unless you're starting to play Pivot to get it consistently, because if they steal a 2-pointer, their windows are a bit narrow, but Punitive probably is still something to be afraid of. Retribution, I'd honestly consider that to be a win condition, because I'm assuming there's not that much recursion in the format. There's no simulchips. There's muses. There is praxises. But I think that might be it. So like trashing the right program at the right time actually could be a legitimate win condition. It's just not the first order optimal thing. It's probably a bit of a longer road. I love that you're doing startup. Hey, Pinnacle, glad you're liking it. I'm excited to see what it looks like. Chrism Grid's notable. I don't know how strong the win conditions are. It's just nice to know Chrism Grid's in the format. These are the sort of cards where like people get frustrated when they're not in startup, right? Like it's a sort of pinhole or hush thing. It's nice to have a 1 influence card that is flexible to do with some problematic cards. And that's the sort of issues that startup runs into, is like missing cards like this. So it's good that that's in there. Tucana is just good. Tucana technically is a win condition, if you ask me. Neutral Agenda, send a message is good. Off-world is good. I don't want to play Orbital, but we can. Regulus is really important to understand. B1001 is technically a win condition. That is a very good card. We have Brasilia Grid and Ping in the format. You could probably build a deck that does that. And then the neutral ice is actually pretty great. Subliminal Hedge Fund is fine. Corpse Side doesn't look that bad. I think the amount of like winning conditions that I will actually want to pursue are relatively narrow. I'm imagining all the stuff that wants to score behind ice is going to lean on defensive upgrades. That's not that different than standard. And then you have a couple kill cons. I'm not convinced there's enough support to make fast advance really good. So you have to probably do some sort of mix where it's like a bit of fast advance and a bit of jamming in a remote server, which like that's what Wayland's been doing for a long time to like different extents of viability. So that's not too surprising. But it is definitely more limited, and it seems a bit grounded in some ways. Like a lot of the weirder stuff doesn't exist. But that's not that different than standard. And you don't die to re-education. That's kind of good. Some of us have been playing for over 10 years and they get there eventually to enjoy the journey. Hats off to those who know the card pool properly. Oh, as response, I'm coming from over Keyforge and trying to get into Netrunner. The card pool is mind blowing. I think what gets me is, firstly, Tom, it'll just take some time. It's not that bad. If I'm going too fast or you're asking questions about the cards because I go too fast, please let me know and I'll try and slow down. I go quickly, which is not the best thing for newer players who don't know all the cards, but it comes with time. One of the best things you can do is just play. The more you play, the more you see the cards. The more you see the cards, the more you remember what they do. And the ones that are worth remembering are honestly worth remembering. The number comes up that standard has like 850 cards. If you ask me, it doesn't. Standard has like 500 cards, maybe. That's obviously still a big number, but just understanding that when you're looking at an FFG cycle and an NSG cycle, while there is 120 cards in an NSG and an FFG cycle, about 80 to 90 of them see play in an NSG cycle, maybe more. In FFG, it's like 30 to 40, especially like the Red Sand cycle. So the card pool seems bigger than it is in standard, for better, for worse. Stream best listened on 0.5 speed. I listen at 2x speed, but I'm also English first language. Go at your own pace. I'm enjoying listening. Okay. I'm heading into 3 hours of consecutive meetings at work. Take care, Andre. I'm looking forward to VOD. Good luck at the 3 hours, huh? This sounds pretty normal. Let's look at the runner side, okay? And so runner's gonna be really interesting. Econ packages, there's no like regolith-like card that'll just fix your rough startup or rough any deck in any format. We just don't have a regolith as runners. So you have to do a bit more work to work on your economy. So we're gonna try and keep that in mind as well. Umpison example is not really a card in standard. I imagine it's a more playable card in startup. It is a sort of thing where it's a slots issue and a speed issue. This is like a nice, I think, poster child of a card that could work in startup that can't work in standard. I do want to say that there are some decks in standard that are considering en passant and are playing en passant, whether it's Mercury or D-Res decks. Like it is technically a niche card that you should be aware of in the standard format, but this is a good example of a card that does see more play in startup than standard for sure. So what's playable? Retrieval Run's nice to know. It's kind of been outclassed by other stuff. There's some expensive breakers in the format, like getting a Lobby with Retrieval Run might be a first order optimal thing to do. And you can play Femme Fatale, which maybe Mercury wants that. Retrieval Run's worth something in the format. Wildcat is fine. Eye for an Eye, I'm pretty dubious about this. The fact that we don't have Steelskin Scarring incredibly just like lowers the power level of all things like Carnivore, Eye for Eye, Audrey. That's just kind of rough that we only have half of the trash from hand package, because obviously this package is balanced around itself and very, very aggressively balanced, like price and stuff like that. It's just a bummer that we're missing fundamental a card to that entire archetype. From what I understand, what Lucy was saying yesterday on Boss Stream is card draw in startup is really, really bad. Economy is not terrible, especially if you're playing Shaper, lol, but that card draw is the problem. So if we do startup and when you do X draw, maybe and we do side runner, we'll see how many card draw cards there are in the format, and it's probably bad. Why did that not work? That worked. Wait, hold on. There's a lot of cards here. So let's look at all the card draw options, okay? Ashen, not really a card draw card. Amanuensis, obviously very niche. Isla, no. Biopins, okay, that's a card draw card. Chrysopian, no, it replaces itself. Diesel, good. Earthride's good. Jailbreak, niche. Joyride, very good. Probably worth splashing, but very good. Lagu, a bit harder without, you know, recursion as much as in standard, let alone with no steel skin. Lilypad is a build around. Professional Contracts is a build around. Lou is an ID. Solidarity Badge is a build around. Umbrella is, you really have to be going at your way. Verbal, Viercation Wildcat, right? Like, literally no criminal cards here. Not that different than standard, but that's a problem, right? Like that's just going to be very uneven. So that's not great. Shaper, you still have Diesel and Viercation, Lilypad, Joyride. Like, ooh, turns out the Shaper card pool is good. That's what I'm expecting from startup. Anarch has literally no card draw as well, besides Lagu. And hoping that they give you cards with Wildcat Strike, which I imagine this format is like way worse an idea than it's normally in standard to not do that. That's going to be a problem. And so I've been told that generally you want to click for card draw, and that means you can get your economy through non-click ways. Don't click for cards, click for card draw in the format, and that probably makes sense. Yeah, Verbal probably see some play because you're clicking for card draw, it's fine. But that is just going to be like a weird quirk of this format, that card draw just kind of stinks. So we have to keep that in mind. All right, back to this. Praxis is a very noteworthy card. It is a very powerful card as well. A Seb seems probably playable in the format, and that's good. Price is probably fine. If the format is slow enough, you actually might not need Price, as good as the Price is. And again, without recursion like labor rates, without cards like Steel Skin, Price is a bit worse. I do not think the format has the cards draw to support Carnivore. Just a bummer. And that's what I mean. Sometimes a smaller card pool means a smaller card pool. We don't have the card support to support this. Amanuensis, if the tag punishment's not that bad, it actually might be playable in the format. Wizard's Chest has Knife still. Solidarity Badge still has Imp Blue stuff. The IDs, I think, are a bit uneven. I think I'm actually going to play Reyna because I like playing Reyna, and Reyna seems like a startup enough ID. Quetzal probably isn't it. We don't have Poison Vial, so Quetzal's power level is like not the best, I imagine. Pharaoh's also going as... Not that you can Quetzal Pharaohs, but it deals with tree line. Lou is build around. I think Lou is probably fine. It actually has a bit more card draw than any Anarch in the format. And then we have Seb. And Seb is really tricky to play, and even in standard, because you don't have enough card draw in standard to play Seb. Obviously, that format's faster. So I'm worried about the card draw needed to sustain Seb. Claude is in format, but you know also what's not in format? Simulchip. Or self-modifying code. Like, Claude technically exists, but like kind of vestigially exists. Like, I don't think you can play Claude in a way that stops fast advance besides just putting it on the table. Now, putting on the table is interesting because they have to purge. There's no virus in the format, so it's probably worth something. But the ways that we think about Claude in standard are probably very different in startup. Like, you just have to install Claude and hope it's good enough, and hope fast advance exists. Seb has much less tag punishment to keep him down. Yeah. Seb is probably easier to float a tag, which is kind of cool. Rotor and Cleaver in the same format, so that's a meta choice. Imp is really important. I think this is the only killer Anarch has, besides Boitata, maybe. Botchos seems really, really good in the format, but again, there is no simulchip. There's very little recursion. If they destroy the Botchos ice, and I'm imagining destroying ice in the format is going to happen a fair bit because of all the like Trojans. There's a whole bunch of Arasana, and without simulchip, it's just Muse. So if you can trash the ice that Arasana put the thing on before it gets pulled back with UAV, that's probably really good. I imagine destroying ice and overinstalling ice is going to happen a lot in startup. I can't imagine Fermenter not being one of the best cards in the format. Leech is very good, 1 influence cost, and we have all the Anarch breakers. It's going to be good, and if Criminal needs to be a run-based deck, this seems great. Buzzsaw and Cleaver are very good, but you now need to rely on Leech, which at least is not surprising, because there's no way to be purged at instant speed. There's no virus in the format. That's going to have a huge change on the value of viruses. But if you get your Leech down and they have counters, you can run into anything with Buzzsaw, Cleaver, and even Mimic, and if they purge, that's when you have to start stressing out. But you should not be ever surprised by a purge mid-run, so your Leech is entirely safe. Heliamphora, yeah, purging seems harder in the format. Boitata is probably not the worst thing because we have Aesop's Pawn Shop, but I think these weird build around cards are just going to be harder in the format. Audrey can be tricky. Banner, I don't know. Monkey Wrench might make sense with the weirder part of the card pool. Ice Carver is probably good enough. Liberate Count's a very important card in the format. This probably sees play in a lot of decks, I'm imagining, because it is slow enough and it is expensive, but it literally has 16 credits on a card. You pay 6 to 3 to 3 on, which is great. Scrubber. There's not that many ways to deal with assets. A lot of the assets are 2 cost, but the format doesn't have a lot of stuff besides, I think, Scrubber and Parisha. So Scrubber probably is fine. Xanadu, probably just a Reina card. Cookbook seems good. Virus support is good, and Friend of a Friend only sees play in Manuel in Sebastião. Same with Manuel, I'm imagining. Awasera's group, it's probably great, probably really good as well. Hannah's probably fine. There's no deep dive, so you don't really need the clicks. I'm not sure how much acid spam there is, but I'm imagining if NEH is good, that's good. Iru's fine. Lagu is probably worse than the standard. Can't bounce Trank? No, you can't bounce Trank. I wish you could bounce Trank. If you could bounce viruses with UAV, you'd actually play an Augustina deck would be pretty fun. Egret's a UAV target too. Yeah, I imagine like shutting down UAV just shuts down Shaper in theory, like entirely, because they have not enough recursion to keep that up. Career Fair, really good card for 1 influence. A 3 credit install, a click gainer. That's worth a sure gamble. In limited formats, a little in standard, that's really, really important. E-Shutdown's probably pretty good. Forged, I don't know how scary the ice is. So far, it doesn't look that scary. I don't know if you want to play Forged. Inside Job, being in the meta, is the boomerang of the format. And we have Debrada, which we'll get to. Legwork is fine. Networking seems kind of like a sub card. I don't know how much Reality Plus. Tread Lightly is a fun card that might actually see more playing startup because of slots. Mutual Fable is great. Windows great. Meeting of the Minds is still Meeting of the Minds. Estebrado, Dawkins Bass, Penny Shaver. Criminal doesn't have a win condition. Like, I think we missed this when it comes to Anarch. Like, Anarch actually doesn't have a win condition. There is no way in the Anarch card pool to see more than 1 card. And this is the sort of thing also, like, you have to keep in mind with a limited format or a smaller card pool, is that not every set produces a win condition. The only way to see more cards off centrals is Manuel Shitomura, which is a bit of a limited card. So the format might get, Iru 2. Yeah, you're right. Iru 2, Taylor. That's a good shout out. But that means when an entire format has an entire faction pinned down to 2 multi-axis cards, of which I wouldn't say Manuel is really easy to play in, like Lu, for instance. That's going to have an impact on how much diversity you see. An eye for an eye, I'm not even, but okay. But yeah, that's just like very, very, very much worth keeping in mind that there is no multi-axis, and Criminal has it in some ways worse, in some ways better. Like Criminal has Legwork, or more accurately has Docklands Pass, but that's it. Now Criminal has Jachinyo, which is a win condition, but I think that's the only way Criminal can see more cards. So right now in the format from a distance, it looks like, does everyone just play Conduit? Wait, how do you win? Crim is Cupulation? Yeah, but Cupulation, Dawkins Pass, Legwork, like it's 3 orders of the same fries, you know? Like one of these is going to be better than the other. I don't think you win by having, like, there's not like a critical mass of HQ multi-axis you're going to have in the format that suddenly makes you win more than you don't. In fact, you want to have a limited amount of multi-axis for HQ because you don't need it every turn, but seeing the top of R&D every turn matters. Crim has Sneak Door. Yeah, Sneak Door is another reason why I think Dawkins Pass is probably the best option here. But barring, Jailbreak is the neutral one. Seems hard. Just lock the remote. Yes, and I'm not excited to play Just Lock the Remote. Which one is Waffle of Rise 8 London? The way I was winning in Crim was snowballing off Penny Shaver, Sec Testing, Leech, and prolonging the early game with Shutdown plus Trick Shots, Jailbreak, and Mary. Oh, Shaper has all the win conditions. They have Cataloger, they have Trick Shot, they have Pretty Mary, they have, oh no. I don't see how this format is not just a Shaper format. And that is, again, I think a problem with Rebellion with that rehearsal. They have Beatrice too? Oh no! We're not gonna play Shaper immediately. We're gonna play Shaper last for sure. So the criminal card pool is like pretty uneven. Notice how many of these cards give you money. Career Fair. Penny Shaver, which, like, competing between Penny Shaver and Hermes, I think you might have to play Penny Shaver in the format. Ken, there's enough run events. Steve technically could be it. Zaya, again, the IDs gives you limited reach. Snake Door is a really good card. Tranquilizer can be a good card in the format if it's slower. Corpse might have less money, so this card can be more impactful. But I think we lost the most expensive ice in the format. Or Saucy, Sec Testing, Red Team. Debbie is a good card with Ken. Like, I think you can build Ken, probably. Meeting of Minds technically makes you money. No. Yeah, Saucy Whoop is like, everyone's saying Saucy Whoop, and I honestly don't know if that's enough to build a deck around. Is Whoop at least a run event? Whoop has to be a run event, right? Just play Steve with 2x Beatrix and 2x Mary solved. Window has to be a run event, right? It'd be wild if it is. It's not a run event. It's like Ken, honestly, playing Ken with 17 influence so you can play all the good Shaper cards and then also play Debbie seems like reasonable. I honestly would consider starting there. I think we will probably start there. This seems like the easiest criminal to play. Now the Shaper card pool, it's just cracked. Like I obviously we don't have creative commission, but we still have like these are some of the best in slot cards. Diesel, best in slot. Maker's Eye, playable. Burner, best in slot. Trickshot, best in every format it's in. Joyride and Vehication are worth considering. DZ is still really good because we have Arasana and we have UAV and we have Lilypad. We have that whole engine. Cataloger, best in slot. Lilypad, best in slot. Airblade honestly doesn't have that many targets. It's mostly the net damage, and if P is that much of the format, you can play it. For pawn chop, it makes sense. There's just not that many on encounters in the format. It's like just toll booth and pop up window, and that might be it. There's actually not that many things. Shaper, I'm not sure if you're excited about Isla. Kit, you'd have to work around because it's not that easy to get Lobisomi out, and you don't have Orca, but it's probably playable and kind of interesting. Dao is fine. Arasana is probably really good. Hey, Maddie. I don't think the format is making Chameleon C play is my guess. Egret sees play in stranger decks because you can play Umbrella and all that sort of stuff. Arasana just wants stuff to install. Prisha's worth something. Conduit's really good. We have Echelon and Unity, which are the best breakers. I imagine Muse, Coalescence, very good engines. Lobisomi is really good. Pressure Strike probably isn't worth playing. And while I think Living Mural might see play in the format because it's slow enough, I would be a bit apprehensive of installing all these Trojans, considering that there's not a lot of recursion and cards like Tattoo Bull, Descent, all these sort of stuff see play in the format, and returning your ice to hand is not uncommon for the corporation, it turns out, in the format. Slap is really good. Azos Pawn Shop is, I think, the strongest single economy card in the whole format. Proco, the format might actually be slow enough for Proco, like Seb Proco might actually be the deck. I wouldn't be surprised. Telework is another card like this. Like, imagine Criminal or Anarch having a Telework. I guess Anarch does have Liberated, which is the closest to it, but like just a fundamental 8 credits on a single card is kind of what you want in a format like this. Urban is pretty wild. Beatrice might be okay. Pretty is obviously good. I think the neutral cards are really good. Biad, Dirty, Laundry's fine. Jailbreak's fine. Overclock's great. Sure Gamble's great. Prepaid's great. T400, whether you have to play around Punitive anymore, we don't know. I don't think Valentina is going to do it. Earthrise is definitely going to do it. Verbal is probably going to be a necessary evil. And honestly, yo, startup players, are we there? Like, does this see play? Do we do this? Is it slow enough? Like, if you need cash, you have to face check and ice to get them to res. Probably lose tempo with the face check. Then Whopper Sassy makes 4 credits the first time you only re-res. It's like clumsy. Can Shaper do Admin Leech reasonably in startup? Yes. I think actually better than other formats. The problem with Admin Leech is you lose the simul chip to be able to like re-admin or admin face check, so you have to call it early. But with Admin Virus, I think Admin Leech is probably quite cool. In not even necessarily Shaper, like you could play it in anything. Oh, Julie Smartware. Yeah, Julie is like the sort of card that I think I'd either like is one of the sort of exciting cards more in startup than in standard. Where when you Julie, oh man, this is a lot of setup just to get a Rozeki, but it's a Rozeki. It sees some play. Okay, cool. All right. With that in mind, understanding the whole card pool, I think the runner side is going to be much more imbalanced than the corp side is my guess, but that's not going to stop us. So let's try and build the most generic PD-ass deck that we can, and then go from there. So PD, we can play most of the agenda suite that sees play in standard. And sorry that I'm standardizing startup, but I think this is where we want to start to get a basic read of the lay of the land. So Luminal, of course, 3 Off-World Office, of course. Now we have to play only 2 more points, or sorry, 2 more point agendas. And looking at all the options here, you'll notice that we don't really have that many options. That's good in some ways, but the question largely, if you ask me, is do we want to play 1 more Send a Message and then play a Superconducting Hub, which is something that actually sees a bit more play in standard modernly. I think some people are playing the 3 Ikwa version of this deck. Now, Ikwa is a bit better than Send a Message on a couple angles, but Superconducting Hub makes sense in PD if we're playing Your Digital Life, which is not in the format. Oh, it is. That's good. That's really good to know. So that's a thing. The other option, of course, is we play 2 Send a Message, and then we play Vitruvius's, and we use Vitruvius's to get back our limited econ operations or whatever. We just score this like a 3-2. We can even play Abiotic Labor to be able to close the game out on lower points. We don't have Midnight 3 Arcology, so Superconducting Hub is technically the thing that we could pursue if we want to play Your Digital Life decks, which I imagine actually could be quite reasonable. 3 Superconducting and play 1 less 2-pointer. That's also another option. I wonder what it's going to do for slots, Tron, but I'm actually probably going to see that we are going to have an issue of filling in 44 cards. But I think you could consider playing multiple 3-1s and a fewer 2-pointer. And being okay about it, because the more you score, the more PD fires, something like that. All right, let's look at the assets we want to play. We have no Rashida. That's always like a big like whiplash that we're not playing Rashida. We don't have a Gatekeeper, so our ice is actually a fair bit less tempo positive. I think that's going to be the biggest problem with precision design is we don't have all the ice I'm expecting us to have. We don't have Gatekeeper. We don't have Drafter. None of our ice face checks tempo positively, so the runner should be even more aggressive, and we're going to be even more in a worse spot because of it. So we have to figure out how to like breach that, get over that gap that we have here in our in our power level. So we might actually look at some weird spots that we haven't looked at before. I'm imagining still in this format, we're going to play 3 Spin Doctors. I don't think that's going to change. And we can look at a couple of the other options. So we have Prototype and Warm Reception, which are a bit clunky. I don't know how quickly we're jamming in a remote server, but I might want to closer go for Nico and Marilyn. We don't use Wage Workers that well. We honestly don't. A lot of times our turn is seamless advance. We could do quad advance, but I don't think that seems great. Regolith probably is good enough for PD. Some standard PDs play Regolith. I think we're going to need Regolith because we just don't have good money. And also that doesn't get shot down with a pinhole threading as consistently. So that's worth something. Nico and Maryland, whatever. Is JK something in the format? With our pinhole, JK actually probably seems a bit better. This might be one of those sort of startup cards that sees play not in standard, but I could see this click being kind of fine because if they run it and trash it, it's okay. It's a low investment. We could try it. Please no JK. I'm gonna put 1 in as a bookmark. We probably will end up cutting it, but no Tranquility. Yeah. Oh, without Tranquility, JK is cringe. Yeah, JK is a fair bit worse without Tranquility. I just want to look at what other options are, right? Like Cohort. No shot JK is good. We'll find out. I'll just say 3 Regolith is probably it. Cohort is fine. I think runners should trash this. We're not going to be able to ice this up that well, but this is a very powerful card for 2 influence. I'm gravitate towards the powerful cards. Charlotte, kind of fine too. You do install advance. It's pretty good as well. That could be an option. 3x Nico. I think 3x Nico is a nice way to get more card draw on the deck. I'm just worried with Regoliths and Nico. They're going to take the same remote server. That startup card pool analysis better become a highlight in its own video. I've got this comment a couple times. I don't know, Funny, if you suggested it too. I think you did, but I do not know how to extract a clip from this to make it a standalone video because YouTube saves the video as 720p and I don't record locally because my computer's not, this computer's not more powerful enough to do it, but it's something I need to look forward. I'll probably just re-record it. Yeah, it was me. I got a suggestion also from X Flesh and Blood X, but I think it's a great idea. I just think I'd rather re-record it in a way that's more structured and I've seemed like less of a blasé dickhead potentially because I'm trying to have fun when I talk through the card pool. If I was a bit more serious, I would treat it a bit better, I reckon. Okay, let's look at our ice and let's look at all the ice. We've only spent so far Janina and Spin Doctor for influence, so we have a lot to work with. Ice that's probably worth playing, and Blade of Barrier is relatively good. This agenda suite doesn't get to threat 3 that much faster. We could play 3 Send a Message if we wanted to. So are you looking at System Gateway if you're building a startup deck? No, Tom, system startup is System Gateway, System Update, and then the entire Liberation cycle right now. It's not just System Gateway. Right now we're looking at that entire startup card pool. A Blade of Barrier we'll put in there. On sell is probably fine. It's a good face check. They can click through it, but I'm imagining this is a taxing ice in the format. From a distance, I don't honestly know what killers that you can play that break this well. Mimic doesn't. There's no Revolver, which is one of the best ways to break on sell in standard. So what is Criminal breaking this with? Carmen? It's not that easy. But yeah, we're going to definitely need some sentries here because we don't have Drafter. This is where like you get the whiplash where like you start playing weird stuff, right? Like I'm not saying we play a teeny because we have MIC, I'm pretty sure, but like you need to have an open mind to be like, oh, we need to play a taxing sentry. Oh, we'll play hammers in PD, right? Like you got to do that. Laser pointers, how we break it. Yeah, I guess so. Let's see if that sees play. Right, like do you consider Ballista? Honestly, it's a bit expensive, and I think we need to make sure that we have enough money in the deck, but these are the sort of things where like the change in the card pool actually can change the ice that you're happy to play, which is great. Gosh darn it, I don't have the Liberation Cycle. Russell got me Gateway in the 2021 update last year for my birthday. Oh, well, firstly, that's a good birthday present. But just to understand, startup is always system update, system gateway, and then the last full cycle that has come out. Sometimes it's a cycle and a half if we're between cycles, but it is also the liberation. If you want to just play gateway and update, that is a great format too, I reckon, but it is technically not exactly startup. But there is some good stuff there. Next year when Dawn comes out, system update will be replaced with Dawn, but liberation will still be part of startup. So it's like a really nice thing to get into if you want to play startup for the next like year or so. With less buzzsaw, white space is a card. Why would there be less buzzsaw though, Ba? I'm imagining there'd be more buzzsaw because there's more leech. And that is actually a very interesting thing too. If we do S/code gate, which works. What strength are the code gates? Right? Like understanding what is the strength break tells you how good certain code gates are. So let's just really quickly check in startup how strong the code gates are. So how do you sort by strength? So let's talk about the code gates we assume are going to see play. I don't think Valenchao is going to see a lot of play. Piranhas might not see a lot of play. So there's a couple 5-strength code gates, like a Teeny and Tollbooth should show up consistently. Horde should show up consistently. MIC should show up consistently. But there's actually not that many code gates that get punished by Buzzsaw. I think Anarchs will be on Buzzsaw. I think Criminal should be on Buzzsaw, Ba. I think Criminal should be playing run-based Leech Buzzsaw. Because if you right now look at the card pool, there's not that many code gates that make Buzzsaw ugly. In fact, most of the code gates you're expecting are like Magnets, Enigmas, Diviners, VSAs. Like most of the code gate suite is actually low strength, let alone one Leech or one Ice Carver away. The only thing you struggle with is Tollbooth, but it's Tollbooth. Like maybe you'll play a Fizzarum or some trick, like a Botchless on the Tollbooth is probably what you do in Anarch anyways. So the question is whether you actually end up playing the high strength stuff, which would be like, again, a Teeny and then the bad pub stuff. I don't think Valenchao is the bad even with that outfit. It's a pretty taxing code gate. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's definitely not terrible. I don't think I'd play it in PD, but it's probably a bit better than it looks. Same with Piranhas, because card draw apparently sucks on the runner side. So having the card draw differential might be actually a reasonable thing to pursue. If Leech is powerful, Lotus Field is powerful, yes. We saw that, mind you, last week when we played with Ba. But if that's the case, you just pay 4 to break the Lotus Field. That's not great for you. But if you're relying on Leech, you can at least still Buzzsaw through the Lotus Field. It just kind of sucks. Yeah, I imagine Piranhas is probably pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I'm imagining Buzzsaw is fine. Do we play Hordem? Like, we have influence to play ice. I just don't think we can make a good enough PD ice suite. Like, MIC is probably good. Notice how all our good ice is pretty expensive. Magnet is probably pretty good, actually, with Arasana being a big part of oh my, this is all the, no, these are all the code gates. With Arasana being a part of the format, a big part of the format. But let's go back through this. Just play Eli and Ravana. I'm definitely playing Eli, because Eli is pretty good into Cleaver. It's not great, but it's pretty good. We want to make sure that we're not considering certain stuff. Brawn is obviously Brawn. It's good in every format. Descent, Diviner, Enigma is probably pretty good. I don't think I want to play too many code gates that are weak to Buzzsaw, because I assume there will be Buzzsaw out there. But I don't think I want to play that much Enigma. We already have 2 Magnets. That's fine. Hammer is probably worth something. Is on sale better than Hammer? I actually kind of like Hammer a bit more. It seems like a bit more impactful face check. Hordem, Ice Wall, Jaguar, Karuna, Logjam, Lotus Field, Lycian, MIC. We're already playing Magnet. We're playing Palisade. I don't think we need Palisade. It honestly is the same as Eli though. There's a chance that Palisade is just better than Eli. Obviously we put Eli in central servers, and also obviously we can play Ravana, which needs more Byroids. So I think that's a reason to play Eli. Ping, Piranhas. I would consider Pop-Up Window. I think our ice suite is not that good. If people are not playing run-based decks and are just sitting back and doing like Seb stuff, like Pop-Up Window isn't great. But if people have to run constantly because of Arasana and because of like Pop-Up Window is worth considering. I would earmark this. Bova's good econ. Brazil is really cool and should have 1x of it. Oh, you're right that Diogen, the problem is in standard, there's better grids that in this format, actually like using your grid as your win condition is maybe reasonable. 2 Ravana. I think if I play Brasilia, though, I'd probably not play PD. I'd play the other one. I'd play the other thing. If you're looking at Palisade and have influence, then Treeline. Yeah, I guess. But that's a hard way to spend 2 influence. There must be a better way to spend 2 influence than a slightly better Palisade. So Rototurret, Seraph, Rototurret. See what that feels like. I think people might face check a bit more because there's no like blowout by Gatekeeper and blowout by Drafter. Like maybe you can face check and then Rototurret does something. Wraparound White Space, VSA, Valenchao, Treeline, Tollbooth, Tithe is fine. Tattoo Bowl is probably the best. I think another really good card because it's an econ card. It's really hard to. Oh, Treeline's 1 influence. I didn't know that. Oh, that's not that bad then. Yeah, you're right. It's 1 influence. Sick. All right, we have way too much ice. We probably want between 13 and 14 ice for a 44 card deck. We actually have more ice than we know what to do with. This is like 20 ice, right? Yeah. So let's slim it down. I think Tattoo Bola might be better than Eli, but that makes Ravana not good. Rototurret is weak in my opinion. Biscotta, Rototurret is kind of weak. It's kind of expensive. It is a card that hasn't aged well. But at least from what I've seen from older formats, like when we played Worlds stuff from 2012 to 2014 last year, Rototurret showed up in like every single deck. I'd argue that's probably not good. I don't think 0 strength is a huge liability in the format, but it's like not my first card. It's just like a funny artifact whenever you hit a limited format to play Rototurret. We'll cut this down. I think we actually have to make some interesting decisions, but like This is probably a good agenda ice suite. All right, operations. We have archive memories, which is not banned in standard. I don't know if there's anything we can do that's unfair with archive memories. Keep that in mind, though. It's always important to understand that this card could be busted. Biotic Labor is a one of, might make sense with Vitruvius's. We'll keep that in our pocket. Spend all your influence on Hollowman. I don't think you want Hollowman when we have Seamless Launch. I don't think you need to. It's very expensive compared to Seamless Launch. I think playing econ cards like Gov Sub and Hansei Review might make sense. We'll definitely play 3 Hedge Fund, 3 Greasing because we just need more economy in the deck because our ice is not that tempo positive and we have a money issue. We have 44 cards. We'll fix that, don't worry. Planogram, we need more card draw. Like, we don't have Rashida. We actually need more card draw. We don't have access to red level clearance, do we? No, that's an Ashes card. I would play red level clearance if we had access to it. But actually playing 2 predicted planograms to draw 3, or maybe even sprint is just a bit better. It's technically not card quality, it's card quantity. Sorry, the other opposite. It's not card quantity, it's card quality. Like, sprint might be good enough for our use case. I don't want to play Subliminal because I don't think they cannot not run. And then obviously 3 Seamless, and YDL we'd have to build around a bit more, which I think we would do with the Superconducting Hub, which we're not playing. Upgrades. I think we're gonna have to move some influence around to play some good upgrades because of course we are. Firstly, grid is a subtype, right? Or region is a subtype. So if we search region, none of these are good. Now, Brasilia is a good card, but I think you have to build your deck around it. I think this is a really good reason to actually consider Thunderbolt over PD because re-resing Tithes and Ablatives is very, very good. And making your ice have higher strength is important if we think people are playing the sort of fixed strength breaker stuff. Also, it beats Slap Vandal. It doesn't beat Botulus, but it does beat a bunch of the stuff we might expect in the format, as much as it doesn't beat Phaserum. And Phaserum seems like a monster in the format. We actually might have too many code gates. At least we have magnets. So that's something. I think we could easily do this. I'm worried that we don't have enough money for 2 MICs. But I don't think we play a region. So if anything, we play 2 Managarms. Losing your Tranquility loses you like literally 10 to 12 credits in every game. That's not going to be good for us. And then we probably want to play Anoetic, which means actually we want card draw. So we might have to put more cards on the deck. Tucana's also got reasonable inclusion. I think Tucana is pretty good. I'm a YDL believer. Tron, I am too. I think you have to structure your deck though. Because in a format that you're playing YDL and you don't have either Rashida Yahim or Midnight 3 Arcology, makes it a fair bit more difficult to make YDL feel good. Like, I think you actually have to play multiple copies of Superconducting Hub. I think Tucana is actually a consideration to build around. I'm just going to try and keep this safe and play like 2 Anoetics, and then we'll obviously cut Janina. And that is functionally a deck of too much influence. So let's move it around. I mean, YDL acting as extra low credit hedge fund is still good. Yeah, but if that's the case, like, we still have Greasing the Palm. Like, I don't think we are that worried about that. We'll cut the Biotic, whatever. 3 Nico, 3 Regolith. This seems like it's going to crunch up a remote server. Off to appointment, excited to catch a VOD. Stride, happy appointmenting. We'll be here, and we'll be back on Thursday. Vovo, though. I'm assuming Vovo's a bit mid. Like, again, I think you want to play Vovo with, obviously, Brasilia. But I think on average, Vovo will be like a 2 credit econ card for a deck. We res for 1, we save 2. Do you think we're going to be resing 2 ice into Vovo and they're not going to trash the Vovo? Maybe Vovo can take like the Nico slot. Nico slot. That could make sense. I think. Vovo Tattoo is a hedge fund? Yeah, but they should just walk away. I don't think you need to make Tattoo that much better. But you're right, resing a Tattoo for free feels good. Squint Vovo kind of looks like a Tranquility. Yeah, F it. Okay, we'll try. I don't believe in Nico as much as I like the Nico card draw. Unless they're Shaper, they ain't got money for trashing. You think they have no money for trashing? That'd be cool. All right, this ice suite. I think we can end up cutting the Ravana. It has a couple options with Braun or Eli, but I just think we don't need it. 2 MSC, 2 Magnet seems good. The center suite sucks. This obviously doesn't need a breaker if they want to send it. On sell is kind of annoying. I just don't think there's a center we can play that's that expensive. Where maybe have an argument to play, like to switch IDs and play. If like Tithe seems good, that's a better reason to maybe play Thunderbolt, which is pretty goofy. 9 barriers seems like a lot. We're currently on 16 ice. We definitely want to cut 2 ice from the deck, and that actually makes the deck legal and maybe playable. I'm worried we don't have enough card draw because we have no Rashida, and sprint is not card draw. I don't know how to put, like, what's card draw and startup on corp side? It can be as bad as runner, right? Actually, maybe it is. Agenda, Spin Doctor, Nico, Cohort, Charlotte, DBS is not card draw, Tributaries Band, Descent is not exactly card draw. Ooh, it's just bad. It's Planogram, Sudden Commandment, Corporate Hospitality. Yeah, draw seems just bad. Single Blade is probably correct. I think it is, especially because we have less good targets in the format, right? Like, we're not putting Rashida's back. I think that's an easy cut. And I think we could cut an Eli. I think we have too many mid-range barriers. The question is, like, we'll find out very quickly if the Eli is more or less taxing than any Sentry we could play. Right? Like, the Eli actually might be less annoying than Tattoo Bolo overall. It's obviously a money thing. Ice Sweet, I don't love it. None of our ice is tempo positive. You should be able to face check on everything besides MIC. That might be a reason to play more MICs. Let's see what the test draw looks like. But this obviously just looks like a lower power level PD for better or for worse. So our opening here is actually kind of nice. I'd keep this. We could do Vovo, MIC. We probably wouldn't do, we'd just probably do Vovo Regolith Hedge Fund, which is a bit of a bummer. If they face check into it, it's probably bad for them, and then we can recover with a Regolith. Then we can put a Vovo, probably Ice Up Essential. How about a Soraka Blade? That's actually not the worst inclusion. None of our ice is tempo positive is what I love to hear as a runner. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Soraka Blade, again, another reason to play Thunderbolt. That is good text. Mimic breaks it well. I don't know what the other Sentry Breakers are. Carmen doesn't have to boost. That's not great for us, but 3 subroutines. It's probably okay. I'm just worried that we don't have enough money. Strakaben is garbage, even startup. I would actually want to try it, but I think after this, once this PD deck does whatever it does, we would probably end up trying to play Thunderbolt. I think Thunderbolt is probably a more interesting ID than PD, which, like, to no one's surprise. Reverse accounts might be a good inclusion. It's like really slow and really expensive. I don't know how good Runner's economy is. I'm often more like willing just to put it, and also like it can be really dodgy sometimes because a lot of times you don't advance your agendas in the remote server because you have seamless. So it looks strange. Maybe it's a send a message. We have to remember with send a messages, we often want a big ice on the table. So at least with 2 bronze, 2 MSCs, 1 unsolved, we should have a 6 coster to res. But the format will find out whether we need to also get into here like a toll booth. My guess is no, because Arasana exists and you don't want to res a toll booth into Arasana. Start a regular and PD. I don't know how long it's going to take to find a startup game in the JNL lobby. If you're watching and you want to play, obviously, please pull up a chair. I think you knowing that we're playing a PD deck doesn't really change that much. Like, I don't think you can hate Q into PD. But yeah, give it a shot. 4 weeks minimum till what, Axu? I'm glad we have Vovo, because then Natea actually is kind of okay. Import deck. Nope. New corp deck. Burp. HB precision design. Tricky. Startup. Very important. Startup. Reg PD. Oh, 4 weeks to find a startup game. No, I don't think it's that bad. I think people are actually playing startup. I'm guessing. Tuesday afternoon, 19 games. Standard. There is a world championship coming up. Standard. Oh, that's not good for us. Maddie, you want to play? You got me build a startup deck, Maddie. She said she'd play. I think that's it. Can't hate Q to PD, but I can hate Qing into PD. Really? I like PD. Tehran, you missed it. Playing against Quitwa. I don't recognize the name. I'll play if you need opponent. I appreciate it, Taylor. We're definitely going to be playing a couple games today, so we might have time for that. Mind you, we have a G&K today after the stream. It's like Tuesdays. Kindly. Hey. Kindly. Because I'll be saying everything I install. Yeah, you don't want to watch or listen to the stream while you're playing against me, because I'll tell you everything that goes on the remote server. You don't do that. But we have a G&K at like it starts at 5:36, which means I have to end the stream at like 4:30. I have like half an hour to make and eat dinner, and then I have to go play more Netrunner. I just feel like on Tuesdays there's maybe a bit of Netrunner. I think fam is newer GLC fam. Oh, sick. Hey, best of luck. Have fun. All right, Reyna. That is going to be aggressive. We have to watch out. We want to respect specifically en passant. So if Quitwa makes a run and we don't want to res because of Reyna, it's going to be a problem. We definitely want to play slower into Reyna. Reyna generally blows you out if you overextend, because then Reyna can run R&D. We choose not to res. Reyna en passant and puts down a conduit, and that's pretty bad. So we want to have a slower economic play. One of our best things here to do is like get a regolith, empty a regolith, and just play a bit tediously. It's like kind of like 419. You just don't want to overextend because Reyna capitalizes on overextension. We have a Magna, which is definitely good against the botches. We're expecting Xanadu, and we have a lot of ice that's going to functionally cost us 8 credits to res. So we're going to mulligan, and we're just going to play nice and slow. Andre, I have to go play more Netrunner. No, but for real, it is like, it can be difficult where it's like my brain gets mushy. Last GNK I played after like a whole Netrunner stream, I played the worst I played in a long time. This is a good hand. We probably, like, Eli, the remote server is not my favorite thing, but we need to get the regolith to stick. I'd love to draw and end the run. Like a tattoo would be phenomenal. Tattoo into Reyna is kind of interesting. I think we can leave centrals open. But again, all we're going to do is put this in a new remote server. Now, Reyna wants to run once a turn. So Reyna, in theory, should face check this, which means there's a chance that we'll lose this regolith. It's okay because we have a backup regolith. But I'm excited to see what kind of pressure Reyna can do. Like, I don't think there's anything that punishes us for leaving HQ open. In some other formats, that was the case. Where, like, if you left HQ open, there would be, like, a lamprey or something like that. But I don't think Central's over can be a problem besides Leech. And whether Reyna actually wants to play... Because one of the problems right now, Anarch consoles in Startup, they don't exist. Like, it's Amanuensis and Carnivore. It's remarkably bad. Is there another console? There's no consoles in Update, right? Like, it's really quite bad. So you actually probably want to play, like, not Paragon, but like Penny Shaver I could see making sense in Reyna. Like, how do you play? Yeah, this is what I'm expecting. Like, Fermenter seems really good, and we actually have to take a turn off to Purge, which we could at some point. Smartware is a nice slow start. Format, looking at the speed that we're expecting. I'm not going to play the Hedge Fund. I want the padding in hand. I'm just going to take 9 off of this. Enter console, import Penny Shaver. Yeah, Penny Shaver is a fun card. Maybe import Hermes also makes sense, but if you're playing Leech and running, yeah, I would import Penny Shaver. Shapers have good console choices. It's either Lily Pad. Everyone has good consoles besides Anarch. I do not know what the Anarch Breaker Suite is looking like. Hermes res, you ice, pay credit, don't res, gets bounced. Yeah, I could see Hermes Reyna making more sense than Penny Shaver. Ooh, slow start. Like, I want ice. Okay. Braun, Eli, you can't click through all of that. They should probably pressure HQ. Like, we've gone through a fair few cards. We only have one agenda. I'm going to put the Anoetic in server 1 because that's obviously the easiest to trash. Clearly, that's an upgrade, but it's not going to be a surprise next turn. But we're probably going to install our Vitruvius and even advance it. Hopefully, top deck is seamless. Now, resing all this, we're expecting Xanadu, so this will cost 8 and this will cost 4. So that money goes really fast again. It actually probably is in our best interest to just empty the second regolith and just have enough money that we don't have to deal with Reyna. I honestly do not know how Anarchs are going to, like, translate money into a win condition because I don't know what breakers, but what Quitwa has right now is money. I'm actually surprised there's no interaction. Like, there's assumedly an agenda in hand. We've drawn through 10 cards. You're assuming 2 agendas in play. But right now, they haven't drawn a lot. They spend more time establishing economy, and I think their hand would have to be very specific to use economy to win. Because they can't deal with 2 ice. If it's like Botulus, like you're hoping that there's no... We could maybe lose to Botulus. But you need... Yeah, it's hard. At this point now, purging doesn't make sense. Because there's a lib and 2 smartwares. They know what we have on the top of the deck. They definitely need a draw here. Again, Anarch has no card draw. Really. Okay, they know we have a seamless. I'm just going to score out this Vitruvius. So we have 19. If we hedge fund here, we can also pre-advance this. We could put the Managarm in there. The Managarm makes it really, really safe. I think just with the Managarm, we won't have a lot of cards in hand, which is a bummer. So understanding if we pre-advance this, we can always seamless launch it. I think I'll just put the Managarm in there. Because now the Managarm, we have choices. I know Noetic Managarm is a bit hard with 3 cards in hand. Obviously, we want the seamless, but we should be able to score out a Vitruvius with a counter. I don't think we need any of these cards back. We'll just take the seamless back. And now they're starting to draw, which they might, yeah, they need breakers. I think that might have been a top deck here. If they face check, Rototurn, right? Like, so a Rototurn is sick. 15 credits to R19. They are face checking here. Brawn, Kin Fire. I don't actually want to res the Brawn. Resing one card a turn is the most annoying. So the cheapest investment is Anoetic, but that's really expensive. So we can do Anoetic and Mana Garm, see what they do, but then we throw out their cards. So I think we could actually end up resing a Brawn here. If we res the Brawn, like in theory, we want to keep the innermost more secret. So I'll just go ahead and res the Brawn. They probably will Tranquility it, or sorry, Tranquilizer it. This subroutine firing could have been good for us. How can you have 3 cards in a remote server? How does that work? So you can have as many upgrades in a remote server. You can technically have 100 cards in a remote server. The only thing that is exclusive is you only have one asset or one agenda at a time, but you can have as many upgrades as you want. So for instance, we have a Mana Garm, an Anoetic, and an agenda. Now it's not actually going to do anything. It's just going to end the run. We did pay 7 for this. No Xanadu just yet, but I assuming they're going to either put a Botchless on this or a Tranquilizer, and we're going to have a shelf life for sure. Assuming we're going to top deck an agenda, we have a Vovo, slightly too late. We'll just get the Vitruvius to the counter, and then next turn we'll just put the Regolith in. R&D is wide open. It's up to them to drop, like, again, a Maker's Eye, a Jailbreak, but more accurately a Conduit. I'm sad Anarchs aren't good and started my favorite runner faction. I'm assuming you can play Seb. I'm assuming Rain is fine. I just think, like, currently how our opponents set up, they just prioritize economy. I think you need to prioritize a mixture of economy, but also pressure and also card draw, which is, it seems like card draw is a rate limiting fact. But I have no doubt that there's a board state that Rain is going to be very, very frustrating. I'll take the Seamless back. We want this Regolith to stick. We have Vovo Hedge Fund. Mind you, Vovo's threat 4, which is not the easiest, but we also have this Vitruvius counter to bring back a Regolith if we need to. It's also a nice way to get an extra card back for sometimes Anoetic if our opponent doesn't respect it. But basically anything we top deck just goes straight in the remote server, and it's up to them to figure out how to deal with Brawn, Eli, Anoetic, Mana Garm. So they need a lock R&D here. Depending on how much you need the Vitruvius counter, you could have just scored right away and dropped in the Rego. Yeah, I'm going to assume that we want this Vitruvius counter just for flexibility. I don't mind playing slower against Reyna, because I think Reyna, again, you want to play a bit slow. There's the Jailbreak. You want to go R&D here. You could assume there's an agenda in HQ, but we would have jammed it. This is a really good lock. Now, unfortunately, we can shuffle. We actually could consider shuffling first, but if they see no agendas here with the Jailbreak, I will shuffle with the Spin Doctor to try and find new cards, I think. Terrence, how's it going? Did you watch your game that went up on Monday? What a game. What a game in Netrunner. Oh, it's a send a message. Oh, maybe we should have not res the Eli. Okay, so they have full read on the server. It's still an annoying server, but they did still send a message, so they're on 3 points. Ablative Barrier has text, more text. Vovo still on threat 4. There's only one more 3-pointer in our deck, and if we can't find it, we have to actually score our 4 agendas, which is a bit tedious. Smartware for 3, that's fine. I don't think our opponent needs more money here. Our opponent needs to get more card draw. Threw at the Xanadu. Both our ices resed. Do we shuffle with the Spin Doctor? Maybe we don't. Maybe we just do draw. Because they know the next card. They don't know the card after that. That's not bad. They can break that for 4. They can afford to. It's not my favorite install. Let's draw once for an unknown card. Hopefully an agenda. Geeks. Now, if we put this MIC on R&D, we actually have to res it, because it probably will get en passanted. I think making them spend some amount of money is okay, but I don't love how this turn is looking. There's a chance this Regolith is actually not worth it, because we'll probably top deck an agenda and put it straight into server 1. And if that's the case, we'll hedge fund. MIC breaks for 5. Oh, I said 4. Yeah, you're right. 3, 4, and then 1 more. Yeah, it's 5. That's definitely something. Now, we did draw, so they could be shirts on MIC, but this is what I mean, that Rototurret actually might make sense in the format, because I don't think face checking is that frightening in the format. And if we trash the Buzzsaw, like, they have a fair bit more work to do. But right now, we're going to lose off centrals, which is like, yeah, if we don't have enough card draw, we might just need more card draw, so that we don't have to, like, wait to lose off centrals. Don't hit our Vovo. Actually, in hindsight, that's fine. We don't need him. Do you know what has a nasty face check? Sirocco Blade? Lycian, multi-munition, it's not even that bad of a face check. Like, what is it? Gain a credit and the run? Trash a program, maybe? Can you have 2 upgrades in a remote server? Yes, you can have as many upgrades as you want. Also, when you install them, Biscotti, you don't have to say these are upgrades. Oh, yeah, of course, we should have seen that coming. Oh, I feel really silly. Of course, there's the E shutdown. That's going to be a problem. You don't have to say that these are upgrades. You just have to put them in a remote server. Lose click, trash program, and the run? Yeah, pay 5 to Reyna. Because of Xanadu. Yeah, we actually have to ice HQ. I should have seen that coming. That's very, very obvious. That's a impactful 7 credit swing on an HQ run. Nope. No, just a bit short. Yeah, this is why I mean that you just want to play slow and steady again right now. We'll just empty the Regolith if we don't top in a deck and agenda. Because yeah, we're gonna have to eat 2 more E shutdowns. I could see Pivot being a worthwhile slot for PD. Just to get the agenda? I guess so, yeah. We don't have access to DRM. Don't draw an agenda? Oh, that's fine. So I'm not gonna play the hedge fund again. I'm just gonna empty this again. It's Reyna. We can probably play a bit slow. The other option would be install a Spin Doctor, draw 2, get an agenda in here, but we need to spend another 7 credits next turn. Good to know. Yeah, yeah. You may not be able to res all of them because you may be unique, have the dot, but you only have, hey, Melanomi, a copy of a unique can be res at a time. Yeah, some cards are unique. If you play on JNet, anytime you res a unique, it'll either not let you or you are forced to trash the original unique card. The idea is that I could res a second Spin Doctor, but the game has to trash the first Spin Doctor. So uniqueness matters, but you can have any amount of upgrades in the same server, even on the Root Essential servers. Just watch out. Certain upgrades called regions, say limit 1 region per server. That text is active even if the card is unresed. But you can install a region on top of a region, trashing the original region. It's hard to watch games like that. I think it's such a fascinating game, Terrence. But sorry you feel like that. Icing of HQ might cause some concern for our opponent. I'm going to spend 1 click to draw here for an agenda. And this is what I mean. Like, does Rashida make the game more exciting? Yeah, I'd rather not have to click to draw, wait to get agendas, but such is the game sometimes. Again, I don't think we addressed the fact that we lost the 9 card draw from Rashida. And we probably should be addressing that. I don't need the last 3 credits. I just want to get the Vitruvius in the remote server. It says I'll trash a Regolith. That's fine. Again, you can only have 1 card at a time. In theory, it's technically strictly correct to trash the Regolith first and then install the card manually, so they don't know if this is an upgrade or not. Obviously, it's probably an upgrade, but it's a really nice bluff. Good reasons for Rashida IMO. I don't know. I'm a huge Rashida stan. She accelerates the game. She makes cards on the remote server that are not agendas important. She makes camping the remote server harder. She stops you from doing the basic actions, which are not that exciting. Mind you, accelerating the game is pretty good because runners have a late game board state in formats that is pretty frightening that you don't want to get to. You can install and instantly drag the upgrade into the bin. I would just do it first. It looks like the same. What I did didn't look the same for our opponent, right? It looked different. How do you make it look the same, Axu? Oh, I install it and then drag. Oh, okay. You don't use the text box, I'm assuming is what you're saying. So right now our opponent is just drawing into the answer. And apparently, like, I think in startup is going to be a bit of a, for those who probably played startup, this is not that different, but you have to probably spend a lot of time just drawing. What I'm hoping for Indon's Rashida effect, but lesser, I'm assuming so, yeah. That we'll have a slower Rashida. Even if Rashida said 2-2 on it, it would probably still be playable. The end game shouldn't be so heavily skewed to either side, and Rashida's solving a problem that shouldn't be there in the wrong way. Well, Rashida's just like allowing you to play quickly. She's stopping you to do the basic action of draw. Like my turn draw is not an interesting turn, and it's just stopping you from doing that. The idea is like in standard, you still use the basic actions. Obviously, basic actions are more important in startup. But the idea is that I want to play my cards, not draw my cards. And that's the big difference. It's like Rashida fires, I generally play 3 cards or install 3 cards, and that's a lot of people think that's fun. Do we need 2 Vitruvius counters? Why not? Well, the other options that we can do seamless, advance, and then we have a click left to do Spin Doctor. We also do seamless. We can just do seamless. We don't need the seamlesses in hand because we'll have a Vitruvius counter, so it's kind of equivalent. It's not cheaper. Summon Corporate Defector, yeah. So we can do seamless, and then install the Spin Doctor. That's technically our fastest line. The problem is like there's only one more send a message, so it's actually very likely that we're going to need to score. What's it called? 2 4-2s. Hey Radish, the reason the end game is friend or favorite is pretty structural to the game, though. It's somewhat baked into once you have a decent sized card pool. Yes, it existed like that already in original Netrunner in 1996. Like at some point they'll have their breakers, and then the game does change. Honestly, another Regolith is like kind of reasonable. This is the issue. Is like I need to speed the game up because at some point they're gonna have infinite credits and like really good breakers. I just need to get there faster, and like I don't know if that's that exciting, but I just need to get there faster. We're on threat 4, which means Vovo reses this ice cheaper and reses the upgrades cheaper. So it's technically like a 3 credit econ card. I'm just gonna get the seamless, I guess. But yeah, right now, like we are just playing with the sword over our head. And we're waiting for Queetwa to find all of their breakers. And once they find all of their breakers, they probably have enough money to bludgeon us to death. There are 2 hedge funds in hand. Yeah, I don't want to play the hedge funds because we need Anoetic. Like our best thing right now is we have Anoetic and Managarm, and that might be hard for Queetwa to deal with. But yeah, we do need cards in hand, and Vitruvius is always going to be cards in hand. There's the Ice Carver. So Eli now breaks for 1 with Cleaver. There's the Cleaver. Brawn is still 5, and this looks like an agenda. So this is where the metal hits the road to some extent. We have to res for 7, the Brawn. They still have to break. But yeah, now it's just a credit war. And I don't think we win that. Oh, 6. Oh, I guess they want to break all the subs. Yeah, that tracks. Eli for 1, though, is pretty good. And now we do Managar, Manoetic. We're happy to throw out the MIC in a hedge fund. Nice. Not feeling good about Eli. I don't know what our other option was. So we'll res both of these. They fire in our choice of order. For those unfamiliar with the upgrade stacking. So we're going to do Managarm first. So our opponent has to decide to spend 2 clicks or 5 credits. And then after they made that decision, we fire Anoetic to end the run. So they know it's going to cost us cards in hand, which is something. Early game belongs to the runner, and they're free pressure. Mid game is Corpse Online scoring out points, and end game is a tense fight for the last points. Generally, people agree with that, but end game is often the runner. It goes runner, Corp, runner. So that's why Corps generally like succeed in the mid game, where they have money, they can res stuff, they can put ice on every server, and runners have to take risks. The late game is generally favored in the classic structure to runners again, because they get down all their breakers, they have larger scaling economy, they can trash assets, stuff like that. Very notably in 2012 core set, there was like 1 defensive upgrade and it wasn't particularly good. So just getting your breakers. So they paid 5. Okay, so their money has disappeared. We'll get rid of some cards in hand. We definitely want to consider the Seamless. Again, with Vitruvius, we don't have to be too precious. I'm not resing this MIC into Buzzsaw. Now, Buzzsaw breaks MIC for like 1.5 credits. And I guess we'll get rid of the hedge fund. I'd like to see Don Rashida be something like Corp chooses 2 cards, 1 credit, or 3 credits, 1 card. I think for symmetry, you'd probably want to be a 2-1 or 1-2, just because it's easier to track. And I think it might be harder to do the opposite. Not that those would both be balanced, but I think it might be easier to make it always like 2 and 1. It'd be more intuitive to watch and to play. That's my guess. That's my knee-jerk reaction. We also mind you can use the Vitruvius just to bring back the Anoetic. What if the runner chooses? If they're clearly like Wildcat Strike, the runner chooses, that would be kind of fun, but games would slow down a fair bit too. Not likely. It's not likely. I only have 1 more 5/3 in my entire deck. If it's that, Rashida script process Yihim. I am like bummed out that Rashida's rotating and I know so little about who the character is. I don't think I know the flavor text. Okay, so at least here we won't get buried by en passant. Spin Doctor, we have a shuffle here. I'm going to do the shuffle immediately because I am going to be drawing with the Spin Doctor anyways. So I just want to make the density of R&D as low as possible. I'm going to put back in, we're going to keep the Seamless so we have access to it. I think I'm going to put the hedge fund back in because I'm okay top decking the hedge fund. And I'm okay top decking the greasing. She gets the job done. Yeah. And then some. Yeah. But I just don't know who she is. She's armed? But like for a character who's so important in the game, there's like literally no lore about Rashida. So here we're going to res the Spin Doctor to see if we want to shuffle again before we draw. But with a Sprint, we're like totally happy. Sprint actually looking pretty good in this deck. Okay, so R&D is our weak spot. Tattoo Bolo, eventually we'll get something there. We don't need the second Managarm. We'll start with the Sprint. I mean, that's pretty good. We'll shuffle back the Manny and the Magnet seems pretty rough. I have made my decisions, Janet. Ooh, almost clicked it. Rashida having no lore is how you know she's good at her job. Yeah. Now, a Bladed Barrier is a threat, so I actually don't think I want to use a Spin Doctor. I'm just going to install on top of it. Here, we probably need to keep at least 4 cards in hand. So we don't actually need that much money because we're not going to res this MIC. If they spend their time blowing up the MIC, I think we're happy. So I'm just going to put a Luminal in server 1, and then I'm just going to click for credit. But we could hedge fund and just use the Vitruvius counters if we need to in a pinch. Yeah, do we just hedge fund here? There's no way to make us to make us lose money. I don't think they can fire the Anoetic Managarm twice, but if they can, we'll have to use a Vitruvius and empty our hand, which is a bit ugly. I don't know actually if we need to play the hedge fund there. Is there a gun? No, yeah, Rashida has a gun on her belt. Again, also maybe assuming pronouns, but yeah, Rashida's armed. She has like a SMG type thing across her. She's wearing it. Like she's very armed, and behind her are the sort of like private security force looking folks. But yeah, she's armed. What do you do about another E shutdown? That's why we played the hedge fund. But legitimately, if Queetla runs HQ, shuts down the Brawn and runs the Brawn, like I think Queet was gonna have problems with Eli Anoetic Managarm. So I don't think it's that bad for us. This is where like having the single biotic in the deck might be worth something, but actually these are all our 3/2s. Oh, she has pronouns and flavor text. Rohi, sick, thank you. Oh yeah, she's good at her job. Phenomenal. Tattoo Bola, let's see the shutdown. Big old swing on the Brawn. We're probably not going to res the Brawn again unless it wins the game. Okay, shutdown, that's fine. It's not like we're going to stop the shutdown. The only way that we stop the shutdown is put ice on HQ. And even then, unless it's a nothing beats Rototurret, they just face check it. If we had a Soraka-Bin Blade here, what would it do? Like, what does Soraka-Bin Blade actually say? Install a resource. That's what it would do. Not that good. Pay 5 credits to install a resource. I don't think I'm excited for that. So they did damage, but like they still have to pay 1 for this and then spend 5 for the Managarm, and then we just Anoetic it. So like if they want to spend 6 to run this, they just E-shut down themselves. Now it gives us cards out of our hand, which is, I think the Vitruvius counters are actually worth more than we thought they would. Because again, card draw is not very good. It seems in the format. All right, Vobo Zeti. It's nice. Do we seamless this? I don't think we do. It saves us a bit of money, but I'd rather actually be up a card here. So we probably do, we definitely are never resing the MIC. So I think we do triple advance. Maybe we should have left the greasing out, I'll be honest. We do triple advance, hedge fund, install Tattoo Bola, put Vovo in server 1 just to pressure them. It might be reasonable to get Spin Doctor back, but we need some money. Seems to get an extra click to draw. Yeah, you're right. We could be considering drawing here to actually get the agenda. Yeah, that's fine. Yo, kills the Carver. Yeah, I think the Carver was installed much later. Carver actually does matter in this matchup, but I'm surprised our opponent's also not on Leech. I'm trying to advance. 22 games of JNet. Making us seem like we're really, really thinking our way out of this line. I don't know if we see this. Maybe we do. Sorry. So this saves us a credit and a click, so it's worth a fair bit. Yeah, okay. If we draw, we just replace it. That's fine. Now, we definitely want to have access to us seamless. Add a card from Archives to HQ. Again, we're noticing that Anoetic Managarm is just hard to deal with, even at the fact that they can deal with Eli for 1 credit. Like, I genuinely think that if you had Pop-Up Window and a card like Pop-Up Window that draws a card, this server is like nearly unassailable. Like, imagine we had, what's it called? Piranha's Pop-Up Window. Like, we're just kind of golden. Add a card to HQ. I don't think there's a reason not to seamless. I want cards in hand for Anoetic. But you're right, because we draw. So actually Sprint seems pretty good. We could do Sprint, install in server 1, not ice R&D, draw. Yeah, I think I actually like Sprint here. Sprint or Spin. Yeah, Spin is a bit more interesting. Spin is actually more cards. This is just new cards. We want more cards. Oh, we should have got it. Nah, we've attributed. It's fine. Could maybe drawn first click? If we find another agenda, we could seamless score jam. Yeah, we could actually consider, but then if we draw, we have to seamless. Right? Draw. Okay, that's frightening. There's still, I think, 5 agendas in R&D. Brawn is one of our more expensive ice. So we probably want to grease into the remote server. The issue is if we spend to res Vovo to res the Brawn, we res the Brawn for 5 with Reyna, and then they just walk away. So we probably have to ice R&D. So we can do Tattoo Vovo R&D, which actually makes money. I don't actually think we need a greasing here. Just want to keep cards in hand. But I want to put something in the remote server. Grease Tattoo Bowl and R&D. Yeah, that's a start. But we actually probably should have drawn next. I think we draw once more. Because if we have an agenda, the agenda goes in the remote server straight up. That's a bummer. Let's draw once. Okay, never punished. Greasing, tattoo. We don't get the Vovo in R&D, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. They're assuming this is a sentry because we like hand selected the ice. Could have maybe drawn first click, yeah. If I pay for Anoetic Void after a runner bypasses the ice protecting it, does the Anoetic Void ability still trigger? Yes. So Anoetic Void has nothing to do with ice or how people manage with ice. What's important to understand is that once they pass all the ice, that is the sort of approach server step. So once all the ice is resolved, who cares if the ice is fired? As long as the runner hasn't ended the run or jacked out, right before they hit the server, that's when this step happens called the runner approaches. You technically ask the runner, do you want to approach the server? Do you want to make a successful run? And if they say yes, you both have one last paid ability window. That's your last window to res the Anoetic, res the Managarm. So all the ice happens, and once all the ice is done, right before they're going to make a successful run, you say, do you want to access? And if they say yes, you still have one final window to res all your cards you want. So I'd res both the Anoetic and the Managarm. Our opponent can res or pop paid ability windows if they have them, and then it goes back to us until we both pass. At that point, they have to do all the breach steps at the same time. And that's how that works. So it has no interaction with how to res ice. You don't have to res these while you res the ice at the same time. It's actually very, very simple. It's just once they pass all the ice, you ask, do you want to touch the cards? And if they say yes, they're committed and you can res both of these. Also, if they're committed and then you like somehow get a trap into the remote server at instant speed, they can't jack out. If they say, I want to access, they can't run away. They're dealing with this now. Actually, I think that's pretty clever. They need to pressure this before. I like that a fair bit. If we res the Brawn here, we go down to 3 credits, which is enough for Tattoo Bola. But if we res the Tattoo Bola, we go down to 1. Now they still have to double click through the Anoetic. We can fire the Anoetic at least once. I think if they spend... I think we might res the Brawn and not the Tattoo Bola. I think having the Brawn up, they'll probably bounce. They could have the last E shutdown, but they only drawn through like 20 cards. You're playing against a legit boomer if they've res defensive upgrades before passing last ice. Yeah, that's a really old school thing because some of the upgrades back in the day had really weird timings. They said like when the runner passes the last ice, and they were like way more complicated and very fiddly. Now NSG has that sort of approach step being a codified thing. As much as these, technically, I think the timing structure on these changed in the last minute in testing from my understanding. Costs 8 to res, no, that is correct. It costs 7. It only costs 7. There's no Xanadu. Drops it down to 3. But it costs them 5.5, 6 credits. I think our win condition involves resing this. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let's not res it. Once upon a time, those sort of triggers happen after the innermost ice was passed. And Mattia, yeah, there's way. I saw Carver Xanadu. Yeah, if it's Xanadu, it's a bit more, but actually the Carver is more impactful for them. It's funny. It's like Carver's actually a better card than Xanadu so far in this matchup, and that's because of fixed strength breaker suite. This is fine. If they do like really send it and deal with our Anoetic Void. Oh, I also have to remember we need Anoetic Void money. We can always just bring it back with Vitruvius. Vitruvius seems really, really valuable. Mind you, there's also Archive Memories and Corporate Hospitality in the format. So recurring on Corp cards can't be that hard, which is just going to make you see the best Corp cards over and over again. All right, we're going to do Managarm first. I'm assuming they're going to double click because 5 credits is a lot. Now we're probably just gonna get rid of this. We're never gonna res this Brawn. The Vovo is getting more and more niche. I'm gonna trash it. I also want to get the trashables out of our hand, because the runner can run central servers and trash those cards. Oh, they paid 5. I thought they'd double click. What if Anoetic Void is res and the runner makes a run on that server? Does the runner suffer the Anoetic Void before approaching the first piece of ice? No. So this actually is a confusing term. Approaches the server means behind all the ice. I know a lot of people read approach the server and think it means like this, where they're technically approaching, but it actually means approaching what's in the root of the server. I kind of wish to some extent it says approaches the root of the server. It's more intuitive, but Anoetic never fires here. It always fires right on the inside. This is good for them that they're forcing this. I'm just going to not fire the Anoetic and we'll just repair it when we have an agenda. Like they still have to pay 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 credits to deal with this. I think FFG play testers also thought it's when the run starts. Yeah, me too. Ice is outside protecting the server. Yeah, I know, but that's not intuitive. I also read this, my first read, is when the runner approaches a server. I thought that was like make a run on the server. I know it's the ice in front of the server, but that is such a academic, it's not intuitive. It's very not intuitive. Brawn might get eaten if you let them through. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they might eat the Brawn with the en passant. That is true. Let's see what happens with the Managarm. I'm assuming obviously they were going to pay 5. It should have been tweaked. Yeah, it's just not the easiest. So they could have an en passant in hand to try and deal with the Brawn. Maybe that was a reason we should have res the Brawn here. F it. If they do it one more time, they can get away with it, but they can't en passant the Brawn. En passant means a successful run on the server, and it trashes an ice. They're checking archives here. Not sure why. I'm assuming that they think we threw out agendas, but if we had agendas, it would go in server 1. So I think the read might be that we don't have agendas there. This Tatabola thing is the thing that lets you win. Yeah, the Tatabola seems really good. Especially with the Vovo that's gone. All right, let's just refill our hand. Ideally, we get some money. Draw one more time if an agenda goes on a remote server. If not, we can just play the hedge fund. We just want to be able to res the Brawn comfortably. We can fire Anoetic once, but technically twice with a Vitruvius counter. We're going to try and avoid that, but they're not in a really good spot to contest this, I don't think, anymore. Unfortunately, we still have, I think, 5 agendas in R&D. Actually, no, only 4, because we're on 8 agendas. We're at 18 points. Skunk Void? Yeah, I know. This is like, there's no way in startup to deal with Skunk Void besides the hard way, which is not great for our opponent. I think the greasing the spin would have been good. I think greasing the spin would have actually been better than hedge fund. I think you're right. It gets it on the table. It forces them to interact. It does everything we want them to do, but I don't think they're going to run this turn. Skunk Void seems hard to deal with this in format. Do you know what you have? You've Burner. You play Shaper. You have Play Shaper. I actually don't think we greasing the Spin Doctor. Do we grab the Sprint here? I'm not going to shuffle cards back in because I just want to draw other cards. It's either we greasing the Spin Doctor. Isn't Pinhole in startup? No, Dirty Deeds. It's a Borealis card, right? Because it's a Sable. It's the whole sewing theme. Yeah, I wish we had the Spin Doctor in there. I'm just going to trash this manually. Get an agenda, please. Not to send a message. Not like that. Definitely not like that. All right, pad hand, install. Well, we had a good run. I thought she was about music. She has 2 things. She has the whole like pinhole threading back stitching. Like there's a bit of the embroidery theme, and then there's the whole music thing, reprise, concerto, virtuoso, that sort of stuff. Oops. This will happen. This will just happen. It's like we don't have a lot of control of card draw. We could have maybe there after we drawn that, like gone for a sprint. But I think we're gonna keep this here. I suggest not drawing as many agendas. You know how we kept saying I hope we draw an agenda and then we didn't for a bit? We have to res this here, I think. We only need 3 credits to score out. So we can fire Anoetic Managarm once. Oh, we want to see them win with an eye for an eye. Oh my god, we would lose. Eye for an eye actually is not that good because they have to trash the agendas and then we spin Doctor back. It would actually be. Oh wait, eye for eye is optional, right? They did buzzsaw. I think you did the wrong one. They want the cleaver here. I think you got the wrong. Yeah, it's optional. Okay. Void and spin the 2 agendas back. Yeah, definitely here we'll void our agendas before anything else. So I think we're in an okay spot. This is good for you getting the trash agendas from HQ. Yeah. The problem is going to be money because we can't afford to Anoetic more than once. And there's no way to clicklessly get credits. So there's a chance that they're just going to like wear us down their remote server. I just don't see them able to, like, they probably can't even run this remote server twice because of Managarm is just genuinely very expensive. E-shutdown may be a problem. Like they could run here, run HQ, E-shutdown, run back, but then I'm honestly not sure they have enough money or clicks for Managarm, but E-shutdown is pretty good. Well, yeah, of course. Double seamless only costs 2. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we can double seamless. But the problem is, yeah, we can do credit double seamless. You're right. We can actually fire Anoetic twice. That's a really good call. I keep forgetting I have 2 Vitruvius counters, which is like so extra. Breaking Eli for one's pretty good. Palisade would have fallen there. I don't think there's another barrier that we'd want to play that's more taxing. It's like Tattoo Bola. Obviously, we're going to do the Managarm first. They can't afford to pay 5 credits, so we're going to go... I am assuming they're paying 2 clicks here. And then maybe they can like overclock back in. I think that's probably their strongest line. Yeah, that's probably what they can do here. I don't see another line. It's hard also to separate the startup lines from the standard lines. I think this is a bad spot for them to be in both formats. Also, like Reyna, the ability didn't do much, right? Like I'm not saying there's better Anarch identity for them to be playing, but a pretty low power level card. Strongest line is run HQ twice. Yeah, but we're assuming the Anoetic's going to fire, and then we'll get these agendas out of hand. And even then, if they run HQ twice, we can pad it. So they'd have to hit a 1 in or 2 in 6 and then 1 in 5, which is not great odds. Oops. That's really funny. Corps are too rich for Reyna to matter. It's not that they're too rich. It's like, honestly, their money is eclipsing our money. We barely have enough money, and Reyna has cost us like 3 to 4 credits. Like Reyna hasn't been incredibly impactful, but like as a corporation, we just don't have enough money. But we have this, and this is hard to deal with. We literally know there's only 2 agendas in R&D. It's hard for them to win off of this. You have to basically hit every agenda in R&D to win. Reyna was even bad in Boomer Runner. There was a narrow window where Reyna had like tier 1.5 decks. Generally you played Headlock and you had like Ice Destruction, you had Lamprey, and you actually could force the runners corporation's money down. It was never great, but Reyna did win tournaments back in the day. Now Reyna wasn't great when Reyna came out. Reyna's ability is not really about costing credits and firing, it's about preventing reses for accesses. So the narrow use case in which Reyna wants to be running every turn because you need this ability to fire every turn. But just the narrow use cases in which Reyna actually does do that is like very easily eclipsed by any economic ability that lets you get through the ice. Vamp account side for Reyna was good. Yeah, you needed something like Vamp. Not that Vamp's a very healthy card. All right. Yeah, this is what we expected. We built a good remote server. Ice Carver seemed great. The breaker suite is what we expected, and it's just hard to deal with this. If it doesn't fire, but it prevents a res as a fire, the situations in which you actually prevent a res because of 1 credit is very low. And I'd argue in the format when En Passant is around, you actually don't want to prevent the res. 419 is a Reyna better. Yeah, 419 is a much better Reyna. And 419 actually like forces the corporation to in much more pressure. Only 14 turns. Hey, thanks for the game. Our didn't get a killer down. Not too surprising. Card draw's not very good. So like Rototurret would have been okay as much as it's expensive. Rototurring any of these breakers is kind of fascinating. But yeah, this is really hard to deal with. I do like how they challenged this on a turn that we didn't have an agenda, and a lot of people don't do that. But challenging these on an off turn where it's actually technically more expensive for us to protect them. Oh yeah, hey. Yeah, that's always a lot of fun. I was just saying that. Oh, they left, so maybe they'll hear us. But I think the turns that they challenged server 1 while we didn't have anything in there is incredibly impactful because it actually was expensive for us to res it. We did have a bit of en passant respect. Most of that actually was from chat, not from myself. So they might have en passant to the Brawn, which would have had an impact on the game for sure. But even just putting a Tithe on server 1, like Tithe into Eli, Anoetic Managarm, like honestly, it's just kind of fine. How do you play full screen on Jinteki? I hit F11, which on any like basic browser full screens it a bit. Very importantly too, and I hope more streamers do this than as much as possible, is I hold control on either plus or I use the mouse wheel and it zooms the interface in and out on all websites. I should have got it this big. Sometimes I do slightly smaller because my camera gets in the way, for better or for worse. But I get frustrated when someone streams and they're like this far out. It's like, what? Like JNet's a really bad interface in terms of like visually doing stuff because it needs to fit asset spam. It needs to fit a whole bunch of stuff. There's just no reason why. I honestly wish that my JNet could auto scale. If like a remote server comes out, it zooms out a bit. That'd be nice. If they slammed a conduit at any point in the mid game, they would probably got it. Yes, I think if a conduit came down, we might have been cooked. And that is because their breaker suite is really, really good. And they didn't put on any pressure besides the remote pressure. If there was any central pressure, so like wall, trick shot, maker's eye, the what's it called? That was really good. The jailbreak was really good. And also oftentimes, if you're going to do something like jailbreak R&D, you probably want to flush the spin doctor out first because giving us the ability to break lock can be quite important. It's an easy thing to miss. I always found playing on JNet harder than IRL. Tom, I think it is. I think in some ways it's not, in some ways it is. I think a lot of folks don't find this as viscerally satisfying as sitting down across from a human. Yeah, of course. I hear you. It's less fun. There's archetypes that are more fun in person. But the good thing about JNet is that it enforces the rules in a lot of ways. So like when you're playing Hoshiko or firing your smartware distributors or your fermenters, it does it all for you. So there's a lot of players that like playing on JNet eases access in some ways as well. So it's a mixed bag. Jaina is easier to play to me. Yeah, some people play it easier. Also, like shuffling cards and physically manipulated objects is not the easiest for everyone. Okay, this was kind of what we expected to be. I'm not gonna play another game with that because obviously it's PD and it's not that different than anything you know in the format. Sprint was good. I actually think more card draw is good because getting to your win condition as fast as possible is kind of a PD staple. And we probably need something that's more Rashida-like if I want to just continue to pretend it's standard. Ice Speed was okay. I do think, again, your ice positioning matters. Or like your ice choices, excuse me, really do matter. Like I was very worried that they would get down a buzzsaw and a leech and break MIC for 1 credit, 1.5 credits, and that turned out to be entirely true. And so the fact that the format only has like 2 code gates above like 4 strength, then immediately maybe we should play Valenchow and the other one, Piranhas. Like that is going to be constricting for sure. Hard PD. When I play Jaina, I have a hand of cards to shuffle anyways. Wait, like Terrence, you have a second hand just to, like fiddle with? I have to remember to do the triggers in person when you Jaina too much. Yes, I think there's a lot of players who like learned, during, I don't know, pandemic, playing Hoshiko on Jaina, and then they come to, and in some ways it actually makes it harder because you're so used to Jaina holding your hand, and then you have to play like Op for the first time or like World Tree, and you have a bunch more work to do you're not ready for. Let's build a runner deck. Okay. Like I have a deck next to me when I play and I fiddle with sometimes cards when I think, oh, cool. Yeah. I don't often do because I'm on a microphone, so I have to be quiet, but I definitely am the sort of person who likes to play with something when they're talking or thinking. Okay, so let's do criminal. So our criminal options, we have Zaya, which is probably fine. Zaya, I can't see Zaya being bad. Steve is also probably fine too. Steve is technically can have a higher ceiling than Zaya because you're going to play those events over and over again. That's pretty good. Mercury, not my favorite. Mercury is economically not that strong. And then you're playing bypass, and Ken. I'm going to try Ken. I think 17 influence will go far. I feel like we can have a nice rig with 2 copies of the musician I forget the name of, and we can go from there. We'll do startup ban list. I don't think that changes anything on startup. And let's build some Ken. All right, so we're gonna go through the criminal cards first. We're gonna struggle to have a win condition, so we're gonna try to import one, and we're gonna play as many run cards because as many run cards as possible is just more money for Ken. Ken is missing Bravado, Diversion of Funds, and Carpe Diem, which are all very good Ken cards. There's probably more than that. So I feel like the overall Ken's power level obviously is gonna be a bit lower. My first in-person tournament, I played Q-Lupo Shiko after playing it almost entirely on JNet. Missed a lot of triggers. Oh, I cannot imagine a worse combination of decks to first play in person. Because that's really funny. That is a good experience, though, to be like, oh, paper play is hard. Creative, oh yeah, you're right, Biscotta. Creative Commission is banned in startup. That will be the one card that it changes. All right, I think we're going to play 3x Career Fair, probably. I'm assuming we're going to be playing some amount of daily casts and verbal plasticities and liberated accounts, that this is just going to be fine. Chrysopian Skimming, that's probably not it. I think Forge and Emergency Shutdown. E-Shutdown's probably fine. Corporations have limited economy, and we probably don't like bigger ice. We'll put one in there as like an earmark. Earthrise. Is Daily Cast legal? I thought Daily Cast is an Ashes card. Is it not? Oh, I might be wrong about that then. Daily Cast is probably... Oh, it is an Ashes card. Sorry, that should be the opposite. I thought it was an update card. It's an Ashes card. No, we can't play Daily Casts. We can play Red Team, though, which is not that good with Ken because we won't play run events. 3x Inside Job, card sick. I honestly don't know if we play Legwork. It's a run event, and we probably need enough run events. I'm just kind of frightened that we're going to need, like, probably Dawkins Pass so we can play other run events with it. Like, we can earmark one of these. I doubt we're going to end up playing it. Mutual Favor's fine. I'm imagining in this format, we can't play Matryoshka because those are just not in the format. So we have to probably play what the Criminal Breakers are, and they probably have the worst Breaker Suite. I'm imagining Criminal just has the worst Breaker Suite, period, in the entire format. So we're going to spend a lot of influence on functionally everything. That's not good. Do you have any thoughts about not giving info away accidentally through body language and whatnot in IRL play? I feel like I'm very easy to read generally. Ignore this if it's too much of a tangent. Slight tangent, Radish, but we can spend a lot of time on it. It is a very hard thing that even the best players mess this up consistently. And that is that you technically, if you want to be the best Netrunner player, you need to have always an emergency plan. A lot of times I will top deck something and it'll be hella ugly. Like, oh, I draw my second draw and it's also an agenda. And then you'll notice that the opponent freezes and then suddenly starts tanking for 5 to 10 minutes. Like, you always, the best players will premeditate. This is so impossible. They'll premeditate to be like, if I top deck an agenda, it'll immediately go into remote server. One of the biggest cards is NGO Front. And I'm not good with NGO Front because using NGO Front and bluffing it, or using an agenda and putting on a table like it's an NGO Front, a lot of times if I have a hand and I had an NGO Front and no money, I'll just look at it and be like, oh, install advanced NGO Front and not think about it. And realizing how you do that is exactly how you should install advanced and agenda on the table sometimes in standard format. What I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of players that like a top deck will put them off and then suddenly they have to start thinking about it. And you can really imagine the small card pool or it's the small subsection of cards in which a corporation top decks that like throws them off axis, that throws them off balance. And you need to have that sort of mind state. If I draw an agenda, I'm going to pretend to think about it for a second to install advanced in a remote server. Or if I draw this, I'm going to jam it and not think about it. Like if the runner can get into the remote server and I just top deck and I go install, it looks like maybe a Marilyn or a Spin Doctor or something. I think that's one easy way to do about it is like think about what the possibilities could be and then have a plan for every possibility. So it's not obvious to read that you're processing the possibility. Very, very difficult. The other thing would be put your cards down. Whenever you're in a corporation, it's not your turn, you run around, put your cards down on the table and just look at your opponent. I think it's one of the easiest things. People spend too much time looking at their hand and not at their opponent, myself included, and you can gain a lot of information. And then you also start learning what sort of tells they give off and in kind probably ones that you give off when you're in their situation. I've seen a lot more players, also because lat is popular, just put their cards down on the table and sit back and watch them. Because you can glean a lot of information. Most people spend their whole turn looking at their opponent's turn looking at their cards. Try not to do that. Poker faces is another thing. I don't honestly play poker, so I don't know like the sort of things they tell you to like keep a neutral face. I try not to joke with my opponents and talk too much. Like I'm a bit of a boring Netrunner player because when I stop joking or start joking, you can tell something is up. I've seen a lot of players who start getting uncomfortable and start making jokes and stuff like that. And if you're like really into that, you can read into that. I think if you're playing casual Netrunner, joke around, have fun. But on top tables, I'm just like, I always ask cards in hand. I always ask credits. I always do all these things that fundamentally just make sure that I'm focused and kind of obfuscate my game plan. Whenever I ask someone for cards in hand, they get a bit kind of nervous sometimes, even if I'm playing PD. You wear glasses, the nerd push once in a while? Yes, intimidate. So I don't know. I need to fiddle with my cards. I go, yeah, maybe fiddle with your cards, but just look at your opponent. I also do that annoying like hand clicking thing that people don't like. But I don't know. I wouldn't recommend mirrored glasses. They can probably see your hand. All right, Estebrado, is it good enough? I don't think we're gonna have enough run events in Ken. Oh, is it good enough? Nah, probably not. There's not a lot of multi-axis we can do with Estebrado unless we're playing Mercury in the format, I'm guessing. Like maybe we can see 2 off of HQ interface, or sorry, Docklands Pass, but that's it. We will play Window of Opportunity because it's a run event, and Saucy's apparently good. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, there's a lot more to learn on it. Radish, my background is not from poker, but I have a lot of friends who are like really good poker player backgrounds that focus more than you think on physical in-person play about reading your opponent and giving off signals and stuff like that. It's a hard thing to discuss, but I'm not an expert. I do think there's some basic stuff though. I think the worst one you've seen is like top tier players drawing a card and then suddenly it gets weird. Like you can tell something is messed up. And Mango, part of the reason I play like Reg PD is that it's a nice way to practice bluffing or keeping it neutral. Yeah. 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 I'm just gonna put it in the remote server. I don't care. I've got seamless launches. There is some like obfuscation too. Like sometimes you go out of the way to be like, I brought back, like you should be clear about your triggers, but sometimes if you reinforce certain triggers, right? Like your opponent has to be scared of certain things. That's a weird thing to say. Tread lightly. Let's play 2. I don't know. It seems like a win of opportunity, but we'll probably end up cutting that. Neutral stuff. We should actually like, I think the cool thing about startup is you can just hit every single thing and it's not that long of a list. So let's see what we're not playing. Bio bands we probably play because it's really good. Burner is probably worth playing. Without diversion of funds, there's not actually that much pressure on HQs. That Burner is one of the best run cards in the entire format, so we can consider playing it. Dirty Laundry we definitely play. Jailbreak we probably definitely play. We just need more win conditions. We have slots issues. I'd actually consider playing Joyride because I don't think they ice up HQ as soon as possible, and like clearly there's card draw problems, so we actually might play Joyride sooner than we play Burner, but we'll keep that earmarked for now. What else do we want to consider? Overclock is probably fine. We'll just put 1 or 2. It's like Inside Job is basically our overclock realistically, and a bit more flexible because you don't need breakers. Praxis is run event. I actually like Praxis. Mercury, no. Nice try, Daijin. We'll eventually get to it. It's just like not my favorite thing to start at. Yeah, we'll play Sure Gambles. Maker's Eye is like worth considering. This is the only like big run multi-axis. Like it's technically, you know, a jailbreak and trick shot exist. Speaking of trick shot, like it's hard to not be like we're playing 2 trick shots. We have 17 influence, so we can kind of get away with that. All right, hardware, a bit trickier. The hardware is harder to get value from. Docklands Pass will definitely play because this is multi-axis that you can use with a run event that's very unique. Our console is either Hermes or Penny Shaver. And I think if we actually play enough multi-axis in our deck, we get good value from Hermes. Now, obviously, if we're playing run events, being able to get once per turn value off of a penny shaver is okay. But there's a chance that if we actually play enough raw multi-axis that we can say, I'm sending it R&D, I'm going to see 3 cards, and we can tactically use Hermes, that might be a bit better for us. This is something that I think testing will tell what's better, or more consistent, Hermes or penny shaver. Penny shaver is a bit better against assets, and I don't think we're going to have assets tech in our deck, but either of them can work. If we don't have enough money, I would definitely drop Hermes and play penny shaver, but Hermes is a bit more fun in a not value neutral way. Prepaid seems fine. It's a 1 credit per turn card. Those are actually very important in formats where you don't have a lot of options. Let alone they're fine in other formats too. All right, program suite. I'm dreading this. I'm just going to keep it at the criminal card pool right now because, oh boy, is this probably pretty bad. Sneak Door Beta is a good card with Docklands Pass. Problem is, doesn't do run events, so not sure if that's exactly what we want to do. Tranquilizer probably needs some support, but if people are playing Big Ice, this is fine. I think E-Shutdown will do this for now, but this is a card that's definitely has a spot in startup, I have no doubt. We, from this point on, can start breaking it down to our core types. So Decoder. Oh no, if it's not 2 of the worst decoders. We have Abigail, which is not very good. If we're matching most of the code gates to be like Buzzsaw level, right? Not great. Shibboleth, maybe worse. At least it's like kind of Buzzsaw for a minute. Oh, I'm not going to like this. We probably should spend influence on this. Fractors. Kurapira is like playable. Like that's at least something. It does look like the format has both low strength barriers and high strength barriers, and the middle barriers actually probably are going to see more play in startup than in standard. The fact that like Kurapira deals with Ablative and Tatubola relatively well and then bypasses the bronze, that's really good. But I'm imagining that actually this format's going to have a fair bit of Eli. And Kurapira breaks Eli for 5 credits. For 5 credits, we break Eli. Does Docklands Pass trigger with Sneak Door? Yes. Anything that triggers off a successful HQ run will work, including Docklands Pass. That is going to be a problem. I don't see a way around it. The Criminal Ice Suite looks bad. Might be better off clicking through Eli. Yes, for 5 credits, we will double click through Eli. This sucks. That seems really bad. I honestly don't know what the killer options are. It's probably... Okay, we can either play a Femme Fatale for 9 credits, which in a world that Fazarum exists, I think Fazarum is going to be so popular that the meta probably doesn't demand a reason to play Femme Fatale. Boomerang gets an Ashes card, Diogen. We can't do it. And then we have Carmen, which is fine. It's fine. But like, this is a problem. This seems terrible. Maybe we need to move our influence away from this to a better breaker suite. Femme Fatale can be Refractor. You save, like, you break an Eli twice or 3 times with Femme Fatale. It's cheaper than Kurapira. My yoy. That is not good. Play Lobi. Yeah, actually, like, meaningfully, play Lobi might make more sense than playing Femme Fatale. The problem is, I'm assuming code gates in the format are not very good. My distance guess is that code gates in a meta where Buzzsaw exists are pretty bad. That it's going to be hard to use Lobi as a Fractor because you're just not going to see enough code gates. I think it's okay if you play 2 Leech. Yeah, but the thing is, like, if we play 2 Leech, we might as well play Cleaver Buzzsaw, right? Like, I just don't see a reason to not spend all our influence on everything else. We're definitely going to be playing Leech because we're going to be running a lot, and that's a really good card. I'm just pretty convinced that we probably should not play this Breaker Suite, and we should just play the better Breakers. That's my guess. We probably should play this. Retrieval Run, yeah, I think Retrieval Run would make sense if you're playing Femme. I just don't think it's a good place to play Femme. Just play Anarch Crew and blow up the ice. Yep, yeah, I think you can play Anarch Leech Crew. It's going to be good. I don't know. Yeah, card pool seems pretty all over the place. I actually don't know if we play Window of Opportunity because we're going to have a slots issue. Like, if we're playing Window of Opportunity, not only on its own is an okay card, like, what are we installing with this? When the run begins, D-res 1 piece of ice protecting that server, like, are we actually playing Saucy? Spark Orca Lobi is how much influence is that? Dude, not only is Spark not in there, Orca's not in the format. The format is just Liberation. Like, almost all the, like, you know, more wild combos don't exist in startup for that obvious reason. We don't have Spark, we don't have Orca. The deck list of the week right now is a Mercury standard deck that is playing Spark and Femme, which is kind of cool. But we just can't do it. Ooh, this is where like Saucy gets rough. Like I also do think to some extent your single cards need to do more independently because card draw being so restricted in startup, there's a big chance that we draw Saucy, and we're in the exact same spot that we were. Like it doesn't change anything. Or like having these 2-card combos of window Saucy are probably a bit ambitious in a format where card draw's not very strong. I need to play more startup. Yeah. That's the new format right now. So like there's no way the Saucies and the windows are going to end up in the deck. Please give Crim a good killer and make it 5 influence next set. Yeah, I hear you. But the thing is, like, Revolver is a cool card. I think Crim... Anyways, let's look at all our options here. I do think we're going to have to play a better Breaker Suite. Okay, Pretty Merry for 1 influence can make sense if our deck has enough ways to see multiple cards on R&D. And you could do that. The problem is, can you do it in Criminal? I don't know. Can you do it in Shaper? Yes, you have Trick Shot, you have Maker's Eye, you have Jailbreak. There's a lot of ways to make Pretty Merry work. You even have Beatrice. Pretty Merry makes a lot of sense. Pawn Shop doesn't make sense. Amelia, no. Crew, no. Beatrice, no. Cookbook, no. Debbie, yes. Debbie is one of those like slow econ cards. And right now I think Criminal doesn't have these long econ cards. And luckily we have Hermes and Debbie. So I think I'm going to play 2. I don't think 3 is reasonable. 3 or thrice, of course, we need it. Hannah doesn't work with run events that much. Ice Carver is a lot of influence. Leech might just be better, but if we're playing Career Fair, I think Ice Carver is a card you could look at, but I think having that sort of free influence is going to be a bit tricky. Julie's probably not it for the deck. Liberated accounts. I'm assuming we're running more. There's a chance that we'd be better off just playing like 2 Telework as like a backup instead of 2 Liberated, but you could see this making sense. Maybe you can play 2 Crew, 2 Leech and destroy all the big ice. I think you could. But I think at that point, like, this is the thing, Boz. I think if you have Leech, you probably don't need Crew. Right? Like, the reason that in Standard that Crew is good is because you have Devil Charm and because you can destroy anything. There's Mavirus, though. Like, I think in Startup, you can actually depend on Leech because there's no Mavirus. That is actually very likely that if you have, you know, Mimic, Cleaver, Buzzsaw, you don't actually need Ice Destruction. Because what's the most taxing ice you're going to run into? The 6 strength stuff, like MIC seems kind of hard to play in a Buzzsaw meta. It's like Brawn. Consideration for Ender Suite with the Leeches: 1 Buzzsaw, 1 Cleaver, 1 Mimic, 2 Leech, 3 Mutual Favor. I think the Hexnet, that's probably what we're going to get down to. We're going to play like the old school 2014 Criminalist, which is just Leech and then the good breakers. It's very, very similar to like what Ba and I played last week for Worlds. I don't know if we're going to play Lib. Red team, we're probably not going to play just because it has anti-synergy with run events, but that's a bummer. Sec testing, we can play a 1 of, see how this goes. It's pretty good with Leeches. We actually probably could play 2 of. It's going to be a slots issue, but it works with run events, which is nice. And I don't think we play any of this. There's a chance that we're going to... Oh, actually, we probably should play at least 1 verbal and just hope we draw it early. I don't know how that's going to work out. I think our Breaker Suite is untenable. I think our Breaker Suite is just too bad that we have to move influence. Obviously, we have a slots issue, so let's build a Breaker Suite that makes sense. We'll play 3 Mutual Favor because it is 2012. We're going to play 1 Buzzsaw. Hopefully don't get destroyed. 1... Carmen's honestly fine. I don't think we need to play Mimic. Carmen's fine. And then we'll play 1 copy of Cleaver. Now, Corporate Troubleshooter actually might be good in the format, trashing a breaker. But I think we're going to try and get rid of this. We are now running with fewer breakers, which is not great. We have to be careful. We could also fix this if we wanted to go out of the way by playing things like Privilege Access, which might be fine. We could also play Retrieval Run, but there's ways to get recursion in the deck if you really need to. Leech Admin, I think Leech Admin Diogen is probably a really fun deck. I just don't think it's this deck. I probably play it in Shaper because Admin is like 2 or 3 influence, 3 influence, and you need to play like 3 of them. I do think though, as a run-based Shaper, Leech Admin probably makes a fair bit of sense in the meta, especially once the meta settles and you can kind of guess what the breakpoints are for the breakers. You don't have Simulchip though, or SMC, which is a bummer. What recursion options do you have? You have Retrieval Run, you have Privileged Access. I think that's all you have for recursion. You have Steve if you play Steve as the identity, but then you need 2 of them, which is hard. All right, so Saucy's probably not going to see play. Window of Opportunity is probably not going to see play. Oh yeah, you have Muse too. Yeah, you have Muse, but I don't think Muse is going to work in like Muse. You probably don't recur breakers, but it is a Shaper thing for sure. All right, I'm going to cut Joyride. Ah, Burner's so good though. We have to cut only 3 cards actually. Is this deck reasonable? Hey, we're getting somewhere. So we probably cut, like, how many run events do we have? 3 Baya, 1 Burner, 3 Dirties, a Shutdown, 3 Inside Job, 3 Jailbreak, a Legwork, 3 Mutual Favor, 2 Overclock, 3 Sure Gamble, 2... Is this deck fine? You probably want backup breakers. I'm gonna not, Joe, and see how it goes. Why aren't we doing Window of Opportunity? Because why are we doing Window of Opportunity? Run any server. When the run begins, derez a piece of ice protecting that server. When the run ends, the corp res the derez ice. Okay, that's actually interesting. You may install one program or piece of hardware from your grip. That's what I don't get. It's like this deck has 5 hardware, 5 programs. What are we doing? Like, what are we installing with this? You're right, though. That's definitely better than tread lightly. Like, I would consider doing that. I wouldn't even consider doing that. We'll try it. But I just think we don't have enough like utility things. I just don't think like we have the slots for startup. Diogen, it's a Borealis card. What you're doing is making me upset that I can't play my favorite criminal cards. I know you're trying, but it's like you're playing all the good criminal cards. I can't play them. It's a good compressed Carmen install with a run. It is, but if you don't make the run, Carmen cost more. Like I'm down to try it. I just don't think like that this deck with being Ken can fit in all the utility programs in a way we want to fit the utility programs. Let's cut the overclocks. They're not good in our early hand. Let's cut the legwork. We need to get slots down. That's not a really great draw. I think it's, yeah, I'm excited to see whether window of opportunity is fine, even if we don't install a card. We'd love to install a card, but there's actually a big chance that, let alone in this format, it's good enough even if we don't install a card. I think that's totally true. Is Mayfly not worth the slots for early face checks? I'd rather face check with my face. Unless you're playing against Jinteki, and I think the best case scenario is you don't install programs and you just face check. Because the worst thing that's going to happen to you is maybe a roto turret. If you're against Jinteki, there's a reason to play more killers. But I don't think I like Mayfly. It's 2 MU. It's pretty expensive. It's a bad late game draw. I think Mayfly makes sense in the format. I just don't think I think with Criminal, we'd rather just face check with our face. You derez an ice, you bounce the thing with Hermes. Oh yeah, you're right. With Hermes, it's really good. That is true. Is the format slow enough to play like free prepaids? This deck is almost perfect, right? How many career fair targets do we have? Earthrise, Verbal. We probably shouldn't play 3. Yeah, we probably shouldn't play 3. Let's see what this draw's like. This actually might be fine. But this is the sort of thing that, like, I think with startup, that obviously, okay, I need to be very clear. Startup overall, after all the testing that we do this week, which I'm very excited to do, the conclusion probably is that startup isn't for me. And that's for me, because I'm someone who's played Netrunner for over a decade. And so I need more things to play with. I need as many options as possible to have as many deck building opportunities and that sort of stuff. I'm not saying startup is solved. It's probably far from solved. And what we're going to see is the more people are playing startup, the more the meta will shake. And then you need to like change your startup deck to like react to whatever meta. But right now, with doing no testing in a very, very condescending way, is like, I'm pretty sure that this is a reasonable Ken deck. And I don't know what it'll take to have a drastically different Ken deck in the format. And that is good if you're learning the game and you want to play a cool Ken deck, that's really fun. But for someone who like wants to be like, oh, I want to change this deck, I don't know if we have that many options. And that's obviously not a quirk of the format. That's by design of the format. So keep that in mind if you hear negativity from me. But like, I don't know if we have to change the PD deck that much besides shift the ice around to be like, oh, this ice doesn't work because people are running Breaker Suites are really good into it. Startup, run, Ken run. It's like Run Lola Run, which is a film. So it makes sense. JNet, let's go. Now, what's probably cool that I'm totally dismissing is like the really, really strange decks that are like so seemingly behind the curve from a distance that makes sense in startup because the format is slow enough. So last night on Boss Stream, Lucy came in and she was playing like a, you know, the Egret sort of umbrella combo deck. And that is something that definitely doesn't work in standard from all the testing we've seen so far, but might actually work in that format because that format is just slow enough. And those are the sort of decks that I'm not going to quickly build. Like, oh, Andre built a utilitarian Ken deck and utilitarian PD deck, right? Like, keep that in mind. I'd be more interested in startup if it were 2 cycles instead of 1, but maybe but maybe it's just because Borealis is so much close up. I do think Borealis being so cool is obviously a big part of that. But I think at that point though, like Rohit, if startup is 2 cycles next year, that's basically the same as standard, barring ashes. It's like so close to it being standard. Run. Can run. Because if I'm not mistaken, next year it's just not Borealis, not ashes. It's the whole card pool besides Borealis and ashes. I don't think I'm wrong about that. I hope I'm not. All right. Let's go. Bah. Yeah, it'd be looking goofy next year for sure. Yeah. Next year is like weird because it's obviously very important that startup is good because more people will be getting to the game, but also now standard is the most approachable it's ever been. Bot played, Reality Plus. Ooh, not gonna like running on that one. There's Behold in the format, which is cursed. We're not playing networking, which is not good. This is where I mean like window of opportunity is so bad into NBN where they can re-res, de-res pings. At least like a funhouse is an expensive re-res. He mauled, we can maul. Security testing is the best part of our hand, but we'd love to open with a Debbie, a prepaid voice pad, and economy play. We got most of it there. Hey, thanks, you too. Bob played on stream last night. I saw like BTL. Forget what else. I don't think I saw Reality Plus. Oh, actually, no, maybe he did. I'm not sure what Reality Plus can do, but I'm imagining money's going to be important. Ping won't get you if you use the free res at least. Oh, you're right, outside of a run. But the fact is that we have to de-res the ping and then run back. And like Bob will definitely re-res the ping with Reality Plus, right? Because it's free, functionally, depending on board state. YEL's a good economy. That's a good start. No diversion. You dumped Ice HQ. I honestly don't think you have Ice HQ in the format at all, besides E shutdown and burner. But I don't think there's a format has, and it's not that different than System Gateway. There's no real reason to ice up HQ. So now we're going to run archives, and it's going to be like 3 Behold, 3 Oracle Think Tank, and we're going to be upset about it. This hand is not easy to play. We want to try and get the Debbie before the Baya, but the order doesn't matter. I'd love to chop like a sure gamble. Ooh. I'm hoping this goes slow enough that we can get away with this, but one face check into a Behold, like I don't think we're incentivized to run here. This doesn't work anymore because we've already drawn. So like this is a very clunky hand. Buzzsaw is important because Virtual Service Agent is very good in the format. But I don't want to pay Baya bands just to draw cards. We get a credit back, which is nice, just to install something cheaper. So I honestly think that we just do Debbie credit. Like, well, I don't care. Run archives is never Oracle. It's always Oracle. There's no way it's not Oracle. And I don't even think I want to shuffle Oracle back into R&D. Debbie's good. Debbie's really good. Technically asset tech. The more runs you play, you just run assets. Just no cost. Yeah, another spin doctor. I don't think we have to run archives. It looks like Bob's getting another spin on the table. Unless Bob really wanted that server space, which doesn't make any sense. Second spin. Okay, great. Slow. We're fine with slow. So here, Verbal says the first time you've drawn, the first time you take the basic action. So we actually can buy a bands down the Verbal. It's pretty expensive planogram for 3. We have to worry that Opal research is just going to happen to us and we don't have a strong economy to deal with it. At least we have a buy a bands to clear the tag on the following turn, which is actually one of the better ways in the format to clear tags. YDL, 16 credits. Great. I honestly don't think we should be running. I think running is probably straight wrong here. We didn't get Ken last turn, but running is probably straight wrong here. This deck likely has snares in it, and it's probably, I think, trying to mindscaping us, I imagine. F it. Gain a credit. Run HQ, gain a credit. It's technically free by a bands. Don't worry about it. Draw 2. Install a leech. It won't trigger because we've already made a successful run. I actually don't think we should commit to the verbal after we're accessing here. I think the leech is fine, but breakers don't seem that important. Whatever, we'll do the verbal. Greasing, okay. Tag punishment. We draw 2 cards here. I'm gonna do it. No! No, our 2 career fairs! We just installed the verbal. We have 3 Earth Rises. There's no way that those stay in our hand now. That feels so bad. I think we just credit throw out the window. Oh, that's awful. Quick install the cleaver? Wait, why? I don't want to install the cleaver. I want bot to install like pings and stuff. Any ice here is really bad for us on the face check. Like agent is really bad. That's probably an Amaze Amusements. Like there's no way that we interact favorably with this. Let's draw. 0 credits are fine with those cool career pairs. Like I don't know what we're doing here. I guess we're just going to touch cards and hope that we don't die to like Behold, but like this is not a good board state to be running into. Like Oracle's a problem, Fauna Tria, okay. Starlight Knight, great. None of that's good for us. We can do credit for gamble throughout a career fair. That's kind of fine. I don't know what Bot can score that's really bad for us. Like seamless launch. Did Bot greasing? No, Bot kept the greasing in hand, so there might be padding in there. Running archives like with the spin doctor, we might want to threaten the spin doctor with Debbie. It's free. I think we just need to get our credits up. Crypto Crash is Crypto Crash in the format? No, crypto's not in the format, right? Server Creamy Con's real bad. Most end up splashing lib accounts. Yeah, I was considering it with the career fairs. We ended up cutting them. Sick. I don't know what this could be. Like Orbital Hollowman could be a problem. We'll find out together, I guess. We honestly can't face check until we have like literally every program installed. Like I guess Starlit Knight's the worst one, but we saw Faunatria. That's a problem. We can't lose our breakers. But reversed accounts is Hollowman reversed. Yeah, Bod does love Orbital. I think Orbital makes sense in this format. Windows seems good, but doesn't have a lot of install targets. This is what I mean, is like Windows not good on these board states. And that being said, like against HB, we'd probably face check a bit more than against this, but I don't see this being good for us. We just have to hope that the game doesn't end very quickly because we are technically spinning up. But we have to install every single breaker and we just don't have strong sit back economy. Hollowman, uh-oh. So Orbital is probably what that is. Oh, king making, sick. Very cool. That's even worse for us. Is verbal authorized not too anti-synergistic to run both? It might be, but we're only on one verbal. All right, Ba's hand size. Looks like Ba might just be a scoring deck and we don't have to worry about tag stuff. But we saw Faunatria. I think Faunatria is just good in the format though. That's 3 points. That seems good. Mind you, NBN doesn't have an in-faction 3-pointer, but they both have king making and Project Beal. So that is the Faunatria probably. We want to run HQ here. Let's draw for a run event. Good eyes. Let's just go in. Okay. I'm going to go for the Buzzsaw, so VSA we don't have to worry about. Hedge fund, okay. We have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it. Like Hollowman can score at a 3-2 next turn if we leave it. Floating tags with the greasing the palm seems to matter. So it looks like there's some fast advance, like Bot didn't use it. Here we can do Sure Gamble, Career Fair, the Earthrise. We're mutual favoring our Carmen sooner than later. I think that's fine. But this can get away from us. I don't know. I might be too scared to face check. The problem is like Reality Plus reses most of his ice for nearly free. So like you can't really pressure them down. And without diversion of funds, like I honestly don't know if Ba has ice HQ. Yeah, we'll see if it is anti-synergistic because there's a chance right now it will be because that's obviously a lot of card draw on 2 expensive cards. Ba's drawing, good. We know that there is a Starlit Knight. We know there's a hedge fund. We know there's a greasing. Hedge fund was just played. And we know that there's the Faunatria somewhere. All right, Jailbreak HQ. I think Ba might have one agenda in hand. It's a pretty fair start because we can get our mutual favor down. And obviously we have Trick Shot, which is good. We need to deal with the Spin Doctor with Debbie. It's just a run. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. Oh, Hermes, a bit too late. That's annoying. It is what it is. Well, Hermes would have been good. So we just have to clear the tags. Will we be oppoed? Yeah, Ba has oppo credits, and then the game is kind of messed up because we just fundamentally don't have the economy to oppo. But now oppo for 5 credits for Ba is like totally doable. We have no way to pressure the economy down. We probably should just get as much money as we can as quickly as we can. Like I don't want to commit to any of these because they're expensive and we just need to get money. So I'm just going to credit and throw out the Earthrise. If the oppo comes through, we can clear technically like greasing the palm. We have to clear every single tag. But it looks like Ba is just going to try and get an oppo here. We need to steal a lot of agendas. I don't think this deck's on send of a message. So we have a lot of work to do. Also, if we're Tag Me, Oracle Think Tanks run away. But yeah, this is going to just be a financial check. Sudden Commandment, cool. I don't think Ba's going to pay 3 for this unless he really wants to draw something. But like YDL. Yeah. Thinking. We also might want to play around things like, oh, I guess there's no red level clearance, but you do have Sudden Commandment into Subliminal if you want to gain a click, which is kind of sick. Oh, it works for greasing too. Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, Sudden Commandment greasing. That's actually pretty great. You can Hollowman here. You can actually score out a 4-2. Ba could be on game point. I don't know if we're getting oppoed. Unless it's like install and then oppo. Well, that's kind of a sick interaction. Cool. Cool. On game point, I guess. Lower formatters. Like, I don't know what's going on here. This is turn 6. Boz on game point. Hey, looks like he missed, though. Love it. All right, we didn't get oppoed. His money is bankrupt, and now he's still on game point because he can install the Holloman. He can pay 5 credits. He needs to do install, pay 4, pay 1. So he's a credit short unless he has a greasing in hand. If he has a greasing in hand, we can lose next turn. Which means we probably have to just do Hermes and go ham. I do think there's agendas in archives. We don't actually have a good run event here. If this is a Phonotria, cost 4. If we lose our cleaver, we lose our cleaver, which is a problem. So we probably want to consider trick shotting here. But that means we have to do cleaver trick shot. Yeah, F it. Only 2. Oh, wow. Only 2 1-pointers. I guess because some of them are in the score area. There might have been some in archive shuffled back in, but we just want to put the pressure on. Ping, we get deal with. But at least if we threaten multiple ice, and Starlit Knight cannot be rezzed. Phonotria can be rezzed, but we don't mind the damage. We have a lot of money to work with here, and we have Debbie's that we click for 5. The problem is, like, finding a board state to use Debbie seems to be a bit difficult. Can fire Snare, can fire Behold. I don't think either of those are that great for Ba right now. Hollowman, that's a pretty bad top deck. We have money to burn here, though. We're assuming we're going to only end up spending 1 or 2 credits breaking this ice. So we can probably trash this. It's not a great top deck for Ba if we're not dealing with this, though, so I don't want to trash it. Piranhas, that's good to know. Can't res that either. Might not get a single res here, which is fine. We actually made, well, Debbie credits on this. So here we're stabilized. How is Ba holding 7? Superconducting hub. It's the ping. Okay, that's why we got our cleaver down. So this is free res. I don't think this is a great res here. We have to obviously clear the tag. But with this being a trick shot, and also now us knowing what the ice is, like, this cost us nothing. We're already turned on oppo, but that didn't happen last turn. We might still get oppoed. But, like, clearly here we have to clear the tag. We'll just play a sec testing. Fine. Our engine is doing its thing. We know the next card is a Piranhas, which is a big code gate. We break it for 2 credits, 1.5 with Buzzsaw. And Ba doesn't have a remote server seemingly here. We're pretty sure one of these is either Starlit Knight or the Phonotria, which Ba could have rezzed. We still can get oppoed here, but it's credit big oppo. At least that mostly bankrupts Ba, which hope that there's not greasing into, we haven't seen Beals yet. Have to consider checking that. But fast advanced tools aren't started right now. Biotic Labor, Hollowman, Trick of Light, Greasing the Palm, Sand City Grid. There's a bit, and Clot's like hard to use. Can R plus trigger between the oppo threat options? Yes, because Cody, they're listed, give the runner 2 tags, and then a separate clause. So in the first one, you can pay 2, gain 2 back, and then you can use that money to pay 5. It's because it is totally broken out like that. It's not pay 2, instead pay 7. It's just pay 2, then gain 5. All right, so it looks like Hollowman could be an Amaze Amusements. We have a window. T-Res and ping is pretty bad window. So we want to put this somewhere. I think we're just going to put this on archives. We didn't install our Hermes yet, but we're bankrupt. We've officially run out of money. Now we can Debbie. I guess we have to run archives here. Could be a spin doctor. We lose to anything in a remote server, really. I'm doubting this is an agenda. But, like, our money is just not keeping up. A red team would have been fine here. And actually, maybe the Penny Shaver is better than the Hermes, but with all these 1-pointers, I think we're happy with the Hermes. So that's just a click for 2 credit button. So I think we just do Hermes. We're not going to be able to clear a tag, I realize. But here we have a chance of a bounce. If we run this last click, we definitely have a tag, and then we lose to a bunch of different things. So this is not great, but if Ba res is here, if it is the Starlit Knight, actually, we're in a pretty bad spot. But Ba's down on 2 credits. Yeah, this is a very risky run. I just think we're going to lose very quickly. We have to take some risks. If our breakers get retribution, like, we're kind of cooked. Yeah, this is probably way too risky. Because we have no way of clearing the tag. If we take 1 tag, let alone 2 from Starlit Knight. This is either Starlit Knight or Phonotria. Yeah, that was a mistake. So we have 2 tags. Baba's going to be on 2 credits. I guess we have to win going tag me, which with Starlit Knight is very hard. At least we can window opportunity this later. Now it gets the end the run subroutines when the runner encounters, and when we encountered, we weren't tagged, so we're still gonna get an access here, which is okay. We're gonna lose our oracles though if Ball wants us. I think this run actually costs us the whole game. Spin Doctor, okay, good. That's the last one. Monetria, Bomber. Yeah, I think that's really bad for us. It's hard to imagine it's not. We didn't play a run this turn. That looks like a Hollow Man in server 3. I'm not sure if Ball's on Amaze Amusements. Piranhas, we knew that. It's kind of over, and I just don't feel like there's that much we can do. There's just not that much multi-access. What would we be playing if we're playing in standard here? Twinning, I guess? Not even. One unseen card in YDL. Let's see if we lose the Oracle Think Tank. It clears our tag, though, which is kind of cute. Bot doesn't have that much money to trash, so Bot needs a YDL here, right? YDL is so much money. Look for 6. Yeah, Bot doesn't have a YDL. I guess Planogram's also pretty cracked, because if it's like Planogram, draw 3, gain 3 into YDL, like I think we're cooked. Probably Awake at least. Yeah, definitely. There's a Planogram. Yeah, that face check was so bad for us. We should have seen it coming. We knew that was a Starlit Knight. It wasn't rezzed on 4 credits, so it probably had to be a Starlit. I think Phonotria would have probably been rezzed there. Not drawing? Okay. Looks like Bot doesn't want to go for the YDL or is forgetting the tag clause. But there's a chance that Bot just wants to hunker down here. Yeah, this is not good. We could window the Starlit. That's like for 1 axis though. It's multi-draw. That's not good. I don't think window is good, y'all. It just doesn't help you from a lot of board states. We're assuming that there's agendas in hand. We probably just need to go with like super aggro. So I'll run archives. We'll window the Starlight. It's like a pretty bad res. I doubt that Bot's on psychographics. I'm just worried that we're going to lose the Oracle Think Tanks and just play like total grinder. Gain 2, okay. So it doesn't flip the cards, of course. And then we can either inside job or window R&D. How does Bot get out of this? Greasing. I guess we're going for single axes. This seems a bit too late to install this prepaid voice pad. I'm going to do it though. This, mind you, is free. Debbie's like half synergy. Sad we can't window install with her money. Yeah. Yeah, it is a bummer because you have to click it. It is kind of rough because it seems like it's going to count. Now, this is really good if there's assets. This is really good once you have your breakers up. But most of the times we just want an inside job, right? Like we're actually probably going to have 6 credits on Debbie that we never use. That being said, like we probably can't just Debbie HQ, but I think the bigger problem is we haven't had the money to mutual favor for a Carmen yet. This also is the ice suite that besides Piranhas is telling us like Leech Cleaver, probably Mimic, but I don't actually think Carmen's that much worse. It's doing okay for us. Re-resed it. Okay, that's sick. That is res for 3 credits. This means we can go HQ. We really want our Dawkins Pass here. I'm gonna Debbie. That might mean there's actually a lot of agendas in HQ if Boz like spending the money on the Starlit Knight. We can actually window opportunity go back, which is kind of fun. But there might be agendas in here. Sudden Commandment, yeah, Debbie. It's a good trash, I think. Now the archives run for the security testing doesn't feel that good, but it's a lot better with the leech. The problem is the leech doesn't matter. Oh, I think we lost here. Greasing for a 3-2. Yeah, we threw the game into a face check into Starlight Knight. That's on us. Holloman, you could do credit Holloman, but it looks like there is just Beals on this list we haven't seen. Feels bad. GG. Yeah, I think we lost it to a face check, and that is not great. We should have seen that coming. Felt like we were too aggro. We definitely knew that was that on R&D. Yeah, I have only one. Card draw was okay. It wasn't that good. Like, it wasn't that bad. Like, we did get the early verbal, which is fine. We got 3 Earthrise. We drew our 2 Career Fair, which is pretty good. I struggled to see a way to see enough cards. Right? Like, our breakers are not good. Installing things is really expensive. The money that you get from Ken just doesn't seem like enough money. It's all locked on Debbie. We have no good way to use Debbie. Hey, Bob, good game. Yeah, in hindsight, we definitely threw running R&D. I think we knew it was a Starlit Night. We saw on top of the deck. You didn't res on 4 credits. I thought I was like in a way worse spot, and I don't think I was. Because I don't think you actually can close the game out that well. Unless I like obviously go tag me off the Starlit Night. Stealing the Oracle on the headline. Is there Oracle face down in archives? Like, I don't even think that does enough for us. I don't think the windows are bad. It was good here because it's just about R plus is messed up. Yeah, I agree. R plus is definitely messed up. If this was like a PD, the windows would have been pretty mean. But like the biggest issue is we just don't have enough money. Like we just strictly don't have enough money to install 3 breakers. Like, how do you install breakers? Like, I can't install a Carmen. I hadn't agreed with the second king making it probably win a couple turns earlier. Yeah, I could see that. I don't think, but that's the thing is I don't think we can put on enough pressure. Is Cleaver really worth it over Kurapira? Yes. It's 2 influence. It installs for the same. The barriers are in the format I'm expecting either low strength and mid range, right? Like, I don't know. It's like, I just don't see in the format how you break Eli. Now, if Eli's not popular and you still have Leech, maybe you could cut the Cleaver and have 2 more influence to use for something else. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there's actually a chance that the trick shots are not good. Like, that's how messed up as it is. There's a chance that we'd cut the trick shots for like lib accounts. I can close out with sudden greasing or Holloman. I don't think I've ever realized that you could do sudden greasing. It's kind of sick. Obviously on threat 3, but that's kind of sick. Yeah, I don't know, Mushin. It might be worth it. It's like, this seems like the best breaker suite in the format. It's really hard to make, like, you have to purge out to leech, and I just don't think you have time in the format to purge out to leech. Let's do another one. I have a G and K in like 2 hours, so I can only play 1 more. But this is like feeling how I thought Criminal might feel in the format, which is like, it's just a day late, $1 short. Sudden Sneaky Sleeper. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. There's also, mind you, what's it called in the format? Subliminal. So you have a lot of options. Criminal doesn't have a lot of ways to use credits during a run. Really doesn't want more economy. Yeah, it just wants raw economy. Now, this matchup is also going to be tricky because this has the worst face checks besides Starlit Night. And that's going to be really hard for us just to do that. Security testing is going to be a bit of a bummer. Thanks, you too. Like, I think we're going to run into the problem that we're going to realize once Tang ices up everything that we just cannot play a run-based economy with or without Tributary. It's my guess. Like, I think we have too many eggs in the run-based basket. Sudden Greasing, Sudden Subliminal, Sudden Bionic. Sudden Bionic is like 3,000 credits. But yeah, it's cool. And Clot's not a thing in this format. I don't like this hand. I think we have to open up with Carmen. I don't think we can afford to do Mutual Favor Carmen. Maybe they can't ice up everything turn 1 and we can do like Jailbreak into Mutual Favor into Carmen to Sec Testing. Like, maybe that's fine. But this is definitely going to have damage into it. And it's probably going to have like a Teenies. It's definitely going to have Botos. It's going to have better ice for us. 12, it's cheaper than a Big Deal. Yeah, but Big Deal gives you 4 advancements. I don't think it's actually that much cheaper. And Big Deal's 1 card. Because you have to do 1 plus 4 plus 3. So it's 8. Oh, it's with the advancements. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Wow, no ace. Okay. So there's agendas and archives probably. We could die to Punitive. That's like not. Hanse. Enigma. Okay. I think we have an incentive to run archives. I'll Mutual Favor first to get the Carmen down. Obviously, we saw a Code Gatebreaker. We'll run archives, hopefully to get a flip or something. I don't think they have double punitive by now. They have to shuffle. This turns off this, but they have a Hanse in their hand, so 2 agendas back in the game. Maybe we actually shouldn't run HQ. Yeah, probably the Jailbreak was not better for HQ. And then we'll just put down Sec Testing because it's hard for them to ice up everything. Sudden with Greasing is absolutely bust if the opponent's kind enough to floater tag. Oh yeah, for sure. King making plus 1 pointer is the same number of points as a Big Deal. Yes, but like that is so much less consistent for obvious reasons. So Enigma is what we read. Hanse in hand should be played. They drew after they installed it. Obviously, you want to do in the other order. Okay, so at least we have an archives mark, but like, how do you make tempo with this hand? Draw. Leech. Run archives. It is a lower power for level 4. If you're not playing Shaper, this seems like a lower power level format. Okay. We're just trucking along. That's a good run. It's a 3 credit value run. They have a Hansei in hand. We want to face check with the Carmen. We're allowed to face check now with the Carmen. Saisentan's. What are the sentries actually in the format? Am I more scared of the code gates? Like, what are the scary sentries? There's no there's no Saisentan. There's no Anansi. I guess they could spend 10 credits on a really big snake. Are there actually bad face checks? Am I like bringing too much of my standard into here? We actually don't want to put this on archives because we want to get the flip. Karuna's fine. It's 2 damage. Assault the Hermes is the most important card. Run archives. They don't have Bathinimus. If it's an Enigma, it's fine. Right? So now we just have to draw. We could run HQ last click. I think it's okay. Cheap viewers, more like possible ban evader monitoring. Yeah, of course it's a possible ban invader. Like, do we concede? Like, I want to. The game's over. Yeah, okay, so there's that. Game's not over. We're gonna lose our sec testing. It's not over, but like, oh man. That's bad. I guess Hammer is really good. Yeah, it's a really good face check. It's like you got hit by HHN. Game's not over yet. The thing is, like, I think we're gonna lose slowly. Like, I think we're already not in a good spot. Like, this is a Tattoo Bola. We need to flip it. We need to flip it. Draw. 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 Yeah. Credit. I don't know how to make this more interesting. So what are the upgrades? There's no Lacosta. Could easily be Adrian. I don't know what their agenda suite is. They're getting credit turn. You can click for credit by playing Jailbreak on R&D. Yeah, maybe that was better. Just see what happens. Honestly, maybe. But we put I think we sec tested it, so it's probably not the play. I don't think they have agendas in there. Draw. We have a tag though. This feels terrible. There's literally no way for us to make economy without interacting, and we just can't interact. Like, this is why I kind of want to fold. Like, if we install the Earthrise Hotel and yeah, how many draws do we have to do before we get out of this? Like, I can't install the Earthrise Hotel. We get into 1 credit. Like, how do we play any of our run events? You know what would be a good source of credits without interacting smart? Honestly, yeah, maybe. Like, maybe we just play smartware. Maybe our deck is too greedy. Sprint? Luckily, he's not doing anything. Okay, now it starts. Like, that's going to be a Sisyphus. Career Fair is a great startup crim card. Yeah, Changeling, we have 2 of them in the deck. The problem is, like, our only installables are Earthrise and, like, 1 Verbal Plasticity. Because we're not playing Lib, because we're playing Ken, which I'm honestly thinking Ken is probably wrong. I don't think you can run every turn, but I do think you could probably make a more consistent Zaya, or even, like, a Steve deck is fine. This is going to be a Sisyphus, and we're going to, like, concede the game when we have to break a hammer twice. Yeah, if it's a Sisyphus, you're allowed to concede. I think that's likely it. Like, I don't think we can keep up with the Sisyphus. Like, draw into Inside Job is fine. Like, we can draw into Inside Job, beat Adrian. Okay, I'm just going to send it. Change Trick Shot for telework? Yeah, I might be right, but then we're at the point that we just shouldn't play Ken. And then also we realized we only have Jailbreak and Docklands as our multi-axis, which is like cursed. I guess Burner's multi-axis. Here we just need to force them to spend enough money to be able to not comfortably score. No further action. Snare. Hedge fund, uh-oh. Double hedge fund. Double hedge fund. I guess you can't face check? I thought you could. I honestly thought you could. I didn't realize Hammer was that bad. I was worried about like Rototurret. Okay, we're just playing Adrian? Are they Urticking us? It's an Anoetic. Oh, right. Of course, there's Anoetic. But we have a click. What is cheaper than Rezzing Anoetic? Like this ice has to be better than Anoetic unless it doesn't. Fine. What does this do? Okay. We have to keep our Carmen, I guess. Hey, we're playing Tag Me now. They're drawing to 2 hedge funds, so their turn is credit card hedge fund. Okay, that's fine. We lost nothing of consequence. We're gonna go full Tag Me. We're gonna steal a Sisyphus. We can't trash the Anoetic though. Actually, should have considered that maybe, but I don't think we can let them trash our Carmen. Fuji. Oh. Okay, died of Mindscaping. Get punitive. Yeah, imagine dying of punitive after this. At least we know it's like hedge fund, hedge fund. They draw. They have 2 hedge funds and an unknown. They have 4 credits. We can die to Mindscapings at any point in time, restoring humanity there in 6 credits. I don't know. HQ? It's mostly hedge funds. We don't need to run there. Draw. 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 Credit. I think we have 1 E shutdown. Sprint? No. So like the difference between power level between standard and startup, is there a chance that we're gonna be in a bad situation and just lose slowly? As opposed to if this was standard, we'd actually lose a fair bit faster, which seems like a nice thing at this point in time. We still died to 2 Mindscapings. We can never clear the tags. We cannot afford to clear 4 tags. Mercury? No, honestly, yes. Mercury actually, no, Diogen, I'm saying with you, Mercury would be much better in this matchup. The problem is like, I don't think Mercury has any multi-access in the format. Like Diogen, what do you play? How do you get multi-access in Mercury besides Mercury, right? Like you play Mercury and then you play Pretty Mary, but there's no like R&D interface. I could see Mercury being much better than this Ken deck. I just, you know what my playstyle preferences are. If we find a decoder, do you think there's agendas in there? I think there is. I think it's too risky to run this turn because Fuji into punitive. Iru, Dockland, Mary. I don't think you can do Iru that easily, but I think Dockland, Mary, yeah. Yeah, Iru might be fine. Or sorry, Mercury might be fine. To my chagrin, might be fine. The thing is, like, I don't understand why Iru is good. It's like, why do people not ice up archives against Mercury? Like, Mercury's either playing Iru or Divide and Conquer or Sneak or Beta. Like, there's 17 reasons why Mercury wants to run archives. If I say with Beatrice, you can't do Beatrice, though, because you have to run HQ, and then you can't break subroutines. Right? Like, you can't use Debrado. Like, that's the problem. Is like, Mercury needs a run event that sees cards. That could be a Spin Doctor. We haven't seen any Tattoo Bolas yet, which means Tank has a lot of money. I'm just going to run archives. Because you're busy double icing your centrals in a row. Just put 1 ice on archives. That's all you need to do. Put 1 ice, because then Mercury has to break subroutines. Melandrium and Physarum are good enough. I think Melandrium is probably good enough. Physarum is a bit harder, because you can't... maybe not. The bypass icebreaker is that bad in Mercury. There's just not that many of them. Like, you can play Abigail. It's not very good. There's actually a chance that without Pharos in the format, you could maybe consider playing Banner. You'd have to look at the ice pool, but there's a chance it's actually reasonable. That might be worth looking at. But there's no sentry breaker that bypasses, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, if we lose that to damage, we're in a bad spot. So I'm just going to install it. They threw out cohorts and a teeny. Wow, they threw out 2 Atinis. That's such a good card against us. They played the 2 hedge funds, so we don't know anything. Running this is very expensive. I don't know what that's about. We can at least like run archives every once in a while cheaply. Ooh, Leech is good. Ban our Monkey Wrench? I just don't know. Like, that's the problem is, like, if you start playing Monkey Wrench and you play against, like, Tree Line, like, they can get it out of range pretty easily. But there's probably actually not that many barriers. I think you're going to struggle to deal with Brawn. Damara, Lustig, and Abigail? No, the only 2 aren't legal. Damara and Lustig, I think Lustig maybe, or Damara used to be in System Update 2019, but neither of those are in either Standard nor Startup. Triple Advance, okay. We need to get a Hermes down, or we need to get into there. The cool thing about Cloud Eater is we can just let it fire. The problem is that it's an Anoetic Void. So we have to top deck a Hermes, or we're just going to... At least Enigma's not that bad into Physarum. We actually could die here to... maybe die here to Fuji into Neurospike. That does 5 damage, so as long as we keep cards in hand. Okay. So we're going to do Dirty Laundry Leech. Credit, Dirty Laundry Reach, draw. No, that's actually... We died to that. So we probably just do Credit, Dirty Laundry. No, we can do Dirty Credit. We can just do Dirty Laundry. And then draw. Yeah, that's fine. Face checking with Tread Lightly is painful with the Corp. It's definitely painful. And I honestly think it might be better than Window of Opportunity in the deck. But I honestly think that is just a worse slot than Inside Job on almost all board states. Okay, so there's just no way that we could get the Leech down sooner with us respecting dying to Neurospike here. They could still seamless Neurospike. Don't square Sisyphus. Good. So at least we did not die. Because if they Neurospike, we go down to 0 cards. Okay, so they still have a fair bit of work. We know they're not on Send a Message, which is good. Once we get the Leeches up, we're going to start Braving. We can start face checking into stuff. This might be a longevity. We haven't seen Charlotte's yet, which is very surprising. So this run on Archives gives us a lot of value. I actually think there might be time to get Debbie down. Moreira. Actually, we're tagged. This is a bad investment. Sorry. They should trash the security testing like a year ago. This card is giving us a fair bit of money. Okay, so I don't know how bad the face checks are. Both 2 is still offline. Cloud Eater is obviously a bit pricey. Anoetic is the bigger problem here. We have no burner because we lost it. So we can start poking R&D. Obviously, we want to do that with the trick shot. On 12 credits, we can do it next turn when we play a run event, but we want to get our Hermes down. That's really good for the remote server. That's fine. Okay, Andre's opinion about run-based criminal has changed. It's okay. I just do not like clicking to draw. I don't know. Maybe I need to play Diesel. There's a chance that Diesel is just the worth importing. All right. I don't think they can win on the double advance. Nisei Mark II is going to be a problem. I think we need to get a Hermes off. So Hermes is a 1 in 16. Criminals are supposed to use the basic action card. Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's fun. So criminal here, what do we do? If we run archives, it's we gain a leech counter and an archives counter. So it kind of pushes us forward. If we're on 10 credits and a leech counter, can we break everything on R&D? Probably. Yeah, I think buy it for the Hermes is probably it. It only costs us functionally 1 credit and we draw 2 and hope. That might be it. We don't really need to trick shot here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try it. We're assuming that these are tattoo bullets, which like, it's not good. I think the difference between them having 14 and 18 credits is not hugely impactful. Yeah, both 2. Okay, good to get that out of the way before. If this is a high strength code gate, it's better to keep the leech for the cleaver than the buzzsaw, but we've seen 2 Atini, so I'm just gonna hope it's not. So we're gonna lower it and we're gonna fully break it. Okay, we have 9 credits. That should break every ice in the format. Besides maybe Toll Booth. Was this meant to be on archives? No, we want to get a Hermes install. We can do that later if we need to. It's a click for leech and a 1 credit. It's like not great. It's not bad. It's better than clicking for credits, but it's not our priority. Here we just want to get a Hermes to bounce this. Start your ups, Cobalt. How's it going? No further? Sick. All right, so the best case scenario is Baya draws into one of our 2 Hermes and 16. We only have 1. We lost the other. Beans. I guess it's prepaid. Managarm. Oh, very cool. I think we have to deal with that. Again, I do think the format might be a bit warped around this card and Anoetic. Yeah, okay. So they can be on game point. I'm assuming that is less likely the last Fuji and more likely a Nisei so they can jam the following turn. I don't know if there's anything in HQ because they've been managing themselves well. We don't really want to play this dirty laundry because we lose some value, but we have prepaid, so it's actually probably fine. So we can draw once. That's a combo next turn if we want to. It's basically spending 2 clicks to draw 2 cards, which is kind of sleepy. I'd rather get an Earthrise down. I'm just gonna Dirty Laundry Archives. It uses the prepaid, gets us a leech counter. We actually could consider running the Cloud Eater as long as we get a good breakpoint, which we actually might have a good breakpoint here. I think we should actually run this. We probably should be doing that instead of what we're doing right now. Yeah, we probably should be inside jobbing server too. I do think this is likely to be a Tattoo Bola. But if we run this, right? Like Cloud Eater, we break for because we take the tags. This was whatever. If we inside job, it's probably not worth it. I think we just run the Cloud Eater. With around 150 cards, there should be about 5 cards that warp the meta of startup. What cards would they be? I don't know. Warp is a bit hard. I think Anoetic Managarm are just going to be a problem because there doesn't seem like a great way to deal with it in the format. That's my guess. I'm assuming Leech, Buzzsaw, Cleaver are probably the runner equivalents because they just seem like the best breakers bar none, unless you're doing weird stuff with Trojans. So we're not going to break all the subroutines. I'm assuming tags don't matter. And so now it's up to them to fire Anoetic. I wish we did this sooner. Because they can fire Anoetic twice, but that's it. Trickshot and Cataloger probably a prime kind of. I honestly don't know. I haven't seen enough Cataloger. I think Shaper probably is overall the strongest factions, my guess. But I'm assuming actually this Breaker Suite and Leech is pretty good. Maybe even Ice Carver in there. Now Cloud Eater's text does not fire because it wasn't res this turn. Take that window of opportunity. We would window the Cloud Eater, that's for sure. So they're going to probably pay 2 here. Looks like they have decide which 2 cards to trash. That's fine. It's actually only 1 credit because RH will fire the following turn because it'll be a face down card in archives. And from there, we can maybe lock the top of our ID. I think the worst case about this is that Boto is going to be turned online. But the cool thing about this is that if it is a Sisyphus, we can run Enigma first. Because it's always the first one you run into. Don't show us the Nisei. That's the worst case by a mile. So here, like, it's kind of in our interest to run the Anoetic. I sort of don't want to. We lose to Longevity. I honestly don't know what this is. This is actually likely to be a Regolith is my guess. I'd assume this is a Regolith. I don't think there's agendas in HQ. This has to be a Regolith. So we could create a verbal draw. That's not that much better than double drawing, and I'd rather just like draw an Earthrise. Running archives here is okay. I think we want to inside job server 2 before we run archives. So I think actually we start with inside job server 2. Because we need to trash a Regolith. We obviously need to trash a Longevity. But we could just lose out of nowhere to any installed card with Longevity being very playable, I reckon, in the format. Now, if they use the Nisei token here, it obviously tells us something, but we're not on game point, and we just need to use that Nisei token as soon as possible. I think you trick shot on it. I think we will eventually, but we want to bait out the Nisei and make the Anoetic good. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you Nisei'd. Didn't mean to draw. Now, is the draw that bad for us? Honestly, no. Honestly, no, not at all. I'll take it. It's fine. But thank you. We probably shouldn't do it because we didn't know we'd have this top deck. But I think we do just window the Cloud Eater. It looks like it's an agenda or Regolith. I wonder if there's some sort of tag kill oppo mindscaping. It is, but it's hard Cobalt because you need 3 tags because there's no end to line. You need like double mindscaping, which doesn't seem the most consistent. I know. And then last click, we can always run archives. It's better than clicking for a credit. Go, window, go. Is this better than inside job? Honestly, no. But we already have 3 inside jobs, so whatever. Yeah, it was a really good tactic, honestly. I'm assuming this... Like, we can still lose. That's the problem. I guess if that's the case, we just have to run back, so we might just trick shot. We'll see if Tank uses the Anoetic. If Tank uses the Anoetic, this is obviously an agenda. I don't think you need to protect this if it's just a 2-pointer. Like, we won't be on game point. I think using the Nisei was a bit of a tell that this is very important. Oh my god, it's res this turn. That's fine. We just take the tags. All this seems overwhelming for me, going in from the starter decks to playing the meta. Corey, we're playing startup, so it should be a smaller card pool. That's kind of the idea. Firstly, I've played the game for a long time, so I go a bit quicker. But one of the best things you can do is just net deck a good deck for whatever format you're playing in and just do whatever you want. You will learn very quickly what the cards do and what the ice does by just finding out with your face. I promise you it's a bit more reachable than it might sound. So this looks like it's the winning points. If we run this, we break Cloud Eater for 4. If we trick shot, we actually end up, it's not better for us because we have to deal with the boat too. So I'm just going to run server 2, assuming this is the longevity. Hey, Victor. Hi, man. How's it going? We're bankrupt, but at least we have a trick shot out of this. Startup rules. Hey, glad you've been enjoying it. This is my first time in it. I've been kind of, I'm in the middle, but I'm obviously like a standard player. It's definitely not exactly a format for me. And you are great. Thank you, Victor. All right. We could take the net damage if we really were worried, if we're a credit short. This also means we have a credit to trash the Anoetic, which is good. Cloud Eater seems fine. It's a lot of leash counters to make it reasonable. If we had Mimic, actually, we'd be in a worse spot here. So Carmen's looking good. You could yank the damage from Botu. Oh, you're right. We could just let Botu fire. That's kind of cool, huh? We could just trick shot and let the damage fire. Yeah, you're right. They have no cards in hand. That's actually kind of slick. Oh, yeah, that would have been way cooler. That's actually a very, very good play this turn. Yeah, they can't end the run. I totally forgot. Yeah, card has text. And then we actually would be credit fine. We lose to psychographics. RH scores a Nisei with 13 counters. Greasing the palm also could be a thing. I'm assuming there's a longevity. Off-rolled. Oh, wow. We didn't even have to run that, technically. I think we want to deal with the Anoetic. They're probably going to top deck another one. Next turn, we can just do, like, credit, run archives. They're going to be on at least 4 credits next turn. Anything they put behind the Cloud Eater, like... They don't have Seamless? They protect the off-road, though. I think they should have just given us the off-road. They would have still had the Nisei counter. Like, the problem is, like, longevity, we lose to nowhere. That can't be Lacosta, because it's not on the format. So I'm assuming it's Anoetic or Managarm. We're going to put this on archives. I don't think we would career for verbal. I'd rather just have cards in hand. And this is 2 clicks. If it sticks for a bit, actually, it's better overall. We have 12 cards left in our hand. Yeah. No, we can't afford it. That solves that. That's a much better career fair. I'm glad that we kept. So we actually can check this, and I think we should. Hold on. Yeah, wait. We should check this. Now, if that's a Spin Doctor, the Botu can fire. That's really funny. I guess we should run archives first. Credit, run archives, and then we can always run this. I don't think we can career fair that. The Earthrise? Why not? They just trash it. They haven't trashed our security testing, so I think there's a chance that Tank is forgetting that we're on that. Let alone if Tank does do it, we pay 1 credit, he pays 2, and his money's not very good. Oh, I kind of wanted to flip there, I'll be honest. You think we trick shot it for style? If it's a regolith, we need to deal with it. Yeah. This is really good with prepaid, let alone Ken. All right, we got a lot of credits for the run. 10 tags makes you feel like I should suck up on rooms of Mindscaping. There's actually just a chance that Mindscaping is good enough to play as like a red level clearance that like you don't need to do tagged punishment. We're going to let this fire. Unless there's a Spin Doctor. And then technically Tank, if there's a Spin Doctor, has to res on approach. So it's not like Tank can surprise us and res a Spin Doctor on encounter. So we should have an idea whether we had to break that or not. We do die to snare though. No way around that. We just do die to snare. So that's good. Good game. Okay, I'm glad we didn't concede. Sorry if I got salty. What's in the remote? I do think that Tang could have used the Nisei counter in a slightly different way, protecting the off-world that they actually can't score next turn. The Nisei is much more valuable. Oh, get out. So it was a longevity serum in the remote server. So the thing that we're scared of. So if I've done the math right, we would have had only like 8 credits probably to run this remote server. It's 4 for Cloud Eater. I think we'd have to do the math to figure out that we're actually 1 short of stealing that. But if Tang reses the Manic Arm, Tang can't score out the longevity. Oh, there's a Nisei in Archives. Oh, whoa. Oh, GG. So there actually was an agenda in Archives as well. That might be why the Nisei happened further. But yeah, the sec testing on Archives means that there was a 4-2 in there. We just couldn't see it. The hardest part of Netrunner is giving up and conceding when you're catching early haymakers. Yeah, and I think actually, like, this kind of proves one of the points that showed up in the article, which is like startup is a slower format that you can make early mistakes and recover from it. Because if that was standard, like, probably the corporation would have more tools to score out way faster and the game would have been over. But we literally spent, for better or for worse, 4 or 5 turns just taking the basic actions, and we're technically still competitive. And that's like interesting. Thanks for the game. Hey, Cody, GG. So that's strange. Makes the action card OP. Yeah, just go find your trick shots or whatever. I have a G&K in an hour and a half, so I gotta go play more Netrunner. We'll be back on Thursday to play some more startup. I'm interested to see how my thoughts, change over this week. Obviously, startup is something that a lot of people who watch this channel probably play startup or interested in startup and have asked questions to like, hey, Andre, can you play startup? Funny enough, I planned to play a week to play startup anyways. And it was only about 2 weeks ago where I got a message from Null Signal Games saying like, oh, by the way, there's going to be some startup changes. And it's like, oh, that actually lines up relatively well. I'll wait for that week. But regardless of the startup curation team's work, I was going to play startup a week in September regardless. I said regardless a lot, but you know what I mean. You should play these startup decks of the GNK and then get a game loss from my archive memories. I don't know. The problem with standard when going from standard is prong punch back to the level you want to punch a wall. One mistake in GG. I actually don't think it's like that. I don't think startup is that standard is that punishing where one mistake is GG. I do think there are some decks which they go fast enough that you're right. It can be that quick, but that's also only if you're playing the most competitive standard, which you don't always have to be doing. Now, when you're playing on JNet and you're playing against, a random person who might bring a tier 1 deck, obviously that's the case. But I actually don't think it's that case that you make one mistake, you lose in standard. It's probably more forgiving in startup, that's for sure. But it's also up to us to run a deck that runs more than one of each program. Asmari Kill's pretty one mistake equals death, to be honest. Yes. And I think Asmari Kill, if you ask me, is less than healthy for casual standard. I agree that is like, I don't do the ban list, but I don't think that people not running remote server dying is a good part of standard right now. I'm not going to defend that, but I think that is a deck that shows up at competitive tier tables. And if you are plugged in, it's an interesting matchup, but I'm not going to defend that. Of course I'm not. Yeah, but it's not everyone. That's a minority deck that a lot of people actually choose not to play. And that's not to cast like doubts on people who play them, or if you're at a tournament, you play the deck that wins. That deck definitely wins. Thanks so much for hanging out. Did I say hanging out? Thanks so much for hanging out. We're going to be back with some gameplay on Thursday. We'll be doing a live stream at our Thursday evening slot. We'll be also back on Saturday morning with another name PC, and then we'll finish Swiss on Monday morning as well. We have 2 games with Eric from Neon Static who did some commentary. They're really fun games. Those will be out soon. Following that, Monday night, I might be over doing some remote commentary over Neon Static stream. They're doing some in-person play like they do every other Monday. It's a great stream, and I might be there doing some coaching on the remote. So there's a lot of stuff coming up. Obviously, Worlds is like 3 weeks away, so that's pretty exciting. But I have to go out and go play some more Netrunner. Huge thank you to all these names here and more. Again, we're supported on Patreon by all these names, and of course, our Daily Cast patrons. A lot of time goes into the channel. That might be obvious. As much as possible, I want to do this as full-time as I can, and that's only possible because of all of these names here and more. If you're interested in supporting the channel to get more Netrunner content like this, or like the other content you might like more than this, sorry, I'm starting about startup. You can hit the link up in the description for sure. Any amount of contributions is greatly appreciated. Also, if you want to take a second just to like the video, that helps a heck of a lot on YouTube, that's for sure. Thanks for streaming. Hey, Changeling, my pleasure. This weekend, there's a bunch of stuff going on. We'll shout this out against on Thursday. Man of the Moon's tournament is this weekend. There's a lot of really good organized play this last weekend. Mind you, there's an AMT, there's New Zealand Nationals, there was the East Anglia champs, or there was a UK regionals. It might have been East Anglia. I might be wrong about that. We're going to be talking about that a bit more on Thursday, but we'll also focus a bit more on startup and just trying to get into it as fast as possible. And luckily, Diogen will play Mercury in startup just so we don't play the deck list of the week. We'll play something similar to the deck list of the week, which we'll try startup Mercury for sure. We'll also build some of the weirder startup decks, I think. Might come in pre-built on Thursday. We'll have some decks already built so we don't have to like spend time building the deck list, so we can just dive right in, which should be good fun. We might try some of the weirder stuff as well, stuff that doesn't make sense in standard. I think that's mostly it. Thanks for hanging out. We'll be back in a couple days on the stream. And until then, take care of yourselves. Oh, huge shout out to Tolaasin for joining. That was really fun.